Ransom and Joseph Potter with me. Today, got a laundry list of topics, 10 different topics. And there have been, I got requests for Cowboys Seahawks. I got requests for the Pac-12 title. But the most requested topic was not that, nor the Browns injuries. It was the Eastern Conference Finals in the MLS. This rivalry between Columbus Crew, FC Cincinnati, probably the most anticipated Eastern Conference Finals game in the history of Major League Soccer. I mean, I call it the Battle of Ohio, but it has another nickname. Hell is real. That is the nickname of the Columbus-Cincinnati rivalry in Major League Soccer, Joey. And we're going to get to some soccer news because the MLS draft in 17 days, I've got a responsibility to update our audience on any soccer content. And then I promise you we'll jump straight into the outside linebacker rankings. And then we'll go from there with different topics like our winners for the conference championship game and Dave Tepper, what he's done in Carolina this week. Just a lot has happened in sports this week. And I knew this would be an intense show as early as Monday. But let's jump straight into hell is real here. You see on MLSsoccer.com, they have Luciano Acosta, the Landon Donovan MVP midfielder for FC Cincinnati, and Cucho Hernandez, the star striker on the Columbus Crew for the hell is real rivalry. And before I go through and read some of the predictions from the experts, it's 5-4 Cincinnati. I want to talk about the coaches, number 1 and number 2 head coaches in MLS this year. Wilfred Nancy, he leaves CF Montreal. He goes to Columbus after Caleb Porter gets fired, and he's got the Crew in the Eastern Conference Finals in his first year as head coach. Talking about the vision of this team, where they want to go from here. You also have head coach of the year, Pat Noonan of FC Cincinnati. FC Cincinnati won the Supporters Shield, best record in the MLS. I as much as I'd like to see Andre Blake win an MLS Cup, his window may have passed. Andre Blake is 33, and these two MLS teams have the 2 youngest goalies from the MLS Super Draft in the league. Roman Celentano for FC Cincinnati, 13 shutouts in the regular season, 2 in the playoffs. So I think he's got 21 or 22 career shutouts since being FC Cincinnati's starting goalie. And you also have Patrick Schultz, Florian's number 1 goalie from this draft. He's had 7 shutouts in the regular season with Columbus this year, and he had 1 in the playoffs against Orlando as well last week when Columbus knocked out Orlando on the road. So, and that's the thing. Roman Celentano's only 23 years old. Patrick Schultz, Florian's top goalie's only 22. So this could become a big rivalry. Like, if these goalies continue to play at a high level moving forward in the years to come, we could be seeing Columbus and Cincinnati maybe 5 times in this decade before 2030. It's not unrealistic to think that, because if the coaching continues to perform at a high level, the goalies who are in their 20s, under 25, continue to perform at a high level. It's not unrealistic to think that this could become to the MLS what Ohio State, Michigan is to college football, what Browns, Bengals is to the NFL with the Battle of Ohio, what Lakers, no, I'm not going to go that far with Lakers, Celtics. I'll stop there. But this is, you need to stop there. That's a little, yeah, I'm not going to go that far, but yeah, it is. This could become the rivalry in the MLS, because you got the coaches, the goalies are young enough, 23 and 22, top 2 goalies from the MLS draft, but the star players that are going to be the X factor in this game, MVP Luciano Acosta, 14 goals, 17 assists, 31 points, an attacking midfielder for FC Cincinnati, and Cucho Hernandez, he was just been incredible and uncontainable, unstoppable in these MLS playoffs so far for the Columbus Crew. And, this is the reason this is such a big game, Joey, is I know it's boring to you compared to any Browns news, but the reason this is such a big game, winner of this gets home field in the MLS Cup next Saturday. And it's the 2 teams in the state of Ohio. And I told you, if this was the Eastern Conference Finals, this would be by far and away the most interesting game in the entirety of the MLS playoffs. So, with that being said, I have to think Cincinnati's going to win, but I'll read some of the predictions from the MLS soccer staff because this is going to take place at TQL Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio. And winner of this is going to have home field in the MLS Cup next Saturday. So Cincinnati's getting Obaniwa Nwabodo back at midfielder, but they're still not going to have their center back of the year, Matt Miazga, who's going to be out. He got suspended for 3 games. He's going to be out for this game. He might be back for the MLS Cup next Saturday, but he's going to be out for this game. And, you know, most of the experts, Tony Cherchi has Cincinnati winning. Miguel Gallardo, MLS season pass analyst, has Columbus winning. I mean, Cucho Hernandez has been fire in these playoffs. You also have Diego Rossi. You also have Christian Ramirez. There's just too much firepower for FC Cincinnati to stop. David Gass from Extra Time has FC Cincinnati winning. Sacha Kleshtan, MLS season pass analyst, has Cincinnati winning. Even though I think they'll play counterattack, they're playing at home. Columbus will control the game, have more possession, but I think the tight game, Cincinnati, they're going to win 1-0, and Acosta's going to score the goal. Kaylin Kyle of MLS season pass, she had Cincinnati winning the whole thing. Pat Noonan won Coach of the Year. Jamie Macias has the Crew pulling the upset. Andrew Wiebe, the Adam Schefter of MLS panelists, has the Columbus Crew winning this game in an upset. Bradley Wright Phillips, former striker on the New York Red Bulls, has the Crew pulling the upset. He's now an MLS past season analyst. And it's going to be a derby match. Cincinnati and Columbus, they both have big fan bases. It's the Browns ownership versus the Bengals ownership. The 2 youngest goalies from the MLS Super Draft, they're both going to be key today. And the star players, Cucho Hernandez for FC Cincinnati at striker and Luciano Acosta at attacking midfielder for FC Cincinnati. So I just don't know. I'm
going to go into that, what you just said there. It's the Browns owner against the Bengals owner. The two teams that a lot of people thought before the season could possibly be the top 2 teams in the AFC North against what most people thought possibly would be the 2 best teams in Major League Soccer this year. The same 2 guys own both teams. And if everybody stays healthy on all 4 of those teams, which the way this year is gone, who knows how that's going to turn out.
Here's the thing, and everybody who says FC Cincinnati has no affiliation to the Bengals, here's the thing. When FC Cincinnati became an expansion franchise, Mike Brown and some of the minority owners put together Series A funding to make sure FC Cincinnati got an MLS team. So that means the Bengals are technically owners of FC Cincinnati. Even if they're not the majority owner of the team, they are technically owners or have a minority stake in ownership of the team because they put together the Series A funding to make Cincinnati an MLS team. And because of Art Modell, Columbus couldn't relocate. Not because Haslam saved Columbus, because there's a clause in the Ohio that prevents an Ohio team from relocating out of the state of Ohio thanks to Art Modell. It's called Rule 9.26 or something 9.27, also known as the Art Modell Rule, which prevents a team from relocating out of the state of Ohio. Because that and Haslam buying the team were the 2 things that kept the Crew from relocating to Austin, Texas. And a few years ago when the Crew... Go ahead.
And here's the thing, that, what I was saying basically was, we're not just looking at a rivalry between football teams and soccer teams. We're looking at rivalry between the owners. And ownership rivalry, those can get fun. So if this keeps going between the Bengals and Browns keep up with these 2 soccer teams, that owner rivalry gets really fun really quick.
And both teams have the top 2 goalies from the 2022 MLS Super Draft. Roman Celentano, he started as a rookie. He was 3rd on my board behind Oseni Buda and Theo Colum. He started as a rookie during the midseason and then took the goalie job into the MLS playoffs with 7 shutouts his rookie year after not being the starter until May or June. And then this year, he had 13 shutouts, which was second most in the entire league. But part of that's due to Cincinnati having a really strong back line. Their center back is still suspended. But Florian's number one goalie was Patrick Schultz. Patrick Schultz played at a smaller school in St. Louis. Now, he is a year younger than Roman Celentano. Despite being a first-year starter on the Columbus Crew, he did do well on the Columbus Crew 2 minor league team as a rookie, taking them to the championship game where they lost to St. Louis City 2. And then this year, he won the goalie job in training camp, the starting goalie job, and he's ran with it since. So not only do we have the owners of the Bengals and Browns, we have the two youngest goalies from the MLS Super Draft playing in this game. So if those goalies continue to perform at a high level, this could become a yearly thing, Joey, with 22 and 23-year-old goalies that are stable. All you have to do is reload your defense, your midfield, and your forwards for the next 10 or 15 years while keeping your goalies under contract. And you've got yourself a contender as long as your goalie's healthy, Joey. That's it. I mean, the hard part of building a team from the ground up is getting the goalie.
You got two billionaires competing against each other with two of the best young goalies in soccer and two of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL. And yes, I don't mean Deshaun Watson. I'm talking Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
That's the...
Not even a chuckle? Not even a chuckle.
I mean, Roman Celentano's 23 and Patrick Schultz 22. Roman Celentano is 6'3", 200 pounds. Patrick Schultz, 6'5", 200 pounds. 22-year-old goalie out of St. Louis. Roman Celentano, 6'3", 200 pounds. Goalie out of Indiana. Took Indiana to the championship game where they lost to Marshall back in 2020 during COVID when the Columbus Crew won the MLS Cup. Because my favorite Eastern Conference Finals prior to this year was Columbus versus New England, because it had my two favorite all-time MLS coaches, Bruce Arena from his days with the LA Galaxy and Caleb Porter, the coach who took a photo with me at the MLS draft, who was amazing in college soccer at Akron before I really got into college soccer in the MLS. So, I think this is probably the best Eastern Conference Finals matchup in the 27-year history of Major League Soccer. And I've only watched the MLS for 22 or 23 of those years, dating back to 2000. That's the earliest I watched the MLS. So, so this is going to be a really fun rivalry. And I think we could see this. I think we could see this happening. I think we could see these two teams, because Philadelphia's window is going to end once Andre Blake retires, unless Holden Trent really takes a leap next year in MLS Next. Had 0 shutouts and 5 starts after being the Union's first-round pick. So unless he takes a massive leap in year 2, I mean, the Union's window to win an MLS Cup might be closing, because the Union, we're not taking anything away from the Philadelphia Union and Orlando City SC. Both of those teams kept their opponents scoreless for 100 minutes. That's how competitive the East was, Joey. Cincinnati beat Orlando 2-0, didn't score until the 105th minute. Philadelphia and Columbus was 0-0. That game was scoreless until the 106th minute in overtime. And there's only 90 minutes of soccer before overtime happens, including stoppage time. But yeah, that should say a lot about Orlando and Philadelphia. Even though those teams came up short, they have nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, they just got outplayed in overtime. They kept things scoreless for 90 minutes. Breaks just didn't go their way at the end of the game. Nothing to be ashamed of in that respect. But here we are. We have the hell is real rivalry. We have 5 people picking Columbus, and we have 4 people picking Columbus, and we have 5 people picking FC Cincinnati. I'm going to take FC Cincinnati because of the crowd, because of the home field. But this is such an evenly matched Eastern Conference Finals that I honestly think whoever wins this game is going to dethrone the Western Conference champion next Saturday in the MLS Cup, Joey. I think these are the 2 best teams in the league. I'm aware that LAFC is the defending MLS Cup champions. I'm aware they're in the Western Conference Finals, but they did lose their center back to FC Dallas in the offseason. And I think going on the road into one of these stadiums in Ohio is going to be a much different animal than going on the road to Philadelphia last year. And they lost their goalie to an injury in that game, and they still won the MLS Cup in penalty kicks. So I give LAFC credit for that. But LAFC, they pretty much built their team through free agency rather than the super draft. So it's hard for me to root for them as a fan because I'm not really familiar with any of the players on their team. But hey, we'll get to that game now. Who do you like in this one, Joey? Columbus or FC Cincinnati? I think it's going to be a 1-goal game, either a 1-0 game or a 3-2 game that comes down to a nail-biter at the end. I'm taking Cincinnati to win, but I think this could go either way.
During the preseason, so I'm going to stick with Columbus. I mean, I picked in the preseason, they've gotten this far. Okay. Let's just keep riding the horse.
I think I had Cincinnati and Austin FC in my preseason. No, I had Philadelphia and Austin FC in my MLS Cup, but I said if the FC Cincinnati got by Philadelphia, they would be the team to beat in the East. So I'm going to go with FC Cincinnati. Joey's preseason pick was Columbus versus Austin, with Columbus winning. Austin finished in the bottom 5, but that's neither here or there. We're going to talk about the other team in Texas, the Houston Dynamo FC versus the LAFC. I don't think this matchup is as exciting, Joey, but, looking at this matchup, there are some storylines here. I mean, there are some storylines here. Looking at LAFC and Houston, I know that at Columbus FC Cincinnati is a great game, but I want to talk about LAFC and Houston now before we pivot into some of the College Cup news and the rankings. But yeah, Houston's going to go to LAFC today. I think LAFC is probably going to win this game, but I am rooting for Houston as a fan, and it kind of sucks for Ben Olsen, former MLS. Ben Olsen had a 11-year career with DC United in the MLS. Then after he retired, he became the interim head coach. Like right after he retired, he became the interim head coach of the team he spent 11 years on. Then he was the head coach of DC United for 10 years. And then he got fired at the end of the 2020 season. And then Houston Dynamo, who had the 5th worst record last year, took a flyer on Ben Olsen. Here they are in the Western Conference Finals. And here's the thing. Ben Olsen was not one of the 3 nominees for head coach of the year. Pat Noonan, Wilfred Nancy on Columbus, and Cincinnati were 2 of the nominees. The 3rd nominee was the head coach on St. Louis City FC because they had the number 1 seed in the Western Conference as an expansion team. So Ben Olsen, he took the 5th worst team in the league to the Western Conference Finals in his first year. He never took DC. I think he took DC United to maybe a 1 conference finals appearance. But, he's never been to the MLS Cup as a coach. He won 2 MLS Cups as a player in 99 and in 2004 after joining DC United in 1998 as a rookie. So Ben Olsen, he's got this massive chip on his shoulder here. I mean, and look, he had an incredible season with Houston. To go from the 5th worst team in the MLS and to take them to the Western Conference Finals in your first year as a head coach, that is a phenomenal accomplishment, especially for a team that traded out of the first round constantly for allocation money in the MLS draft last year. I figured Houston would be one of the worst teams in the league, and Ben Olsen pretty much got them to the Western Conference Finals. So how can Houston win this game? I think Ben Olsen has to come up with the game plan of the century. Center back Ethan Bartlow, who was my number 2 player in the 2021 MLS draft, he fell to the Dynamo at 6. He's one of the regular starters along with Daniel Ferreira, the first pick in the draft on Austin, who's still starting 3 years later. Ethan Bartlow is going to have to play the best game of his career for Houston to steal this. I mean, LAFC still has all of their core guys on offense from last year's MLS Cup team back. I'm not saying Ethan Bartlow can't do it, but he is going to have to play the best game of his entire MLS career today. Ben Olsen's going to have to come up with a heck of a game plan. And LAFC, you're going to have to BMO Stadium. Is that where LAFC plays, or is that? Yes, that's in Los Angeles. That's where LAFC plays. It's right by Memorial Coliseum, actually. So you're going to have to take the LA crowd out of this game. You're going to have to score first. Ethan Bartlow's going to have a heck of a his career game as center back, and Ben Olsen's going to have a career game as head coach. putting up the game plan of the century. That's the blueprint for the Dynamo to steal this game on the road. I mean, I'm not saying they can't do it. Honestly, Houston versus I would rather see Houston versus one of the Ohio teams in the MLS Cup. I just don't think it's going to happen. I like LAFC in this one. I think the defending MLS Cup champions win this pretty handily, and they went on the road and beat Seattle. We both said that they were going to have trouble beating Seattle in Lumen Field, and they did it. And St. Louis is out of the playoffs, so thanks to Sporting Kansas City, and Houston knocked out Sporting Kansas City. So, I mean, Houston had the luxury of not playing one of the three best teams in the Western Conference. They didn't have to play St. Louis. They didn't have to play Seattle. Now they play LAFC. LAFC should win this game. There's just too much talent. Kayla and Kyle did pick Houston to pull the upset. Everybody else at MLS is everybody else on the MLS is picking the defending Cup champions, LAFC. I mean, BetMGM, FC Cincinnati and LAFC were the two odds-on favorites at the start of the playoffs to meet in the MLS Cup, and they're both still in this tournament. So I like LAFC to win at home. I hope Houston wins on the road, but because they have one player I'm familiar with in Bartlow, but I just don't think they're going to pull it off. LAFC, they beat Vancouver in both games by multiple goals. They beat Seattle by a goal on the road at Lumen Field and took the crowd out of that game. Which, if you can go into Seattle and take the crowd out of Lumen Field, you have a really good sports team, whether it's an MLS or NFL team, Joey. If you can go into Lumen Field, Seattle, and take that crowd out of the game, make them completely silent, completely mute, you have a heck of a team, Joey. That's just the reality of the situation. So, I think LAFC is going to win. Do you think Houston and Ben Olsen have a prayer in this one? I don't think this is as interesting as the Eastern Conference Finals, but hey, do you think Houston has a prayer in this matchup? Because I think LAFC is going to win this pretty convincingly, 2-0. I mean, I'd like to see Houston win. I mean, Ben Olsen was a great MLS player. He won 2 cups. He deserves a chance to compete in an MLS Cup as a coach and he'll get it if he takes care of LAFC today on the road. But I just don't know if they can pull it off. Houston, I just don't think they're as good. I think LAFC is just the better overall team, unfortunately, Joey. I mean, you got anything you want to add to that? If you don't have anything else, I'll get to the College Cup games in college soccer, and then we'll get into the outside linebacker rankings. I appreciate you being patient with me.
I had muted this thing, but for some reason I didn't unmute, so I had to do it again. But yeah, to your question, yes, of course they have a prayer. They got to where they are. Yeah, they didn't get to where they are by luck. So of course they have a prayer. Is it likely? Probably not. But do they have a prayer? Absolutely. Absolutely they do.
All right. So we'll get to the men's. We got men's soccer and women's soccer updates. I'll get to the men's soccer and then we'll get to the women's soccer updates for the College Cup. But yes, quarterfinals for men's soccer begins at 2 p.m. Eastern today. First game today is going to feature Loyola Marymount and West Virginia. A first-time Elite Eight performance for both colleges, as Loyola Marymount has never been to the Elite Eight. Neither is West Virginia. Loyola Marymount got some good defenders through the transfer portal, but I like West Virginia. Every team in the top 16 outside of West Virginia lost the round of 32 in West Virginia's bracket. But it's not just the fact that West Virginia is a talented team. The message their coach is sending. The West Virginia's head coach believes they can make the championship game next Monday, that they can win in the semifinals of the College Cup, and that they could be playing for the championship next Monday. Marcus Calderia, the number 1 pick in my MLS mock draft, believes West Virginia is as good as any team in the country. So You know, with West Virginia having that much confidence, I just don't see them losing at home to a team ranked outside of the top 16. As great as Loyola Marymount's underdog story has been, going from winning in the round of 48 to knocking off 7-seed UCLA to knocking out a James Madison team that beat both Pittsburgh and Georgetown on the road, which is very impressive. You beat an ACC team like Pitt on the road. You beat the top seed in this bracket in Georgetown on the road in Washington, D.C. Very impressive achievement. So you'd think James Madison would beat Loyola Marymount, but Loyola Marymount ends up beating them. So it sets up a Loyola Marymount versus West Virginia Elite Eight game. And I just don't see West Virginia losing at home. The coach believes this is a championship roster. The players believe this is a championship roster, including their striker, Marcus Calderia. There's simply just too much on the line for the Mountaineers, Joey. I like the Mountaineers 2-0 in this one. I just don't see the Mountaineers losing this game at home. This is the third game in a row the Mountaineers have sold out. And they sold out the game against Marshall in the regular season as well. I just think that West Virginia crowd is going to be vicious today because really, West Virginia doesn't have anything going for them right now. I mean, they did go 8-4. They did go 7-5 in football this year. I'll give them that. Or was it 8-4? I don't remember if they went 7-5 or 8-4. But they weren't in contention for a Big 12 title in football. They were never really in the conversation for that. And I'm not even sure if Bob Huggins is still coaching at West Virginia. But yeah, I don't even know if Bob Huggins took West Virginia to a Final Four. So Bob Huggins coached West Virginia from 2007 to 2023. He made the Final Four twice in 1992 and 2010. So he did lead West Virginia to a Final Four in 2010, but that was really the only Final Four Bob Huggins took West Virginia to. Kind of disappointing when you consider that West Virginia had a few teams. They had like 3 or 4 teams that had the talent to go to the Final Four, and they just came up short in the tournament for college basketball. But with Bob Huggins retiring and West Virginia not really having a professional sports team, and with Marshall losing to Stanford last week, this is really the most exciting thing going on in West Virginia right now. It's college soccer, Joey. So with everything that's on the line, I just can't see the Mountaineers losing at home to Loyola Marymount. I mean, if Loyola Marymount can pull off the upset, they'd be this year's Creighton, this year's small school to make the Final Four. But I simply think West Virginia has too much talent, and they're going to find a way to win this one. I mean, but what a year by Loyola Marymount. I'll give them a brief shout out here. Next game is Oregon State versus North Carolina. This is a little bit more interesting game. I'll get to Indiana, Notre Dame in a second, but I'm going to start with the Oregon State, North Carolina game because this game's at 5 p.m. and Oregon State, they weren't even a top 16 team heading into this tournament. They end up beating Portland in the round of 32, and then they go on the road to Southern Methodist, a team that was ranked number 2 in the polls behind Marshall heading into the conference tournament. And you know what they do to SMU? The Oregon State Beavers run up the score on Southern Methodist with a 7-1 victory in college soccer. Largest blowout I have seen in my lifetime in the College Cup. 7-1. I forgot James Madison scored 10 goals on Penn State a few years ago. But yeah, I mean, Oregon State's striker Logan Farrington had 2 goals, 2 assists against an SMU team with a first round center back and a second round goalie in this year's MLS draft. And Logan Farrington's just been amazing at Oregon State this year. Pac-12 Player of the Year after transferring from Milwaukee, Wisconsin to Oregon State through the transfer portal. And the North Carolina Tar Heels better figure out how to stop Logan Farrington, because if they don't, the Oregon State Beavers might continue their Cinderella run in this year's College Cup. As last year, we almost had 3 ACC teams in the Final Four, but Duke ended up losing to Creighton and Duncan McGuire. North Carolina, to their credit, North Carolina made the ACC title. They took a 1-0 lead on Clemson in the ACC title game and then lost to Clemson in penalty kicks. So to their credit, North Carolina's a really good team, and their goalie has a save percentage of .888. So it's not like North Carolina's terrible, and North Carolina does have a right winger that made round 2 of my MLS mock draft. And that right winger is, I'll quickly pull this up. Their right winger is Quincy Herman, a right winger / midfielder for the North Carolina Tar Heels that leads the Tar Heels in goals this year. So, this.
Here's the thing about this. Here's what makes it really impressive. Okay? The University of Clemson, do you know what their worst sport is? Their worst sport is basketball. Now, that's a lot of schools' best sport. These guys are great athletes. The entire school, everybody in their sport, they are all well coached. Clemson has some of the best coaches all around in college sports at once. If you put all the coaches at every school in one room, Clemson may have at least the top 5.
Yeah, Clemson's playing Stanford. I was hyped up about Marshall winning this game, but Marshall, everybody in the College Cup, there were like 10 people that made brackets for the College Cup this year, Joey. 9 of them took Marshall to win the entire tournament. And I didn't, because no team has won the College Cup as a number 1 seed since North Carolina back in 2011. And Marshall was an incredibly tough bracket, a bracket with Stanford, Clemson, Syracuse. There's a reason I picked Clemson over Indiana at the start of this tournament, Joey. And, we'll get to Indiana and Clemson. I know Clemson's probably the most interesting team left in this tournament, which is probably why you brought them up. I was saving them for last, but it's like, I mean, no, don't. I like that you did. Do not apologize. I love that you took the initiative. So we'll talk about those 2 games. But Indiana plays Notre Dame at 5. Notre Dame barely beat Western Michigan last week. I mean, it was snowing in South Bend, Joey. On Sunday, it was snowing in South Bend. And look, Western Michigan did their very best. I mean, they took Notre Dame to double overtime in the snow and lost 0-0 in penalty kicks. There's no shame in going down like that. You fought that hard. Notre Dame just had the better goalie in Brian Dowd and was able to make the big plays when it mattered. And you lost your goalie, Hunter Morse, to the MLS draft. So there's no shame in playing that hard against a better program in Notre Dame and losing in penalty kicks if you're Western Michigan. I mean, it's hard to beat a team as good as Notre Dame if you keep them scoreless through 90 minutes plus the 2 10-minute overtimes before penalty kicks. I think it's 15 minutes during the College Cup and 10 minutes during the ACC tournament. But, yeah, there's no shame in going down like that.
You live in Pennsylvania. I lived in Ohio for 30 years. There is nothing. And I played 3 sports, coached 4. There is nothing more miserable sounding than playing soccer in a snowstorm.
I had to go to a soccer game in a snowstorm, Joey. You're right. I went to the Pitt Northern Illinois college soccer game in a snowstorm. Northern Illinois scored a goal like 2 minutes in. The crowd was pissed off. And then Pitt rallied and won that game 5-2. It was 6-degree weather at Ambrose Serbotic Field where the Pitt Panthers play soccer. It was 6 degrees, Joey. And this was on a Sunday during NFL season. So this was before I interviewed Valentin Noel leading up to the 2022 MLS draft. But yeah, it's like I went into a soccer game in 6-degree weather to watch the game because the games aren't available on television. If they were available on television, I wouldn't pay to go watch soccer. But I've witnessed the peak of Pitt soccer when they beat Portland in double overtime last year in the Elite Eight, where there were like 10,000 people in that Pitt State soccer stadium because when Pitt made the Final Four in 2020, nobody went to the games because of COVID, because the COVID outbreak. Nobody could attend the games. So there was no crowd when Pitt made that first Final Four. The crowd when Pitt played Portland, Florian's favorite team, was insane. I mean, It is. Valentin Noel scored the game-winning goal, but that was just an incredible game. That was 30-degree weather, though. That was far more bearable than the 6-degree weather. And here's the thing. If you live in a city where it's insanely cold, or a state like Pennsylvania or Ohio, that is going to prepare you for a place like Mobile, Alabama, because the worst weather you'll get in Mobile, Alabama is 40-degree weather with it raining. In Ohio and Pennsylvania, you have 30-degree sporting events in November. And that goes for a bulk of the Midwest, Joey, whether it's Michigan, Indiana, Illinois. A bulk of the games in those Midwest and Northeast states are 30-degree weather and are insanely cold. So what's the weather going to be like in Notre Dame today? That's what I'd like to look up before I pick my winner for this game, because Brian Dowd is both the Notre Dame goalie and the Notre Dame punter on the football team. At least that's what his profile says. I pulled up Brian Dowd, Notre Dame, and it shows a soccer profile and a football profile and it's the same guy, same high school. It's the same guy. So two-sport athlete. And here's the thing. Brandon Aubrey was the center back at Notre Dame. I had him as my number one player at one point in my 2017 MLS draft. He fell to Toronto, second to last pick in round one, ended up failing in the MLS, but he ended up succeeding in the NFL, and he hasn't missed a field goal yet this year. So, Brian Dowd could be one of these guys that plays professionally in the NFL or the MLS. Really, because he's a punter on the Notre Dame football team and a goalie, which I don't think I've ever seen that combination. I've seen two-sport athletes, Joey, but I don't think I've ever seen the punter-goalie combination in my lifetime, Joey. That's just a really bizarre combination. It's a unique combination, but it's also bizarre. One.
It really is a weird combination, but, I think through all sports this year that I've been watching, there have been a lot of weird combinations this year, so I'm just going to sit back, and at this point, it's like some of the research I'm doing now as we're going over this, I'm noticing more weird stuff. So we're just going to sit back and let the weirdness go, and we're going to enjoy it.
Ooh. Yeah, right now it is 3 degrees in South Bend. It is going to be 5 degrees at kickoff. So no snow. Indiana does not have to deal with the snow like Western Michigan did, but they are going to be playing in 5-degree weather. That's going to be colder than the Pitt game I attended against Northern Illinois, where Pitt beat Northern Illinois 5-2 after Northern Illinois scored in the first minute of the game. So,
and here's the irony. I'm walking down Beach Boulevard in Jacksonville, Florida, in a short-sleeve shorts. I just did a 1-mile run, and it's 73 degrees, rainy, and muggy. And there you're talking about 3 degrees up there where I used to hang out, up in the north. So it kind of made me feel a little bit better about my choice and living situation at the moment. So thank you.
No problem. But Notre Dame, they had that snowy game against Western Michigan. I think it was 21 degrees last week. It's going to be 5 degrees today. Do you think that's going to affect Indiana on the road? I mean, this is a Midwest. This is a team in the Northeast as well. I think Notre Dame and Indiana are both in the state of Indiana. And whoever wins that game, I think, will play Clemson for the title. I do. I'm picking. It's not that I don't think North Carolina can't win, but Notre Dame was the top seed in the ACC tournament before they ended up losing to Clemson in these. No, they lost to Louisville. They lost to Louisville, who beat Pitt in overtime. So Notre Dame lost to a Louisville team that beat Pitt in overtime, a game I went to in person earlier this year, 3-0, but they have not lost since then, and they've been focused. And Notre Dame and Indiana are both soccer powerhouse teams. It's not that North Carolina can't beat Notre Dame. I just think Notre Dame has more talent on paper, and whoever comes out of the Oregon State-North Carolina game, I think they're going to lose to the Indiana-Notre Dame team. I think these are the two best teams outside of Clemson and Stanford in the entire tournament.
Well, I'm not going to dismiss that, but the thing is, it is definitely going to be more difficult. There's a reason that it always, I was doing some because I found it odd that the Browns were going to stay on that side of the country. And then I saw the weather report, and it makes sense because, when you have, if you go back to that end of the country, you're going to be cold, you're going to be practicing cold, you're going to be doing everything in the cold for a week. And then you try to go and do it all in the heat, your body takes the temperature. So is it going to be more difficult to play a game if you are practicing in warm weather than you have to go play in cold weather? Absolutely. I've done it before. It sucks. Your body gets used to a certain temperature, a certain way of the environment, a certain environment, the way you're doing things. And so, yeah, in that respect, absolutely. That is, but that's just one example, I'm sure. And the only reason I brought that up because it's most recent. We've seen it happen hundreds of times in the past where teams decide to stay where the environment's going to be more conducive to what they're going to be playing in. But
these teams played back on August 24th. It was a 1-1 tie in South Bend, and it was rainy. So these teams played each other in the rain back on August 24th, and the weather for that game was 63 degrees at the time, or maybe it was 73 degrees. I don't know. It was in between 60 and 70 degrees, I would think, because that's August. I mean, the attendance for that game was 2,092 people. Every game in the College Cup has sold out except for the Stanford-Clemson game, which, in my opinion, Joey, is the best of the 4 games today. Because these teams have history. Back in 2019, before COVID, during Useni Buddha's freshman year, Stanford knocked off Clemson in Palo Alto when Robbie Robinson won the Herman Trophy before being the number 1 pick in the 2020 MLS draft. So these are teams that have history with each other. First Elite Eight rematch between Clemson and Stanford in 4 years. They also played each other for a College Cup championship, I believe, in 2016 or 2017 during Stanford's three-peat. And Stanford's been Clemson's kryptonite in recent years. But I like Clemson in this game. They have not allowed a goal the entire tournament. That's the thing that allowed Indiana to get to the title game last year, Joey, is Indiana went from the round of 48 to the title game without allowing a goal. Clemson has played with the same momentum, and they faced much tougher competition in the ACC. It's a big reason why I picked Clemson to win the tournament at the start of things, because they're peaking at the right time, just like the 2021 Clemson team. And I think this team's better. Papa Marboy, you called him the Ray Lewis of soccer players. He's playing at an elite level. And if Clemson can beat Stanford, it would mark the first time in all of my years of covering college soccer where the number 1 and number 2 draft pick in my mock draft were playing against each other mano-a-mano in a Final Four matchup. So if West Virginia and Clemson take care of business today, they will meet each other next Friday. As if Notre Dame and North Carolina win, go ahead.
That is something that is really interesting because the last time I can remember the 2 top players in college that were slated to be, in this case, we've been talking about them. They may not be generational talent, but to be top-tier talent to that level, played each other in the championship. The last time I can remember, what was it, 42 years ago? Indiana State, Michigan State in basketball. I mean, it's been a long time since players of that caliber have really met in a championship. You know.
And the College Cup is the championship. It's a neutral site in Louisville, Kentucky this year where the 4 best teams meet on the Friday and then the 2 best teams meet on the Monday. So whoever if let's say Clemson and West Virginia win, that would be the first semifinal at 6 p.m. I think the second semifinal will probably be Notre Dame, North Carolina, because they're both ACC programs and they're both seeded the 3 and 2 seeds. They would probably put that game second, and they'd put the Clemson-West Virginia game first, even though I think the Clemson-West Virginia game could be the better of the 2 matchups with striker Marcus Calderia and defensive center back Papa Marboy. Papa Marboy's only 20 years old. He's a little bit older than Marcus Calderia, but Calderia is a sophomore redshirt at the age of 19, and Calderia is a true sophomore, and Papa Marboy is a true freshman at the age of 20. And Clemson hasn't allowed a goal this entire tournament. I mean, Papa Marboy missed the beginning of the season with injuries, but against Syracuse on the road, 9 interceptions and 6 tackles where he knocked a Syracuse player on their ass. It was at that moment Joey called Papa Marboy the Ray Lewis of soccer players. So if he can beat Marcus Calderia, the top pick in the MLS draft, mano a mano on a national stage in the College Cup. And remember, they upload the College Cup. The College Cup games get re-uploaded to YouTube. The NCAA uploads those games to YouTube. So the scouts will have the tape of that. Every MLS scout will have the Papa Marboy, Marcus Calderia game film. They'll have access to that, even though those two guys won't be at the MLS College Showcase in Phoenix, Arizona, which is slated to be Wednesday through Saturday. So, yeah. I mean, that's why I say there's just a lot going on, and I think we're going to get Clemson and West Virginia. I like Indiana over Notre Dame, but that's a tough game to pick. And Notre Dame could easily win that contest because they're the home team and they're playing in 5-degree weather.
My thing on this, with those two playing each other is, and I think 42 years ago was the last time that I saw it with these two, because talent is so spread. Especially these days. You know, you don't have everything's so spread out, and nobody's really dominant these days. I think the last dominant team was probably women's UConn team back 20-some years ago.
Yep.
So to see these two stars just come together, if they can will their team onto the biggest stage in college soccer, that's a special moment. I'm not saying the results will be the same at the next level, but we're looking at something, but just at a college level.
Because I don't ever remember a game where the number 1 and number 2 picks in the MLS draft played each other in the semifinals or the championship round in college soccer. It's never happened. So,
and my thought is, with these two guys and these two teams, do you think this could be the highest rated game in the history of college soccer?
yes, I do. Yes, because Clemson, they already have a championship. They won the ACC title. They have a big following. West Virginia has a huge following as well. They've sold out more games than any team in college soccer this season. So if they're in Louisville, Kentucky, they might have the most fans in Louisville, Kentucky. It's a neutral field. Some of the ACC teams are going to bring big fan bases as well. But when Marshall won the 2020 College Cup during COVID, Marshall had more fans than Indiana, North Carolina, or Pittsburgh. That really resonated with me, Joey. And maybe I think that will end up being the case. I think West Virginia will have the most fans at the College Cup on Friday in Louisville, Kentucky, if they beat Loyola Marymount at 2 p.m. today. I mean, I'm not saying Stanford can't win. They shut out Marshall, the number 1 seed in the entire tournament, 3-0 in their own stadium. But their best player, Zach Bohanna, did not get a point in that game, and he only played 65 minutes. Zach Bohanna is a projected top 5 pick in this year's MLS draft. He is going to have to get a goal or assist against this Clemson backline and Papa Marboy if he wants to get the Stanford Cardinal back to the College Cup. And remember, I mean, Stanford's 2-0 or 3-0 in their last 3 tournament games against Clemson. Clemson's going to have to get by their kryptonite if they want to make it back to the College Cup with Stanford. Because Stanford beat Clemson in 2016. I think they beat them in 2017 and then 2019 as well.
And I don't think that it takes a genius to figure out from my earlier little spout that I got Clemson going. At this moment, I'd have to say I got Clemson winning the whole darn thing.
I do too. I had Clemson at the start of the tournament. I had Clemson beating Indiana. But I think whoever comes out of that Indiana-Notre Dame game is going to lose to Clemson in the title. Clemson has not given up a goal this entire tournament. They trailed North Carolina 1-0 in the ACC title. They came back, won that game in penalty kicks, and Clemson has not given up a single goal in any of the games they've played so far. And they played a team at home. They went on the road to New Hampshire, who knocked out last year's champion Syracuse, shut them out. And now they play Stanford at home. And this is a team that's had Clemson's number historically over the years. So, yes, Stanford beat Wake Forest. They beat Indiana, and they beat Clemson in 2015. So 2015 championship, Stanford beat Clemson to win their first championship in college soccer with Jeremy Gunn as head coach. And Jeremy Gunn was amazing at Charlotte. He took Charlotte to the championship where they lost to North Carolina in 2011. Then he leaves Charlotte to go to Stanford. Jeremy Gunn helped Stanford three-peat. They beat Clemson, Wake Forest, and Indiana in back-to-back-to-back seasons, Joey. And then they beat Clemson again in 2019. So this is a team that they played Clemson in the tournament in 2015 and 2019. 4 years later, they're playing Stanford, the team that knocked them out of the tournament. They got to get over that hump against Stanford. I think Clemson finally breaks through and gets over the hump against Stanford. But, if Zach Bohanna can make some plays, create some plays for Stanford, they've got a chance. And Stanford's back line was amazing against Marshall. Their back line sucked in the regular season, was inconsistent, I should say. But it's really stepped up in the tournament. And I think Clemson controls their own destiny right now, Joey, because I was one of 10 people, and the only one of 10 people who said Marshall's not going to survive this bracket because of Stanford, because of Clemson, because of Syracuse, because of New Hampshire. Somebody's going to knock them out of the tournament because we haven't seen a number 1 overall seed win the College Cup since North Carolina in 2011. That was the thought process, even though Marshall had an incredibly stacked team. 5 players, 5 upperclassmen in the top 50, and 3 freshmen in the top 10. A really stacked Marshall team. Only lost 2 regular season games for a reason, Joey. Went 18-2 and only lost 2 regular season games the entire year. But they did end up losing to Stanford in the round of 16 last week, which is why we have Stanford Clemson instead of Marshall Clemson. So instead of having to go on the road to Marshall, Clemson gets another home game against Stanford. So,
And that's the fun thing with me being here, because I don't know the history and I don't look at the history. I just look at what's happening now. So I make decisions and predictions on what's happening now while you go through the history and everything. So it's really an interesting dynamic, because sometimes, most of the time, we have a tendency to disagree on something, but every now and then, the situation will come around where we agree on something for completely different reasons.
Yeah, if I were to rank the remaining 8 teams in the tournament, the 5 best teams to win the College Cup, Clemson would be number 1 for me. Indiana would be 2. Notre Dame would be 3 behind Indiana, but could jump up to 2 if they knock out Indiana. And then I would probably put West Virginia at 4 and Stanford at 5. But honestly, you could make an argument for Stanford over West Virginia if they beat Clemson today. You really could. So, but I think West Virginia, Clemson are going to win. I think the other 2 games on the other side of the bracket, because the left side of the bracket is going to have Clemson and Stanford winner versus West Virginia in the Final Four. And then the other side of the bracket's tougher to pick because Oregon State scored 7 goals on SMU, who was the number 2 team in the country prior to the conference tournament play in the regular season. They scored 7 goals on SMU. You can't dismiss the Beavers against North Carolina, even though North Carolina's done amazing this year. And then Indiana Notre Dame feels like a pick'em game because these teams tied back in August when it was raining. And honestly, that could go either way. But I think whoever comes out of that game's playing Clemson in the title and probably losing to Clemson. That's just my verdict, Joey. And I think we're on the same page there. But we're on the same page for different reasons. All right. Last topic I'm going to Last topic I'm going to get to before the outside linebacker rankings is women's soccer. This will be the first women's soccer championship with 2 0-loss teams in the title. Stanford upset BYU, who was a higher seed than Stanford, and Florida State, the Lady Seminoles beat Clemson in women's soccer. So it's going to be Florida State versus Stanford for the women's soccer championship on Monday night. It'll be the first women's soccer title where 2-0 loss teams have met in the national title ever. And it's on at 6 p.m. on ESPNU. So you can watch that game and then flip over to the Jaguars game for Monday Night Football. So that's kind of convenient. And I'm probably going to watch it because I just think the idea of 2-0 loss teams in any sport playing for a national title is compelling enough to tune in. Like, if both teams had one loss or neither team was undefeated, I probably wouldn't care. Both teams have 0 losses. I do like the Lady Seminoles to beat the Lady Cardinal, but, you know, I at Stanford, they did beat BYU, who was a higher seeded team than them in the Final Four, and you can't dismiss Stanford. I honestly don't know who's going to win, but Florida State's just continued to be one of the more dominant powerhouse teams in women's soccer. And if Florida State falls short in today's ASCC championship, I think the Florida State women's soccer team will make sure to bring back a trophy to the Florida State athletic department this week. So very interesting stuff there. I'm going to take Florida State over Stanford, but I honestly don't know who's going to win that game. I do not. I checked in on the ESPNU. I saw that BYU was losing 2-0 to Stanford, despite being the 1 seed, Stanford being the 2 seed in their bracket. And I was really confused by that. So I was flipping back and forth between the Pac-12 title and women's soccer on ESPNU. So there's that update. On that note, we're going to get set to break down the outside linebacker rankings. So we got 15 outside linebackers today, and we'll have more soccer updates next week. We got the College Cup, the MLS College Showcase list of 44 players is going to be out on Monday with the MLS Combine starting Wednesday. So we'll have that plus College Cup action in men's soccer, and we'll reveal whether Florida State or Stanford finished the women's soccer season without a loss. So we got a lot of storylines in soccer in the coming days. But let's get into these NFL draft rankings for the outside linebackers. My number 1 outside linebacker has to be Alabama outside linebacker Dallas Turner. He was the left outside linebacker next to Will Anderson a year ago. He's the right outside linebacker this year. Experience gets both left and right tackles. Doesn't have as many sacks as you'd like, but over 20 quarterback hurries for the Alabama edge rusher this year. You have to think, and Alabama got lucky as hell. But I think Auburn's coaches decided to hand out the Senior Bowl invites before the Iron Bowl. I think that was a bad decision because now that those guys know they have an opportunity to play in the Senior Bowl, it doesn't matter what they do in the Iron Bowl. They're still going to have that opportunity to redeem themselves. But I'm not going to get into an Iron Bowl rant here. I'm just going to point out that Dallas Turner is probably the top outside linebacker in the draft. Some have Dallas Turner as the top edge rusher in the draft. But Dallas Turner is a great pass rusher when he wins one-on-ones. I like Dallas Turner in coverage. He was a liability against Texas. He's a liability against the run versus Texas. He could not stop the run against Texas. And if he cannot stop the run against Mims today and Georgia's left tackle, Alabama's going to be in trouble because Kendall Milton's one of the best running backs in college football. Not necessarily a star running back, but he's one of the better running backs. He's got a really good Georgia offensive line, and they might just run the ball down Alabama's throat today. But yeah, Dallas Turner is my top outside linebacker. What are your thoughts on the Alabama edge rusher 15?
When it comes to Alabama's edge rushers, I think they're a little overrated, but not by much.
Yeah, I think Dallas Turner's a first-round pick, but he's not a top 5 pick. Like, PFN has Dallas Turner 5th overall on their board. That is way too high for somebody who lost a majority of his one-on-ones against Texas right tackle Christian Jones. I mean, Christian Jones was dominating Dallas Turner the same way Darnell Wright dominated Will Anderson Jr. in Tennessee's win over Alabama last year. So I can't sit here and say Dallas Turner's a top 5 pick, Joey. I don't think he's a top 5 pick. Even though PFN has him at 5 on their board, I would not pick him in the top 5 personally. I do think he's a top 15, top 20 player, but I'm not sure if he's closer to the top 15 or the top 20. But he is my top outside linebacker for now. And, I mean, he's a guy with the body and the size to play 43 outside linebacker as well as 34. He can put his hand in the dirt, but I just think he's a better scheme-fitted outside linebacker due to his coverage ability, Joey. That's my big caveat with Dallas Turner.
My big problem with Dallas Turner is I think I don't like his coverage. I think he is more of a pass rush specialist who can make plays beyond the line of scrimmage. But I don't think he's good enough at that to be, like you said, in that top 5 conversation. Maybe top 10. Maybe I think his better position in the draft would be 7 through 10. But I do not see that top 5 overall. I don't think he's good enough to propel into that top 5.
I don't think he's as good as either tackle on Penn State or Notre Dame that's considered a blue chip player. I don't think he's as good as Jared Verse. So that's why I'm a little bit lower on Dallas Turner than the consensus right now, Joey. And I think you're lower on him than I am at the moment, but he should still be a first-round player. The next player on my rankings is Chop Robinson, Penn State edge rusher. He's number 2 on my rankings at the moment, and Chop Robinson has 4.35, 4.45 speed. Really fast, athletic edge rusher. He did get injured against Ohio State, and left the game injured, but he was able to play the next week. So there's not really much of a durability concern with him. But he's like 6'4", 220 pounds. He's 220 pounds. He is going to have to add more muscle. And I think that sort of limits him to a 34 outside linebacker or 43 outside linebacker role. If he were in the 240, 250 range, you could try him at defensive end, but he's only 220 pounds despite his freakish speed. So I think that limits Chop Robinson to an outside linebacker role in the NFL. But he's a very good pass rusher, and he's a prototypical player for a 34 defense. I think he would be an upgrade over Odafe Oweh and the Baltimore Ravens. I really do. I do think highly of Chop Robinson. I think he would be an upgrade over Oweh. There's some other 30.
He's another guy that I see mainly as a pass rusher. More a pure pass rusher than, that big top 10, top 5, maybe top 10 guy. So, I like him. I think he's going to be a really good player in the NFL. I think the pass rushers right now are more, at least first-round guys, are more pure pass rushers than great overall players.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I'm a little bit lower on than you are, because I don't see that overall, guy that's going to, both pass rush and drop.
I think the most complete, the most complete edge rushers, in my opinion, are Laiatu Latu and Jared Verse. Those are the 2 most complete edge rushers. If we take all the DNs and outside linebackers and combine them into one series of rankings, I would argue that Jared Verse and Laiatu Latu are the most complete edge rushers. Like the most complete do-it-all, jack-of-all-trades edges. But again, outside of Verse, I don't see a blue-chip pass rusher at D-end or outside linebacker. So
I don't see a pure pass rusher. I think these guys are pure pass rushers, but I don't see one on the level of Hutchinson a couple years ago as a pure pass rusher. That's what it's going to take to get, for me,
I would take Jared Verse. I would take Jared Verse over Trayvon Walker, but I would not take Jared Verse over Tavon Thibodeau or Aiden Hutchinson for that regard. And look, Verse would be a top 5 edge in any other draft, but in this draft with 2 established left tackles, with Marvin Harrison Jr., with Caleb Williams and Drake May, with Brock Bowers, he slides to 7 or 8, even though he is the most complete defensive player in the draft. Jared Verse, Florida State. So
I can get behind that. I guess what I'm getting at is like if you're not going to be a complete player, what you're good at to get in that top.
I think Jared Verse and Laiatu Latu are the 2 defensive ends that are good against the pass rush and the run. I'd like to see what Laiatu Latu does in coverage a little more frequently, and I know Jared Verse can swat a pass down if he needs to be utilized in coverage as a 43 defensive end. So I feel like he's a jack of all trades defensive end. And with Florida State having a 3rd-string quarterback, Verse is going to be tested today against Louisville. If he can dominate against Louisville in the ACC title, and then he plays Georgia and has a good game despite losing, he could potentially end up in that conversation. Okay, the final.
That's the thing. If you have young trick guys that are not elite, you get an overall guy that shows that he can be elite, and suddenly you got to mix up the top of the draft.
Yeah. Final outside linebacker that made my first round is a guy you've drafted a few times in the group mock. That's Clemson's Barrett Carter. Barrett Carter played Sam linebacker when Trent Simpson was there last year at the weak side with Jeremiah Trotter at the mic. And then this year he's played weak side. And he's got experience at both outside linebacker roles. I know Trent Simpson played all 3 linebacker spots at Clemson in the 43 defense and played a little 34 inside linebacker. I have not watched enough Clemson to say whether or not Barrett Carter can play inside as well as outside, but I put Barrett Carter in the outside linebacker rankings and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. in the middle linebacker rankings, which we're going to get to next Saturday. But I do have Barrett Carter as that final first-round player. He's more of the run-stuffing coverage linebacker, whereas the other 2 linebackers are edge rushers, Chop Robinson and Dallas Turner. So
I think Barrett Carter is one of the most overlooked players in this year's draft. He isn't spectacular. He's not going to be the one that jumps up and wows you, but he very well may be the second best linebacker in this draft. So I think he's somebody that's overlooked. I think he's somebody that people are looking past. But I think he's going to make some team incredibly happy come April.
Yep. And there's one outside linebacker that made the second round of my rankings. It's the edge rusher out of Florida, who a lot of people have in the first round now, but I can't do that. I mean, Florida's been too undisciplined defensively this year to have a first-round player. I do think Princely is probably their highest draft pick for the Florida Gators, but I don't really see a first-round guy in Florida. But Princely Uman Millen from the Florida Gators is probably my number 4 outside linebacker. 6'4", 245, can get up to 250, played in a 34 defense at Florida. Really fast, explosive, twitchy athlete off the edge. But I feel like he's more of a pass rusher. And like you said, some of the edge rushers in this draft are one-dimensional. They only rush the pass. You need to see them improve against the run. You need to see them improve in coverage. I feel like Princely is in that category. He's only a first-year starter, but he looked very athletic and very good. He could sneak into the back end of the first round, but I have a second-round grade on him at the moment, despite his athletic traits on film.
It's like I actually had to find film on him because I never hear anything about him. Never hear anything about him, never see highlights of him. I actually had to look him up.
I don't blame you. I mean, Ian Cummings of Pro Football Network tweeted about him. That's how I heard about him. And then I found out he was one of these preseason risers for the Florida Gators in my Athlon Sports magazine. So I went back and did a little bit more research on him. And I think he's a second round player. If he has a good combine, he could sneak into the first round like Nolan Smith did last year. But I think he's a second round player right now, just based on the limited film that's available.
I think he's a project.
Yeah.
I think he's raw. I think he could drop to the bottom of the second round because his athletic ability is undeniable, but his football skills are incredibly raw.
Yep.
He was been one Florida guy for 2 years. You've heard all about these top prospects. I've heard about wide receivers that are supposed to go in the 5th round before I heard about this guy. Okay? So I'm looking at him, and I'm like, okay, show me what you got. All right, he's a great athlete. What else you got?
Great athlete, great pass rusher. There's nothing else there right now. And Florida was one of the most undisciplined teams in college football this year defensively. So the fact that they have anybody in the top 64 is amazing.
Yeah, he has huge upside. I mean,
I think he can develop into a high-end starter, but I don't think he's a Pro Bowl player. I think he can develop into a high-end starter, but he is a project. And then if you want a Pro Bowl outside linebacker or a linebacker with Pro Bowl upside, you have to take Dallas Turner, Chop Robinson, or Barrett Carter in the first round, depending your defensive scheme. Because I don't see a player that with Pro Bowl upside at outside linebacker outside of those three this year.
Yeah, I would say right now, if we're looking at him right now, I'd say he's a 5th-round prospect, but his upside is so high that a team in the 2nd round could look at him and say, this dude is a star in the making. We're taking him here because we know somebody else is going to take him.
Yep.
And that's the way I see him. Is like his skills right now are 5th round. His athleticism is 1st round. I think he's going to go in the 2nd because there's going to be a defensive line coach or a defensive coordinator that's going to convince his front office and head coach, I'm going to make this guy into a superstar. And he has the potential to be made into a superstar, but he also has the floor to be just another guy who's out of the league.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's take it or leave it on him.
Yep. Final player that I think Princely will be a day one starter due to his athleticism, but he may be a player you start out as a 2-down player and then work into a 3-down player over time. Meaning you have to have good edge rusher depth if you're going to make Princely a day one starter. You're going to have depth at edge rusher. You're going to have a 3rd down pass rusher, or maybe you start him out as a 3rd down pass rusher and work him into the lineup. But either way, he's a player I think you're going to have to ease into the things. Final player in my top 5 outside linebacker rankings is Chris Braswell, Alabama. Does a lot well. He doesn't do anything spectacularly, and his tape is very inconsistent. His tape in 2022 was not good. His tape in 2023 is better. But again, he does everything well. He doesn't do anything spectacularly. And that's really why I have Braswell in the 3rd round right now. You could argue he's a day 3 pick, but one of these outside linebackers is going to get pushed into the 3rd round and pushed into day 2. And right now it's probably Braswell. And these Alabama edge rushers versus Ardarius Mims, Dallas Turner, Braswell, that's going to be a fun matchup today. And then you've got Georgia's returning starter, Georgia having a new starter at left tackle as well, going up against Dallas Turner. But you have Braswell going up against Mims. If Braswell can win some one-on-ones against Mims today, he could boost his stock. But I just see a steady player, not a high upside player, which is why I have him below. But to Braswell's defense, he may have a better chance of being a day 1 starter than Princely. That's how wide open this thing is after the 1st round guys.
Well, my thought on Braswell is simply one of the more frustrating players in this draft. Because I watched one game, I'm like, man, he just makes all the stuff. And then I watched another game, and he completely disappeared. He's on the field. You can tell he's there. I mean, it's not like he didn't disappear per se, but he wasn't making the play. You could tell he was there because you could see him moving, and you really felt his presence. But he wasn't making any plays. He wasn't making any stops. One day he has his nose in the ball. Next day, you don't even have to put a body on him, and he's not making plays. So he didn't disappear, and you could tell he was there because he was in position. He just wasn't making plays. So he is really frustrating to me because when he has a bad game, he shouldn't have a bad game. But like you said, he's unspectacular, which is fine. As long as he gets the job done. But when you're in position to make plays, yet you don't, and then the next game you come out and you make all the plays, and you're still in position, the same position you were the week before. Now I'm wondering, is it effort? Is it a mental block? What's the thought on that? Because this is a guy, one day I say is I see late round production and potential, late first round production potential, and in the next game I see, let's take this guy in the third or fourth round. Which is it? Are you a fourth round prospect or are you a first round prospect? And that usually tells us that he is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Because there is something there that is, you can definitely see he has the potential to be a starter, but there's something that's stopping him from reaching that potential.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is because he plays for Nick Saban. If Nick Saban can't take the best out of you, it's going to be difficult in the NFL.
Yeah, Braswell has enough upside to develop into a solid starter, but he may not be a day one starter. Same with Princely. If you want an outside linebacker that's a day one starter and that has Pro Bowl upside, you pretty much have to pick Dallas Turner, Chop Robinson, or Barrett Carter in the first round. I mean, looking at the fourth round guys, they're like...
I've done like 8-9 mock drafts today for various different teams. And for several teams, I thought about picking, and I'm just like, who am I getting? Which player am I getting? Am I getting the Braswell taking all plays? Am I getting the Braswell that misses the play?
After those top 5 outside linebackers, there are 5 outside linebackers I'm kind of on the fence about. These are guys that I have going in the 4th round. Some of them could develop into NFL starters. I know certain scouts and media members are higher on these guys than others, but these are guys I'm on the fence about. They could be starters or backups. I'm not sure. I haven't seen enough tape yet. But let's start with Missouri's right outside linebacker, Tyron Hopper out of Missouri. I put him at 6. I put Danny Stutzman, the Oklahoma outside linebacker, at 7. Junior Colson, the Michigan outside linebacker, came in at 8. Adisa Isaac, the 43 left end on Penn State, who's 245 pounds, he came in at 9 on our outside linebacker rankings. And rounding out this group is Peyton Wilson, North Carolina State outside linebacker. When he hits hard, Peyton Wilson has moments on tape where he looks like a top 20 pick. But he's also got a lot of injury history and medical concerns that are going to drop him to day 3. So I don't know what to think of these Wilson, but of those 5, Tyron Hopper, Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma, Junior Colson, Michigan, Adisa Isaac, Penn State, and Peyton Wilson, North Carolina State. Of those 5 outside linebackers that I have going in the 4th round, is there a guy in that group that stands out to you, Joey? Because frankly, I haven't seen a player outside of those 5 that stood out on tape.
He's a guy that I really do like, but he's really inconsistent. I think the inconsistent, and I think that flows directly with the inconsistency. you have.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Wilson does stand out, though, as a guy that is, especially the Ravens or a team like that really puts an emphasis on their linebackers. Because I really think that he would draw a lot of interest, maybe in the third round, from one of those guys.
Yeah, because you have Hopper, you have Stutzman, you have Junior Colson, Adisa Isaac, Peyton Wilson. I think Isaac, Wilson, Hopper have gotten Senior Bowl invites. The other guys, we have to wait and see what happens with them. But again, I think it's really early to say what's going to happen with the outside linebacker rankings. Only one fifth-round linebacker, Penn State weak side linebacker Curtis Jacobs. So why does Penn State have three outside linebackers? Their two edge rushers, Chop Robinson and Adisa Isaac, are guys with bodies of outside linebackers in the NFL. And Curtis Jacobs is a natural outside linebacker. So he comes into this as number 11. And then you have two sixth-round outside linebackers. Aaron Casey out of Indiana, player who's taken over that linebacker room in Indiana after Cam Jones left. And then Jalen Green. Jalen Green led the country in sacks before getting injured and missing the James Madison game against Appalachian State. And he is in the 6'5", 6'2", 6'3", 245-pound range, 250 range. So Jalen Green, I think he's more of a 34 outside linebacker than a 43 defensive end. But he places his hand in the dirt, mainly a pass rusher. And then my final two outside linebackers, are Steele Chambers, Ohio State outside linebacker, who had a career-high 12 tackles against Michigan. It was may have been 13. I don't remember if it was 11, 12, or 13, but he had double-digit tackles against Michigan. No, the Ohio State-Michigan full game film still hasn't been uploaded to YouTube. Also, the final guy to crack this list, Luke Reamer, outside linebacker, Nebraska. He was the final player to crack the top 15. So that's the list, Joey. What are your thoughts and analysis on the list? I think the three guys at the top of this list stand out. There's potential with Malay and out of Florida and Braswell out of Alabama to be day one starters, but they're both incredibly raw. It's hit or miss. And then fourth round linebackers are hit or miss as well. You could be getting a high end backup or a low end starter. The odds are you're getting a guy who's going to start out as a backup and work his way into a starting role if he stays healthy and develops. And then rounds 5 through 7, you're looking at backups. So, I mean, that's pretty much the outside linebacker class in a nutshell. There's not much else to say. We only have 10 middle linebackers next week, which is kind of rare because I figured we'd have more middle linebackers. Kind of disappointed by that, but hey, it is what it is. Next week, we're only going to have 10 middle linebackers to scout. And the cornerback rankings will be on December 23rd because December 16th, the Vikings play the Bengals at 1 p.m. Eastern on NFL Network. And December 16th is 3 days away from the MLS mock draft. So what I'm thinking is I'll go through the first round of my MLS mock. We'll go through round 2 if I get through round 1 by 11 a.m., we'll go through round 2. And then 11:30 to 1 p.m., we'll just make NFL predictions and talk about the Heisman race, and then we'll call it a show. But we also have topics like the College Cup as well. So we'll see how we are and where we are on time before I make too much of a decision on that. Because we also have the two teams for midseason report cards. The Cardinals are one of the two teams next week we're going to be breaking down. So there's only 2 more editions of midseason report cards. Today we're breaking down 6 teams later in the show, and then next week we're only breaking down a meager 2 teams. So that's the good news. And then after that's done in 2 weeks, it's basically just going to be the MLS draft and then the 16 NFL games once the College Cup is sort of settled down and once we have a better idea of what's going to happen in the MLS draft. So Next week, we'll have a lot of topics to discuss from 10 to 2:30 before I do the live stream with CG Ruthless, CG Ruthless is going to do a 7-round mock draft next Saturday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm participating in that, and I am doing a live stream for that at 2:30. So we're going to try to finish up this podcast by 2:30 next Saturday, so Joey can enjoy his Saturday, unless he wants to stay and moderate the group mock and evaluate some of the picks on the live stream. We'll see how we feel, and then in 2 weeks, it's going to be the MLS draft. So the quarterback rankings are going to get pushed back to December 23rd, because let's face it, Joey, it's going to be impossible for us to pick 15 NFL games, go through an entire round of the MLS draft, and go through cornerback rankings for college football in 3 hours with an NFL game starting at 1 p.m. on NFL Network, which you're probably going to want to watch if it's Josh Dobbs versus the Bengals. You're probably going to have some interest in watching that as a fan. So I am going to try to make sure the show we do in 2 weeks is over by 1 p.m. Eastern. But, that's just a...
And let's be honest about it. It's like, we know the Bengals season's over.
We do.
Their body language says that they're just playing for next year, trying to get through until Joe Burrow comes back. But at the same time, I do want to see how I do want to see how these guys do, on a national stage without Burrow. Because I do think they have a good defense. I do think they have some good young players. But I want to see how they react after a few weeks without him. So even if they are basically opening up playoff spots for the other AFC North teams, I do think this game will have a lot to say about next year and how the Bengals approach the offseason. So I do think it's an important game, like evaluating the Bengals. Don't you agree?
Yeah. So that's why so next Saturday we'll have a show as normal from 10 to 2:30 p.m. And then I'll do a live stream with CG Ruthless, Colton Edwards from First Round Mock. I did a live stream with William Yanish and Daniel Kelly of First Round Mock, but basically CG Ruthless is putting together a 7-round group mock. He's got 32 different owners. And basically what we're going to do is I'll be on Restream. Colton will be on Restream. Hunter Haas will be on Restream. The person picking for that individual NFL team will be on Restream. And then we'll have a 5th person available if somebody wants to trade up. And if Joey's still on the podcast by then, he can join in and moderate some of the picks and discuss those with me as well. But it's going to be a 7-round mock, and it's going to take place. I'm going to have to do this podcast in the living room with the MLS Cup on. So that's just going to be a lot to handle, a lot to process. And then we get the MLS draft. So that's why we're pushing the cornerback rankings back a week, because I just think doing the MLS draft, the cornerback rankings, and 15 NFL games in 3 hours is too impossible of a task. Even for two sports minds as brilliant as Joey and myself, I just think that's too much for us to process in 3 hours without going on rants or tangents. So I'm pushing the cornerback rankings back till December 23rd, and then the safety rankings will be December 30th with the kicker and punter rankings in the first 2 weeks of January. So yeah, that's why, because I figured if I'm going to do an NMLS mock draft for all 29 teams in the first round, as well as some of the teams that don't have first round picks in the second round, then we're going to have to prioritize that and the 15 NFL games over everything else. And then maybe we can talk about the Heisman at the end of the show next week, as well as the college football, as well as the Heisman, because the Heisman will be awarded on 12/9 next Saturday. So we can reflect on the Heisman winner briefly on 12/16 and debate whether it's the right call. But I'm going to talk about the Thursday night game briefly here. Cowboys, Seahawks. It's in Seattle. It was in Dallas. Shootout. This was an incredible Thursday night game. Dallas and Seattle, they both went back and forth, toe-to-toe, both offenses. And I was watching this game and Star Wars with a friend at the same time, multitasking. But yeah, Dak Prescott was playing out of his mind against Seattle. Seattle got Abraham Lucas back at right tackle, and they were able to put up 35 points. Seattle actually led 21-20 at halftime. And DK Metcalf, he threw, 73-yard touchdown pass from Geno Smith to DK Metcalf on Seattle's opening drive. And this was just one of these games where it went back and forth. It was 30. Seattle led 28-27 after 3 quarters of play. Seattle put together Dallas put together a 75-yard drive. Geno Smith got a rushing touchdown to make it 28-20. Seattle led the entire game for the most part. Geno Smith threw a 3rd touchdown to Metcalf. Aubrey made a field goal. And then Seattle went for a 4th and 1. Dallas made a huge defensive stop. Dak Prescott, he threw a touchdown pass to Jake Ferguson. Dak threw a 2-point conversion to Brandon Cooks. Dallas led 38-35. And then Seattle went 4 and out. Brandon Aubrey made another field goal. And it was 41-35 Cowboys. And I figured the way this game went after Seattle scored that first touchdown, the referees and the sports books wanted Seattle to cover the spread because Dallas was favored by 9.5. The refs wanted Seattle to cover the spread, but they wanted the Cowboys to win. They wanted their fan base to be happy. It was very blatantly obvious by how frequently both teams were penalized. Seattle had 10 penalties, 120 yards. Dallas had 8 penalties for 110 yards. This was the first game I've seen this year on Amazon Prime where both teams had over 100 yards in penalties. And that's a big reason why both teams scored 35 points. So, you can't have that type of game against the 49ers or Eagles in January. You can't. If you give up that many yards and penalties to those teams, you're going to lose. But, Dak...
I'll go one step further than that. If you give up that many penalties, especially if you're giving up the majority of them on offense, you'll lose to any big-time defensive team in the NFL. So you're putting yourself back. And there are some teams, and this is what I've heard a lot of is from people from the Athletics and, independent journalists out there, is that the NFL is turning the corner and going, and the defenses are figuring out the high-profile offense. So if they're turning the corner, you're going back to defense, and you put yourself back, and second or 3rd and 20 or whatever it is, 25. Unless you got Patrick Mahomes doing some Harry Potter magic out there, you're going to be in a tough way. So you cannot, I'll go one step further and say, I don't care if you're AFC or NFC, if you put yourself that far back, especially going into the playoffs, with most these teams are playoff caliber teams, in my opinion, you're looking to lose that game.
Yep.
You cannot do that with these defense.
CeeDee Lamb got an honorable mention, 12 receptions, 17 targets, 116 yards, 1 receiving touchdown. Tyron Smith got an honorable mention. He helped Dallas throw for 299 passing yards, was a staple at left tackle for Dak Prescott. He also helped Dallas get 34 carries, 136 rushing yards, 1 rushing touchdown. But my player of the game was Dak Prescott, 29 for 41, 299 passing yards, 23 rushing yards, 322 total yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks against the Seattle defense that has, because Seattle did something differently. Instead of running a nickel defense, they ran a 34 base defense, and they had Devin Witherspoon playing the number 1 field cornerback role, which Michael Jackson's played all year. And then they had Tariq Woolen playing the boundary, but they also had Kobe Bryant and Michael Jackson rotating at nickel when Seattle decided to deploy 3 corners. So, so that's the thing with Seattle that stood out to me, is they played more of a 34 base defense than a nickel defense against Dallas. So, and Dak Prescott had to deal with Witherspoon locking down Lamb and Woolen locking down Cooks, and he still found a way to overcome this defense. If Dak Prescott avoids turnovers, the Dallas Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. But Dak Prescott basically has to play like he did against Seattle the rest of the season and into the playoffs against teams like San Francisco and Philadelphia. If he does it, Dallas can go on a run as a wild card. And if he doesn't, it's going to be the same old Cowboys narrative, same old people saying the Cowboys can't win in January, and Skip Bayless slamming his fist on the gavel of the table, bitching about how his Dallas Cowboys just can't seem to get the job done when it matters most. So same old story in Dallas if the penalties continue. But Lamb and Dak are playing out of their mind. The offensive line is healthy. There's reason to be optimistic if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. This year more so than ever. So, I get that the 49ers...
And the thing with Dallas, I say Dallas does have to clean up their net because one thing you can say about Dallas, they have not been as disciplined this year as they need to be. And if you play a disciplined defense, especially in the NFL this year, you're going to get be more disciplined. So that's the one big thing I can say Dallas has not been in any of the games I've watched.
I think Deron Bland's going to win defensive player of the year. I mean, he's got 8 interceptions now and 5 pick sixes. If he gets 2 or 3 more picks, I think he'll end up winning defensive player of the year. I think it's going to take 20 sacks for TJ Watt or 20 sacks for Myles Garrett for them to win defensive player of the year over Bland with the season he's had, since he's the record holder for most pick sixes in a season now.
I agree. And here's a stat that I saw for Bland that is just mind-boggling. He has more touchdowns than 5 NFL teams receiving corps combined. Or not combined, but 5, the combined total of 5 NFL receiving corps. Say, Cleveland got like 2, Cleveland, Arizona, and a couple other teams. He has more touchdowns than all 5 of those teams receiving corps combined. That is an unheard of historic number. And if he gets more pick sixes, I don't think there's anybody that's going to be able to beat him for defensive player of the year.
I mean,
quite honestly,
Brian Bayless predicted he will get his 6th pick 6 against the Philadelphia Eagles when Dallas plays Philadelphia in Week 14. And if Deron Bland gets a 6th pick 6 on Jalen Hurts, I think that might be the icing on the cake, unless Watt or Garrett gets 20 sacks. That'll be the icing on the cake for his.
They might actually, one of them might actually have to break the single season sack record to beat him because.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you're looking at somebody who could potentially end the year with more touchdowns as a corner than 1/5 of the NFL teams.
I think Deron Bland could realistically end this season with 11 interceptions and 7 pick sixes. That would be my projection for him at this point. He has 8 interceptions on the year, and he has 5 pick sixes. So my end of the year projection for Bland is 11 interceptions, 7 pick sixes. I think he gets 2 more this year. I don't know when he'll get those 2, but I think he gets 2 more.
And your opinion, would that be the most successful season of any corner in NFL history?
Probably, because he came in for an injured. Remember, Trevon Diggs and Stephon Gilmore were the top 2 corners. Bland had some impressive games as a rookie, and I figured there would be no drop-off without Diggs. But a lot of people were skeptical of the Cowboys once Diggs went down. So now Bland comes in, and he's had an incredible second year to the point where I just don't think Dallas is going to re-sign Gilmore, knowing they've already paid Diggs and knowing they have Bland back next year on a rookie deal for 2 more years. So I just think that's where Dallas is at. But again, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with this defensive player of the year race.
I don't think, Bland is like, people like Bland, but I don't think anybody saw this. I think this came totally.
Deron Bland was a 2022 5th-round pick out of Fresno State. He was a 2022 5th-round pick out of Fresno State. He got some playing time late in the year last year. He had a pick 6 against the Colts as a rookie. But yeah, and then he became the starter from that point forward. I think he had 2 pick 6s against the Colts in the 4th quarter last year as a rookie. And then he became the regular next to Diggs late in the year after Jordan Lewis was dealing with some injuries. But yeah, Seattle was 0 for 3 on fourth down conversions in this game. That's a big reason why they lost. Complete opposite of what we saw in the Pac-12 title game. I'll get to that and the Conference USA title in a second. But, Deron Bland had an interception. It was 28-27. Deron Bland intercepted Geno Smith, and CeeDee Lamb dropped a ball pass on fourth down, which allowed Seattle to retain their 28-27 lead. But Deron Bland intercepts Geno Smith. You've got to score in that situation. But hey, you did enough to win the game, but it was not a pretty win. But when Dak Prescott plays like this, where he has over 300 total yards, no picks, you're going to have a good chance of winning games. I think the only team to beat Dak Prescott when he had over 300 yards and no picks was the Eagles. And he ran out of bounds in the two-point conversion, and they got the fourth down stop where the tight end was short of the end zone. So those stops were the difference in the game for the Eagles. Dallas outplayed them for the most part, but those stops were really the difference in the game, in the first meeting between the Cowboys and Eagles. And, Dallas's next opponent is Philadelphia, coming to Dallas in week 14. We'll see what happens when the Cowboys play the Eagles. Right now, the Eagles are underdogs against San Francisco and Dallas. We'll get to that later in the show, but I want to talk about the conference title games quickly because both Washington and Oregon had more success on fourth down in this game compared to the first meeting, and it was the same score as the first game. Washington 34, Oregon 31. Washington had a 6-minute drive in the fourth quarter that made it 34-24 Washington. And Bo Nix was able to score in like 30 seconds to make it a 3-point game. But, the defense for Oregon couldn't stop Washington. And Washington just found a way to run out the clock, and they're undefeated. They're the Pac-12 champions. So Washington's officially the first Power 5 conference champion. But yeah, Pat McAfee and Corso both have Iowa covering the 22-point spread. Reese Davis has Mercer covering the spread at 33.5. Yeah, Mercer plays South Dakota State in the FCS playoffs. South Dakota State's undefeated this year, and they are 33.5-point favorites versus Mercer. Yeah, I'm not kidding when I say that. That's pretty awesome, though. But yeah, just a lot of college football games on today. The other game in college football that took place, Joey, was the game in the Conference USA. Liberty won the Conference USA title. I forget who they beat. I know I saw the highlights on SportsCenter this morning. They beat New Mexico State 49-35. New Mexico State was 10-3. They made the conference title. And give New Mexico State credit. New Mexico State had Liberty tied through 3 quarters of play. It was 7-7 after 1, 21-21 after 2, 35-35 after 3. But Liberty had the 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. New Mexico had a goose egg. New Mexico State had a goose egg in the fourth quarter. And this is a good New Mexico State football team. This is a New Mexico State team that beat Auburn on the road. Okay, so this is not a pushover by any stretch of the imagination. But Liberty just did more when the game was on the line to win. And Liberty's 13-0. They're your Conference USA champions. And before we get into some of these other college football conference championship games, at 13-0, do the Liberty Flames deserve a New Year's Six bowl game? Yes or no? I mean, Tulane is ranked. Tulane's the highest ranked Power 5 team, but they did lose to Ole Miss at the beginning of the year when Michael Pratt was injured. Had Pratt played that game, they probably beat Ole Miss. But are they more deserving than Tulane, a one-loss Tulane team, undefeated Liberty versus one-loss Tulane? Do you think Liberty's more deserving as a group of 5 team in the New Year's Bowl this year? Because they did go 13-0. I think they're the only team to go 13-0 so far in the group of 5 this year, Joey. Just want your quick thoughts on that before we get into the conference title games. We're going to pick our winners. And
Are they more deserving? more deserving. I don't think they're more deserving, but I think I could go with they are just as deserving.
Yep. And for those wondering why I'm typing on my phone, I'm typing in the time length for each topic, because when we had Jake on a few weeks ago, I had to organize I had to re-listen to the show and then organize the segments. So people just want to listen to Joey and I talk about the NFL draft. They can just go to the 1 hour mark of the podcast on YouTube and just jump straight into the NFL draft content. So that's why I'm bookmarking everything, or marking a time limit or whatever on the topics we have. But let's get into the conference title games here. Conference title predictions. I'm going to bookmark this at 1:52. I don't know the exact time length, but yeah, let's jump straight into this. I'm getting the conference title games in college football updated here. We've got about 8 minutes to pick the noon games. Starting at noon, it is the Big 12 championship, Oklahoma State and Texas. I like the Longhorns over Mike Gundy in this one. So I'm going to say that the Longhorns win this one. And this game's going to be on ABC in a few minutes. I like Texas in this one. And then the other noon game is Miami, Ohio, and Toledo. I like Toledo. Quinyon Mitchell's been amazing. I just don't think Miami, Ohio has an answer for Quinyon Mitchell. This game's going to be at Ford Field. Toledo's only loss came to Illinois on a last-second field goal. If Toledo had beaten Illinois, I think they would be in the group of five conversation with Liberty and Tulane. I really do. So, I mean, those games are both at noon. So I'll be flipping back between ABC and ESPN once the commercials start. Because Oklahoma State versus Texas, I think we both have the Longhorns winning that game. And we both have Toledo winning over Miami, Ohio as well, with Quinyon Mitchell at corner. Player we'll mention on the cornerback rankings 3 weeks from today. So, you think Oklahoma State or Miami, Ohio can win in upsets? Because I think Texas has got this against Oklahoma State. If they were playing Oklahoma, I'd be a little bit worried, but they're playing Oklahoma State, Mike Gundy's team, and I think Toledo beats Miami, Ohio to repeat as MAC champions.
Yeah, I'll get Toledo and
Texas.
I think Oklahoma State has a fair chance of getting an upset in this one. They have a good team. They have a couple good receivers. They got a nice quarterback. I was watching their quarterback the other day, and I think he's a little bit overhyped. He's not as consistent as I would like him to be. But when he gets hot, he can get rolling. So I think Oklahoma State has a shot. I think they have the offensive weapon.
Yep.
But will their quarterback get rolling? Because if he does, they can put up some points on him.
Yeah. So you're taking Texas, but you would not be surprised if Oklahoma State pulled the upset, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm big on Texas, but I was watching Oklahoma State the other day. I mean, their quarterback, he hit some big shots, but also he overthrew some guys. He was
Oklahoma State barely beat BYU. Oklahoma State barely beat BYU. Next game's the Mountain West title. It's Boise State versus UNLV. I think this might be my first upset, Joey. The over-under is 60.5 for this game. A lot of offense expected to take place. I know Boise State's a 2.5-point favorite. I'm taking UNLV. UNLV started a new quarterback this year. They've been red hot this season. And you know what? I'm going to take the Rebels in an upset just for the hell of it.
I'm not big on either of these teams.
It's at Allegiant Stadium. UNLV is the home team, and they're playing in Allegiant Stadium where the Pac-12 title was last night. So imagine having to do the stage crew. Like, imagine being the grounds crew for that.
If that's the case, I'll go with UNLV. I don't think Boise is as good as they have been in previous years.
Neither do I.
I think it's going to be a close game either way.
Yep. Next game is SMU versus Tulane at 4 p.m. Eastern on ABC. I love Tulane in this game. Michael Pratt is going to air it out. He's going to ball out. He's going to have a tremendous day. I like Tulane to beat SMU, Southern Methodist.
Agreed. I don't think there's any question that Tulane should run away with it.
Yeah, but it's not going to be as interesting as the other few 4 p.m. games. You have the Sun Belt Championship, the SWAC Championship featuring Prairie A&M and Florida A&M. I like Florida A&M in that game, even though that is an FCS championship game, FCS conference title. And then the other 4 p.m. game is Appalachian State versus Troy. I did a film cut on both these teams last year. I like Appalachian State as an underdog. I know Troy's a 5-point favorite, Joey, but Appalachian State did beat an undefeated James Madison team on the road. Give me the Appalachian State Mountaineers, the alma mater of Daniel Jeremiah. I like the Mountaineers to come through and defeat the Troy Trojans on the road. Because I did the film cut for this game last year when Troy was the home team. No, wait, Appalachian State was the home team, and Troy ended up losing to Appalachian State. This year, Troy's hosting, but I like Appalachian State over Troy. What about you, Joey?
Yeah, so do I. Appalachian State always has good talent and good coaching. Troy will have, a good season or two.
Troy's favored to win by 5. Troy's favored to win by 5, but Appalachian State got 73% of the fan vote. Most of the college game day experts have Appalachian State winning in an upset. I know Desmond Howard and Pat McAfee do. Their guest took Troy. Lee Corso's taking Appalachian State as well. So I'm just kind of surprised that Troy's favored by 5. Just Georgia plays Alabama.
That makes me think that Vegas is trying to get one over on some people.
Yeah, they are. Oregon was favored by 9.5, and they lost to Washington. This is clearly Vegas baiting and switching to try to make some money.
Yeah, that's the way I see it, because Troy is such a 1 or 2 good years, 3 or 4 bad years, and Appalachian State is consistently one of the better teams. And I don't see Troy this year as good, being as good as they were last year. So, yeah, it's,
Yeah, because when I did that film cut, I did film cuts for Troy and Appalachian State's offensive lines leading up to the draft. And Appalachian State's just one of these teams that reloads in terms of talent. So I do like Appalachian State to win the Sun Belt. SEC title game, Georgia and Alabama. I think Georgia's going to win, but I think it's going to be by a field goal. Alabama's going to keep this game close. Incredibly competitive game, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alabama beat Georgia. If Jalen Milroe can step up at quarterback, the Crimson Tide have a chance to steal the SEC from Georgia. But I am taking the Bulldogs to win. But I think Jalen Milroe's the X factor, because if he has a big game, I do think Alabama steals this game from Georgia. But Georgia's just got incredible defense. It's hard to pick against Georgia right now. Nazir Stackhouse, the 2 middle linebackers on their defense, we're going to mention them next week. They have Lassiter at corner. They got Malachi Starks at safety. I just think there's too much talent on Georgia's defense. It's the best defense Jalen Milroe's faced since facing Texas back in week 2, and there's much more talent in this Georgia defense. And Georgia's just blown opponents out of the water the last few weeks.
Yeah, Alabama this year is not the Alabama we're used to. They don't have the talent. The quarterback situation is that this is probably the worst quarterback they've had in many, many years. The running game isn't there. They don't have a star power on defense. They have a couple nice linebackers.
They've got Dallas Turner and Kool-Aid McKinstry, and they're both first-round players, but they're not the top 5, top 10 stars you're used to seeing from Alabama. You know, like, that's the thing.
He does what he does, gets the best out of everybody. But this year, the talent just isn't there.
Yeah, Alabama's 2 best players are Dallas Turner and Kool-Aid McKinstry. And Kool-Aid McKinstry's a yeah. Yeah.
Championship this year. And I think the playoff picture,
If Georgia,
that game, I think we're going to have 3 of the teams ready to go. I think it's going to be Michigan,
Georgia, Michigan, and Washington.
Georgia,
Those are the top 3 locked in, and then
and one of the other winners today.
it's probably gonna be Texas. It's probably gonna be Florida State, but we'll get to Florida State and we'll get to Michigan. Okay, my closing thoughts on Alabama are this: they have 2 first-round prospects in Dallas Turner and Kool-Aid McKinstry. Terrion Arnold, the other corner. Terrion Arnold's ahead of Kool-Aid McKinstry in Dane Brugler's first mock draft that came out this week. So Dane Brugler has both Alabama corners going in the first round of the draft, and he has Terrion. What, Joey? I'm trying.
You go to the restroom and leave me by my lonesome.
No. I'm saying that
I feel so abandoned.
I'm not trying to abandon anybody here, Joey. I'm just kind of surprised that Kool-Aid McKinstry's not the number 1 corner in Dane Brugler's mock draft. That threw me off. It's kind of like when most people expected Damone Arnett to be the number 1 corner, and Marshawn Lattimore surpassed him. I mean, don't get me wrong. Alabama does have 2 really good corners, but the defense is just going to have the best game of the day, and Jalen Milroe's going to have to out-duel Carson Beck. And Brock Bowers, I just don't think Alabama has. They have Malachi. They've got Malachi.
You still with us, Chris?
Yeah, I'm still with you, Joey. Malachi Moore, Caleb Downs. They're going to have to stop Bowers. I just don't think those safeties can stop Bowers. I don't. And, you know, Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry are the top 2 corners on Alabama. We're not having technical difficulties here. I have not disappeared, Joey. I'm guessing there must be something with your mic because I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, Joey. I'm here. Okay? I shouldn't have to say I'm here 50 times in the live stream. Terrion Arnold's ahead of can you not hear me, Joey?
Some water on the trash can. See what the message was.
Terrion Arnold, I'm here, Joey. Okay? I'm here. I just have the iPad near the computer, and I'm talking into the microphone in the live stream, but I'm here.
No.
I am here. Yes. And I just want...
Did you get a message from Chris from the other world of the universe? Another dimensional plane is...
audio issues. You're talking over me. You're talking no audio issues. Joey, there's no audio.
He might drop out the cat anytime.
There's no audio issues on my end. You're talking over me. It's very rude. It's like you're talking over me. I'm here. Joey, I'm gonna mute. Joey, don't talk over me. Is my
I'm gonna disconnect. Now I'm gonna let Chris do his thing.
No, you're not gonna. I don't want you to disconnect. I'm here. Terrion Arnold's ahead of Kool-Aid McKinstry and Dane Brugler's mock draft. That's something I wanted to mention quickly before you went on your Superman parallel universe tangent. And, okay, disconnected from the meeting, network interruption. So, yeah, there is an audio issue on TalkShoe. I am going to reload this. But, yeah, I do like Georgia over Alabama. Even with the Terry and Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry cornerback tandem, I was kind of surprised by that. But, yeah, just quickly here. Okay, so, yeah, there is some technical difficulties on TalkShoe as far as loading goes. But, yeah. And now my camera's turned off on Restream. So yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here on TalkShoe. I'm still here on Restream. Yeah, but
All right, I am back.
I'm back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm back.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
there was
we don't hear each other.
Okay, so that all right.
Never
Everything's back to normal. So as I was saying, Terry and Arnold's ahead of Kool-Aid McKinstry and Dane Brugler's mock draft. I wanted to mention that quickly because I thought that was a big surprise. And honestly, I don't think either cornerback has an A-plus trait in man zone or press coverage. And maybe they're both first-round corners, but I don't think either guy's an A-plus corner in man zone or press. Neither Alabama corner fits that benchmark, in my opinion. So that's why I'm a little bit lower on the corners in the consensus right now. But, what are your thoughts on that? So that's a big reason why I'm taking Georgia. Is that kind of surprising that Dane Brugler has Terry and Arnold ahead of Kool-Aid McKinstry, both Alabama corners in the first round? I wanted to get your thoughts on that before the audio disconnected us, because I think that's interesting, to say the least.
So do I, because I think Kool-Aid going as high as number 3 overall and as low as into the 20s. So I do find that interesting, because I'm not really too sure,
And neither corner's as good as Patrick Surtain is, in my opinion. And Surtain, I think, fell to 7, 8, 9, or he fell somewhere in the 7 through 11 range, was the first corner off the board in 2021. So, yeah. I'm trying to find the, okay, here we go. College football conference title games. We have 2 at 8 p.m. and then we're done. Louisville, Florida State. We'll start with Iowa, Michigan. We both have Michigan beating Iowa. So that means our top 3 is Georgia, Michigan, Washington. And that leaves one game left, Joey. Florida State versus Louisville. And Florida State's playing a third-string quarterback against Louisville. And they're favored by 1.5. So I'm going to take Louisville in the upset. That's going to be my final upset. So my 3 upsets today are UNLV, Appalachian State, and Louisville. So parlay bet those 3 upsets if you want to win some money on DraftKings or FanDuel, folks. Parlay those 3 upsets in a combo if you want to win some money. But yeah, the MAC Championship and Big 12 Championship are both officially underway. And the reason I'm in my living room is because I can flip between both games. I can flip between Oklahoma, Alabama. I can also flip between Miami, Ohio versus Toledo. And I guess Miami, Ohio is benched. Is Brett Gabbert, Blaine Gabbert's younger brother, starting? No, they replaced him with a dual threat. So Brett Gabbert got benched. Blaine Gabbert's younger brother got benched. So Quinion Mitchell's looked good in man, good in zone coverage for Toledo. And there he makes the tackle on number 0 out of bounds here at Ford Field. So, that's interesting to say the least. But hey, that's our conference title predictions. We get to the midseason report cards, but I'm going to put a bookmark down and 12:11, so that's 2 hour 11-minute mark, and we'll put the Chicago Bears off-season preview or mid-season report cards for the Bears. We have 6 teams we got to go over through on mid-season report cards. So I'm going to pull up the Chicago Bears contracts for 2023 here. And we got the visuals reloaded here on Restream, folks. The Chicago Bears, 4-8 Bears, 4-8 Giants. We kick off our last 6-team midseason report card with 2 4-8 teams. Justin Fields, are the Bears going to keep him? Because I feel like the Bears, they shouldn't give him a 5th-year tender, but they should at least keep him as the backup unless they get another first-round pick. They should. Like, if a team gives you a first-round pick for Fields, I understand trading him, but if you have the number 1 pick, take Caleb Williams and promote Fields to backup, or you can draft Marvin Harrison Jr. and keep Fields as your starter. So what are the Bears going to do with Justin Fields? That's probably the biggest question heading into the offseason. Donta Foreman's a UFA. Nate Peterman's a UFA. I'm not sure why he's still on the damn roster. I mean, this is the same Bears team that cut P.J. Walker and kept Nate Peterman. I mean, Walker hasn't been much better with the Browns, but at the same time, I cannot look past that. I think Tyson Badgett and Justin Fields will be on this roster as backups unless the Bears can get a first for Justin Fields. I think Foreman's gone. I think Herbert, Roshan Johnson, and Travis Homer will be the running backs. Blasingame will be the fullback. You're going to have to replace Equanimeous St. Brown, Darnell Mooney, and Trent Taylor at wide receiver. You have Tyler Scott, you have Velus Jones Jr., but neither one of those 3rd-round picks is an established receiver. You traded Chase Claypool to Miami. You're going to need another weapon to pair with DJ Moore and Cole Met in the passing game. Mainly a day 1 starter, because I'm not sold on Velus Jones or Tyler Scott as a slot receiver. You may want to draft a second receiver as competition for those guys later in the draft. Even if you get Marvin Harrison Jr. at 1, you're going to need that second receiver. And Toledo with a huge 3rd down sack thanks to outstanding coverage by Quinion Mitchell. But it is 95 Culpepper who gets by the center, and then 44 gets by the right tackle off the edge here. He gets by Miami, Ohio's right tackle. And Miami, Ohio's right tackle gave him 3 to 5 seconds, but just great coverage sack there. Quinion Mitchell looked very dominant in both man and press coverage on 3rd down. And Miami, Ohio gains the lead, 3-0 on Toledo. I know I'm a little bit distracted here, but looking at the Bears, Joey, what stands out between the Bears so far? Because right now, I think the first big question with the Bears is what do they do with Justin Fields?
They need that is something they need to figure out, but looking at it right now, without trying to figure that out, I'm looking at...
Because if I get a 3rd first-round pick for Justin Fields, I'll trade it.
They need an offensive tackle.
They do. They do have Braxton Jones back at left tackle. I don't know if they need an offensive tackle. Yeah. Braxton Jones has done well at left tackle since returning from his injury. He got injured in the 2nd game.
It's the right tackle that gets me. And I know we got some...
Darnell Wright, they drafted him 10th overall. Darnell Wright was drafted 10th overall, and he's done well as a rookie. So, I mean...
I forgot about him.
Yeah, he's done really well as a rookie this year. So, I'm not sure if offensive tackle is that big of an issue. It just depends on how much faith you have in Braxton Jones and how much faith you have in Justin Fields, because both of them have missed games with injuries this year. That's really what this comes down to.
It may get me, because I forgot they drafted him, and I think that may come down to the offense has just been so bad that it may be making other players look a little worse than
they do need a center upgrade. Lucas Patrick's been the starting center for the Bears, even though they have Cody Whitehair, even though they're paying Cody Whitehair $14 million. Nate Davis and Tevin Jenkins have been the starting guards. Cody Whitehair is the highest paid player on the Bears offensive line, making 14.1 this year, 13.25 next year, and he's on the bench. Bears starting lineup the last two games has been left tackle Braxton Jones, left guard Tevin Jenkins, center Lucas Patrick, right guard Nate Davis, and right tackle Darnell Wright. So Cody Whitehair is the highest paid offensive lineman on the Bears, and he's not even playing. And he's good enough to play, but he struggled against the Chargers. He gave up a sack to Bosa in Week 8, and he's 31 years old. The Bears can cut him and save about $9,146,000. That's how much they can save if they cut him pre-June 1st. So they can save $9 million if they cut him.
The reason I didn't say center was because I thought they still had Whitehair in there because he is a solid.
Yeah, he's a solid interior lineman. Because in the preseason, the Bears' plan in the preseason was play Nate Davis and Jenkins at guard and move Whitehair from guard to center. But the Bears have stuck with Lucas Patrick at center, and he's making $8 or $9 million less than Whitehair. So, and he's playing over Whitehair. But I don't think he's a serviceable center. I don't think Patrick's a good center. So I think you can replace him in the draft. That's probably the one area they are going to have to replace in the draft, the center spot.
Yeah, center and both guards. I do not like either one of their guards. I think both guards suck. And if their best center is going to be...
I don't think either guard sucks, Joey. I mean, Nate Davis is effective when he's healthy. Nate Davis had a good rookie year, good second year. He's been inconsistent the last 2 years of his rookie deal. He actually, when the Titans had home field, he was healthy. So, I mean, Nate Davis had 3 good years in his rookie deal. Then he sucked in his contract year. Then he gets a 3-year contract at right guard with the Bears. And Tevin Jenkins has 2 years left in his rookie deal. So you can bring in a guard for depth, I guess. But I don't think the Bears are gonna.
Jenkins is upgradable. That's what I mean. Maybe I was a little harsh on Jenkins, but he's upgradable.
I think he's upgradable due to the injury history, not because he's... Jenkins is one of these guys who hasn't stayed healthy. He missed most of his rookie year, he missed most of his sophomore year, and he still dealt with injuries his junior year. Like, when he came back from his sophomore year, he was healthy at the end of the year, and then this year he gets injured again, and I think he's had 4 different injuries in the last 3 years. I liked him coming out of Oklahoma State. I just don't trust him enough to give him an extension after his rookie deal right now. You still have Jatir Carter out of Southern, who I like coming out of college as well. But you're not even playing him. You've got Dan Feeney as the backup right guard.
And here's the thing. Your best ability is your availability. I tell people that at work. I tell people that on here, I tell young players that your best ability is your availability. If you can't play or you're always hurt, you're going to be upgraded. You are expendable.
I think the left guard and center spots. I think left guard and center are both upgradable spots. Honestly, Rayon Strader, a true freshman at corner for Miami, Ohio from Pittsburgh. I'm going to look up that name because he's probably a Whippeal player. Rayon Strader, the Miami, Ohio cornerback. He went to Penn Hills, same high school as Aaron Donald. Go figure. So Miami, Ohio's corner went to the same high school as Aaron Donald, and he's starting for Miami, Ohio right out of the gate. And we mentioned Penn Hills. So he just got injured for Miami, Ohio, but the Bears, they got to upgrade left guard. It's not like an immediate need, but if you can find a left guard in this draft who's more durable than Tevin Jenkins, it saves you the hassle of going through the offensive line. And if you think Olu Fashanu or Joe Alt has a higher ceiling than Braxton Jones, and draft him and move Miller for a pick. you're probably only going to get a 5th, 6th, or 7th round pick since you drafted Braxton Jones in the 5th round. But when Braxton Jones is healthy, he's reliable. So if you move on from Fields, you're looking at Caleb Williams, and because there's really only 2 scenarios the Bears can do with the 1st and 4th pick. It's either scenario A, they move on from Fields and they draft Caleb Williams at 1, and they end up getting I think Marvin Harrison Jr. will go 2nd if they take Caleb at 1 to Arizona, and then the Patriots will get Drake May, and that'll leave the Bears with a tackle at 4. They're picked between Olu Fashanu and Joe Alt. And if the Bears decide, well, we want to keep Justin Fields, give him 1 more year, then they would draft Marvin Harrison Jr. at 1 and a tackle at 4. So either way, it's a win-win situation for the Bears.
Here is what I'm getting out of this. I think the Bears need an upgrade all 3 of their interiors. You say 2.
Well, Nate Davis was good. Nate Davis was good the first 3 years. Joey, for the first 3 years of Nate Davis's...
Chris, let me make my point.
All right.
If they move on at quarterback, as you suggest, then we can safely assume that the problems with the offensive line and the interior were probably the quarterback. If they move on from some interior linemen that keep the quarterback, we can assume that they believe that the problem were the interior offensive line. That was the problem with the quarterback. So what we're looking at a situation where the Bears front office is either going to believe the interior offensive line was the problem, or we're going to believe the quarterback was the problem.
Well, the thing with Nate Davis is that the Bears would only save $500,000 if they cut Nate Davis. They only save $500,000 in 2024. If you cut Nate Davis in 2025 before his 3-year deal is up, you save $9.5 million or $9 million in 2025. You'd save $9.5 million if you cut Nate Davis in 2025. Right now, you have to give him a 2nd year. You have to, because you gave him a 3-year contract, and you'd only save $500,000 if you cut Nate Davis now. And, the thing is, Nate Davis was excellent his first 3 years in Tennessee. He sucked last year, and he sucked this year. That's why you have an issue with him as the right guard moving forward. Because he had 3 good years. Now he's had 2 bad years in a row. 2 years where he's been injury-riddled and he's underperformed. That's really your issue with him. It's not that he's a terrible player. He had 3 really good seasons coming out of Charlotte, started right away as a rookie in the 2019 draft. But he's had, after having 3 really good seasons, he's had 2 really bad seasons.
Yeah, and if you average that out, you're looking at NFL backup. But we can do that. But at the same time, it's really depending right now on what we're talking about and what we think. I can guarantee you the same conversation is going on with the Bears front office. Guaranteed. And one of these pools are going to win out. And whichever one, we're going to find out real quick as to...
Because I think they're going to make an upgrade at center. Or can they make an upgrade at left guard? Okay, Tevin Jenkins only has a dead cap of $865,000. He's making $2.6 million next year. So the Bears can cut Tevin Jenkins and save $1.8 million. If they really want to move on from Jenkins, they can get out of that contract. It's more feasible compared to what you have with Nate Davis, because you're paying Nate Davis $6.9 million this year and then $11.5 million over 2 years. And I agree, paying Nate Davis over $10 million is an overpayment on Chicago's end, but at the same time, when he's healthy, he's a reliable right guard. Top 21 healthy, but also he's very inconsistent, has games where he's a bottom 5 guard in the league as well. But when he's healthy and on top of things, he's a top 20 guard. But he's not a top 20 guard on a consistent basis. He's not consistent enough to make $10 million a year, or more than $11.5 million, which is what he's going to be making. Now, the Bears, they did extend Montez Sweat after trading for him. He's going to be making $25 million a year over the next 4 years. So you're going to have Montez Sweat and DeMarcus Walker. Justin Yannick's going to be available in free agency. Justin Jones is going to be available. Andrew Billings got a team-friendly extension that pays him $3.5 million a year for the next 2 years after this season. Because Billings was in a contract year, but he took a team-friendly deal. So Justin Jones is going to be gone, but I think you can start Gervon Dexter or Pickens next to Billings after developing those two as rookies this season. So I think the Bears are in a very advantageous position on the defensive line, Joey, with DeMarcus Walker and Montez Sweat off the edge. And you still have Dominique Robinson on a rookie deal.
I agree as far as quality, but I was looking at a couple of the contracts for him, and I'm like, man, is that going to hurt your ability to, upgrade elsewhere? Because these are big contracts. I know you can finagle. If you want to sign somebody with no excuse, you're going to sign it. Unless it's like some $100 million quarterback or something. You're going to find a way to make it happen. And even then, you still probably find a way to make it happen. But it just makes me wonder, how far the owner is going to be willing to go to put all those contracts under one roof when it comes to upgrading other positions.
Well, the Bears only have $63,489,000. The Bears cap total is $245,733,799 for next year, and they've spent $182,244,721 on players. So I think they're going to cut. They're going to cut Whitehair to get up to $70 million, and they're going to make one or two big free agent signings, and then they'll probably build the rest of this team through the draft. That's probably the thought process in Chicago.
Yeah, because if they cut Whitehair and cut another guy, then we're looking at, okay, 63 million. I just don't like, I saw the Sweat contract and a couple of those, and I'm like, man, you may only have room to sign one or two big-time guys, and if you plan on extending Fields, which is something we're going to talk about, that we've already
Well, the fifth-year tender, if you don't have to extend Fields. You don't have to extend Fields yet. You can give him a fifth-year tender and be like, look, if you dominate this year like Tua has in year 4, you break out, we'll keep you and extend you. And if you don't, we got the fifth-year tender. And if you want to move on from Fields, you can do that as well and trade him to another team. It really depends on what they want to do with that number 1 pick. Because I think Caleb...
They could do the Giants thing. You saw what the Giants did. I mean, they could do that.
I don't think the Giants are going to do that. I mean, the Giants didn't. You know what the Giants did is they didn't give Daniel Jones a fifth-year tender. Daniel Jones balled out in year 4, gets a contract extension. Now they're stuck with a bad contract. So when Joey says the Bears could do the Giants thing, he's not citing the multiple examples of the directions that organization can go in. But TJ Edwards and Edmonds are going to be back. Jack Sanborn is going to be back. Noah Sewell is going to be back. There's going to be no turnover at linebacker, no turnover on the defensive line. The best player on the secondary, Jalen Johnson, is a UFA after this year. Ryan Poles didn't extend him after not extending Roquan Smith. The Bears couldn't get a deal done for Jalen Johnson. I would just try to figure out what we got to pay Jalen Johnson to keep him and then get one free agent and then build the rest of this team through the draft. I think that's the route you're going to have to go here if you're Chicago. And I'm not surprised if Eddie Jackson refuses to restructure his contract, I would buy him out. Eddie Jackson had a good Monday night game against the Vikings, but I mean, Eddie Jackson, he had the season-ending injury in 2022. He's missed some games in 2023 due to injuries. Eddie Jackson's currently projected to make $18,140,000 next year. I just don't think Eddie Jackson's worth $18 million. And he turns 30 tomorrow. Eddie Jackson turns 30 tomorrow. I would not pay a 30-year-old safety $18 million unless he's a top 5 safety in the league. And I don't think Eddie Jackson's a top 5 safety in the league anymore, Joey. So that's really the thought process. Okay, so you can save $12,560,000 if you cut Eddie Jackson. You can save $12 million against the cap if you cut Eddie Jackson. So if Eddie Jackson refuses a restructure, you got to cut him and you got to cut White. And that would give you approximately $21 million to spend. That would take you up from 63 to 84 million if you cut those two. Just those two players, and you leave the rest of the team as it is. You know, that's got to be the strategy here, Joey, is go in with 63 million.
In a vacuum, some of these trades and signings are just head scratchers as to why they're doing it and how it could benefit. But if you look at it from a wide state, like you're doing, probably sit there with the thing open, looking at the salaries in front of you, and you're looking at that wide scope and how much they got, how much they could have, and how much they can save. Now it looks a little bit different than it would on the surface. So, that does make sense.
And the only UFA the Bears have that they need to re-sign is Jalen Johnson. As much as I like Justin Jones at defensive tackle, you have Dexter and Pickens on rookie deals. Play one of those two with Billings next year. You like Billings enough to extend him. Play one of those two next year and let the other guy develop as a rotational guy for another year. But Jalen Johnson, what is his market value? How much is he going to cost? $17.1 million. So that's how much he's projected to make per year in free agency, $17.1 million. You're paying Eddie Jackson $18.1 million. Cutting Eddie Jackson and Whitehair gives you enough money to extend Jalen Johnson. And then you can give Justin Fields a fifth-year tender if you want to keep him, or you can trade him if you want to draft Caleb Williams or Drake May at 1 with the Panthers pick. So,
and there will be a trade market for him because, as we see this year, with the rate of injuries to quarterbacks, there's speculation that there's going to be a run to get back really good backup.
And Justin Fields grew up in Georgia. Played high school football in Georgia, played his freshman year at Georgia before transferring to Ohio State. There's a lot of speculation that the Falcons would be willing to give up a first-round pick for Justin Fields, and he would replace Desmond Ridder. So I do think that has a possibility of happening. But yeah, that's pretty much the Bears in a nutshell.
Because if we're looking at the supporting cast being the problem for Justin Fields, which has been speculated over the last couple of years, the Falcons have already made supporting cast, a good ready-made supporting cast for the quarterback. So, I mean, if the Falcons believe that's the case, why not give up a first-rounder for them? I mean, a first-rounder to get your guy is never a bad thing, especially in a league where, as we've seen this year, a good starting quarterback's hard to come by, especially if one gets injured.
Yeah, and you could put the fifth-year tender on Fields. You'd have Fields for 2 years. You wouldn't have to extend Fields unless he dominated the first year. And if it doesn't work out for you, you can get Arch Manning or Dante Moore, one of the QBs in 2026, once those contracts expire. So, on that note, I think we've covered the Bears. Let's pivot to the New York Giants, Joey. I just think it's time we move to the Giants. I feel like we've said everything that's needed to be said with the Bears. So let's get to the Giants. All right. Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is only making $15,435,000 this year, but he's going to be making a whopping $47,105,000 next year unless he agrees to a restructure. And you can't buy him out if Daniel Jones is like, "Nah, I'm not restructuring. Knowing that the Giants can't cut him without going over the salary cap, then the Giants are basically stuck with his contract.
I feel bad for their coach.
Yeah.
I still remember Brian DeBall earlier this year, Daniel Jones coming off for his injury, and Brian DeBall just giving him an earful. I mean, I really loved him as a coach, and man, I feel so sorry for him for the crap that front office is making him go through right now.
Well, the Bills assistant GM became the Giants GM and then hired him to be the new head coach. So the Giants would lose $22,210,000 in cap space if they cut Daniel Jones. They would lose $22 million if they cut Daniel Jones. How much cap space do the Giants have in 2024? That's what I'd like to know. Because if they have like 80...
That was my thought. It's like, wouldn't it be better to just cut their losses if they get cap space at this point?
Yeah.
Because
that's what I'm thinking.
Said that he balled out his first year under the ball. I'm like, he really didn't. The ball did a great job of scheming around his weaknesses.
When I said he balled out, what I meant to say is he played well enough to earn an extension in his contract year. That doesn't mean he's a good quarterback. I should have phrased that better. That's on me.
He played well enough to get an extension.
So the Giants have $36 million. The Giants have $36 million to spend. $36 million. $36,541,000. Cutting Daniel Jones costs $22.3 million. You could cut Daniel Jones, but the only money you'd have left is $14 million, and you'd probably have to spend a bulk of that on your draft picks. So, yeah. So you could.
How much would it cost him to do it a year from now? Not this year, but a year from now?
How much would it cost them to cut him in 2025? It would cost the Giants. The Giants would save $19,395,000 in 2025.
So 2025 is their outfit.
Yeah. Unless they want to cut him now and take the cap penalty and then just build the rest, do nothing in free agency and build the rest of the team through the draft. I would advise against that, Joey. I know you would as well. But with this little cap space, with $36 million, you're really only going to have the luxury to give away 1-year contracts, because you got to look at Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year tender. You're looking at maybe Evan Neal getting a 5th-year tender. Who are we kidding? Evan Neal probably gets traded because Evan Neal's had 2 bad years in a row at right tackle. I think he has to break out in year 3 in order to get a 5th-year tender. Like, he just has to play out of his mind. Saquon Barkley's a UFA. I don't think you're going to have enough money to bring back Saquon Barkley. I'll take a look at his market value, because Barkley's probably the most interesting player outside of Daniel Jones. He only has a market value of $6.6 million, and Kim Mayale of CAA Sports is probably going to tell Saquon that he can get $10 million a year. But I don't think she realizes that Saquon's market value is under $7 million due to his 3 injuries in 5 years. That's why his market value is so low right now.
The injuries drive it down, yes, but as far as running backs go, I don't think Saquon is a top 5 back anymore simply because of the injury. And only the top 3 to 5 backs in the NFL get those $10 million contracts.
Yeah, I mean, he got $10 million on the franchise tag this year, but $10,091,000. He didn't get $11 million. Shows the Giants don't really have a lot of confidence in him. Matt Brieda's also a free agent. The 3 returning running backs the Giants have are their draft pick Eric Gray, Gary Brightwell, who beat a contract year, and Jashawn Corbin. But yeah, I mean, Eric Gray's decent pass catcher, nice. The vision's inconsistent, but it's there at times, and he's good. He's fast. I think Eric Gray's a good number 2 back to have, but I think you have to either get another running back in the draft, or you have to, or you have to get a running back in free agency. Paris Campbell is a free agent, as is Sterling Shepard. I think both of those players are gone. Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson and Jalen Hyatt would be my top 3 receivers, with Slayton and Hyatt on the outside and Wan'Dale in the slot. Darren Waller still injured at tight end, but you still have Waller and Bellinger. A 3rd tight end for depth could be added. You really don't have a true number 1 receiver, but if the Giants think Darius Slayton or Wan'Dale can be their number 1 or Hyatt, then keep that as your top 3, but it's like the Giants have lacked a number 1 receiver for so long. It's a big reason why they're a bottom 5 team. You do have Andrew Thomas at left tackle. You have Evan Neal at right tackle back. Mark Lewinsky will be back in his contract year at right guard. Joshua Izudu and John Michael Schmitz can hold it up at left guard and center. I think the Giants are fine with starters on the offensive line, but Ben Bredesen, Shane Lemieux, Justin Pugh, Sean Harlow, Tyre Phillips, Hassenauer are all UFAs, and Matt Part are all UFAs. So the Giants have good starters, but they don't have any depth on the offensive line. So the Giants may be looking at quarterback upgrades if you can get an upgrade over Daniel Jones. If not, just ride with the contract and buy him out in 2025. Barkley, you're going to have to replace Barkley. You're going to have to get a number one receiver, and you're going to need depth on the offensive line. So the Giants have a lot of work to do as far as the offense goes after really surprising everybody and making the playoffs with a weak strength of schedule last year. So that's the thing I'm looking at with the Giants. They traded Leonard Williams away to Seattle. I don't think Azeez Ojulari gets extended. He's had 3 or 4 injuries in the last 2 years, despite being healthy as a rookie. He's had a lot of injuries the last 2 years with the Giants. You did extend Dexter Lawrence at nose tackle. I think you've got to save up some money to extend Thibodeau if he continues to play at a high level. You have Bobby Okereke. Jihad Ward is starting at defensive end along with Ashawn Robinson. And Ashawn Robinson's going to be gone, but you do have Raheem Nunez-Roches, and you do have Carlos Basham if you think one of those guys can play 5 technique. But, the Giants, they run a combination of a 34 and a nickel defense. Adoree Jackson's also going to be a UFA, so you're going to have to get a number 2 corner next to your first-round corner in Deonte Banks. You're going to have to get another corner. Xavier McKinney at strong safety, who's been a steady force for the Giants on defense this year, is also a UFA. That's the only player on this lineup I would actually consider re-signing, Joey. I'm just not sure. There's no market value for Xavier McKinney. That's kind of surprising. And if any of the safeties, whether it be Grant Delpit or Kyle Duggar, hit the market, I think you have to look at maybe upgrading over McKinney. So I can see the thought process in not signing a safety or getting a safety in the draft. I really can. Isaiah Simmons is a UFA after this year. So is Gerard Davis. You're going to need, you have Okereke and McFadden at middle linebacker, but you're going to need another edge rusher next to Thibodeau. I like Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia, but he's just been injured too frequently, and it's at the point where you got to consider upgrading if the opportunity's there. You may have to upgrade at safety and corner. I mean, the Giants are just a mess everywhere. They need at least one defensive lineman, they need another edge next to Thibodeau, another corner next to Darnay, another corner next to Deonte Banks, and they're going to need multiple safeties. I do like Dane Belton. Dane Belton's been solid in relief of at free safety, replacing Julian Love. Dane Belton's been solid at free safety, replacing Julian Love, but it's like you're going to need another safety if McKinney leaves. You're going to need another corner if Adoree Jackson leaves, and you only have $36 million. That's not a lot of money to spend. And they ended up cutting Cade York and replacing him with Randy Bullock. But they do have Graham Gano under contract till 2027. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with the Giants, Joey. But the Giants, they have a lot less cap space than the Bears, and I feel like they have a lot more needs than the Bears. Whereas the Bears can just reload, and if they hit on their 2 top 5 draft picks, they're going to be fine. The Giants, I can't say that about. And here we go. Judge Culpepper, the defensive tackle who had 9 sacks, has been disqualified for targeting in the MAC championship where Miami, Ohio does lead Toledo 3-0. But Judge Culpepper's been disqualified for targeting. So that's just breaking news in the Miami-Toledo game. The Texas-Oklahoma game's on ABC if you had got the TV on. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the Giants? Because I feel like this team, they need help everywhere. They really do. Outside of tight end, I feel like they've got to improve every other area of the team. And even that's an area you could still add depth to because you only have 2 tight ends out under contract in Bellinger and Waller. You could still use a 3rd-string tight end in the 6th or 7th round if the value's there. Tight ends, the Giants just need help everywhere. They just do. It feels like the Giants are one of these teams that needs help everywhere. You could use an upgrade over Daniel Jones. You could use a number 1 running back, number 1 receiver, number 3 tight end, offensive line depth. You need to replace Leonard Williams, who you traded away to Seattle. You need to add an edge rusher next to Thibodeau and get some inside linebacker depth. You need another starting corner next to Deonte Banks. You need a safety next to Dane Belton. And Miami, Ohio just scored after Culpepper got ejected for targeting for Toledo, and the Miami, Ohio Redhawks lead Toledo 10-0 in the MAC title. Texas leads Oklahoma State 14-7 as well. So what are your thoughts on the Giants? Because it just feels like they need help everywhere. We're going to get to the Raiders shortly, Joey. We are.
They're not a good team right now. They don't have talent.
I mean, there's really no other way to put it, because there's not a position where they have stability at and don't need they either lack a premium starter at an important position or they lack depth at a certain position. So the simplest way I can put it is the Giants have stability at kicker with Graham Gano, but they need help everywhere else. That's the simplest way I can put it. All right. So next team, Oren's team, the Raiders. We'll get to them. They're 5-7 right now. They fired their coach. They benched Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo, let's look at his buyout here, because if Aiden O'Connell's going to be your starter, we got to start looking at the buyout for Jimmy Garoppolo. Oof. Jimmy Garoppolo only saves $199,000. Shit, they're stuck with that. So the Raiders would only save $199,000 by cutting Garoppolo. I'm not sure I want to cut him, but at least you can get out of that contract, which is more than you can say about Daniel Jones' contract, Joey. I mean, it's like Daniel Jones, you have to pay $22 million against the cap to get out of that contract. The Raiders would save $199,000 if they bought out Garoppolo. It's not a lot, but do the Raiders actually have the money to get out of that contract? That's the thing I'm looking at with the Raiders. Do they actually have the cap space to get out of that? The Raiders have $53,120,000. So, yeah, the Raiders can buy out Garoppolo. They're in a much favorable position compared to the Giants, where they can cut Garoppolo. They'd only save a meager $199,000, but if the Raiders want a new quarterback, they can do that. The fact that this regime with Antonio Pierce has turned the keys over to Aiden O'Connell, it tells me Garoppolo's time in Las Vegas is going to be done after this year. Josh Jacobs is a UFA. They could re-sign him. I think they're probably going to reload at running back in the draft. Brandon Bolden, Amir Abdullah, all UFAs after this season. Only UFA the Raiders have at receivers, DeAndre Carter. You have Adams, you have Hunter Renfrow, Jacoby Myers, and Trey Tucker. Wide receiver actually is a position the Raiders have stability at. And you have DJ Turner as an ERFA as well. Austin Hooper and Jester Horsted are both going to be gone. Michael Mayer who's took the starting job from Austin Hooper, is going to be your number 1 tight end next year. He could break out in year 2, but you do need depth behind him with both your third string tight end and your starter to begin the year set to be UFAs. Colton Miller, Andre James is going to be a UFA at center. Illuminor is going to be a UFA at right tackle. Greg Van Roten, your backup center, is going to be a UFA. You still have Dylan Parham. Justin Herron's going to be a UFA, your backup right tackle. Thayer Munford Jr., your backup right tackle, backup left tackle, still on his rookie deal. But the Raiders, they did move on from Alec Bars, and they're going to need a guard. The Raiders only have 1, 2, 3. The Raiders only have 4 offensive linemen under contract next year. That's it. Thayer Munford Jr., Dalton Wagner, Dylan Parham, and Colton Miller. So they have stability, they have tackle depth, and they have a blind side in Colton Miller, and you have a good left guard, but not a great left guard in Parham. Parham's one of the top run blocking guards, but he's also one of the bottom 10 pass blocking guards. So it's been year 2 for him, so that's something to keep an eye on. Raiders are going to have to improve the offensive line with only 4 offensive linemen under contract next year. That's a position they're going to have to add more bodies at. You just can't go into next year with only 4 linemen on the roster You have Max Crosby secured. Bilal Nichols is a UFA. John Jenkins is a UFA. You still have Jerry Tillery. And I do like Bilal Nichols. He's been better with the Raiders, but I wouldn't re-sign him at this point. You have Byron Young out of Alabama as a defensive tackle. You can give him a bigger role next year. You have Malcolm Kuntz, who's done a nice job starting next to Max Crosby. Robert Spillane. You have Spillane and Diablo entering contract years in 2024. And you have Luke Masterson, Amari Burney, and Darian Butler all under contract for the Raiders. And you have Kayani Mauga as an ERFA that you can bring back. So the Raiders, they don't have quality depth at linebacker, but they do have depth at linebacker that they can bring back if they want to bring those guys back on cheap team-friendly deals. I'd still consider another linebacker in the draft, as it feels like Burney, Butler, Mauga are all more inside linebackers than outside linebackers, but maybe the Raiders like Burney as a backup to Diablo. I don't know. But they do have a good number of linebackers under contract. So if you don't think there's a good linebacker in the draft, you don't have to reload. The Raiders did cut Marcus Peters earlier this week. They have Nate Hobbs as their number 1 corner, but their number 2 corner, Marcus Peters, got cut. Brandon Facyson was the nickel corner when injured. He has 1 year left in his deal. You can cut him to save cap space. You have Amik Robertson, who's a UFA. Jacorian Bennett, the rookie you draft in the 4th round of Maryland, is going to be your number 2 corner unless you get a corner in the 2nd or 3rd round of the draft. I think corner's probably another area you're going to have to address outside of quarterback. I do like Malcolm Kuntz, but he hasn't dominated, and Tyree Wilson, the guy who took 7th overall over Jalen Carter, hasn't broke out. Daniel Carlson and A.J. Cole are under contract at kicker and punter. You have your long snapper under contract for 3 more years. So the Raiders have some stability at some positions. They have some stability at defensive line and wide receiver and special teams, but they do have to improve the rest of their team. Like the Giants, they do have to improve everywhere else, but they have more stability than the Giants. And if you're confident in Aiden O'Connell, you can make this work. So I'd argue this is a more workable situation than the Giants, but at the same time, can they do... Wow! Quinn Ewers threw a touchdown pass to defensive tackle Tavondre Sweat to give Texas a 20-7 lead. I got to watch the fat guy touchdown here before I get Joey's reaction to the... So Tavondre Sweat, he lines up as a 3rd offensive tackle in a tight end package, and he catches a touchdown as the Texas Longhorns get the classic fat guy touchdown from their defensive tackle to go up 20-7.
I could see Sweat in my imagination running for a touchdown, catching a touchdown. Now that is taking something.
They deployed 6 offensive linemen, and they put Tavondre Sweat in the same spot they put Jatavian Sanders in, and he caught a touchdown pass. Yeah.
That's a heck of a show right there.
So, I mean, I've got a 2nd round grade on Sweat, but after seeing that, he might go in the 1st round. Who knows? Because you can use him on offense and defense. You can use him as a tight end or a fullback on offense, knowing that he can pass catch a touchdown. You can use him similarly to how the Jaguars use Devon Hamilton as mainly a nose tackle, but also you can play him as a tight end and fullback in the red zone.
Sweat is a big man.
Yeah.
So I think he's a little bit bigger than him. So
I think Hamilton was 320 and Sweat's 346, and he just caught a receiving touchdown. That was pretty impressive. I know we're getting off topic with the Raiders, but that was just such a jaw-dropping play. I had to bring it up for a second. And yeah,
good thing you bring it up.
I mean, what are your thoughts on the Raiders? They do have some stability at wide receiver and defensive line, but at the same time, and maybe linebacker too. But it just feels like, yeah, they do have $53 million. You can cut Garoppolo and save cap space. Cutting Garoppolo only saves you $199,000, but you have $53 million, and you can draft a quarterback to compete with Aiden O'Connell for the starting job. And you don't have to get that quarterback in the first round if you don't think he's the guy. If you don't think the quarterbacks on the board are good.
As long as you're not losing money.
Yeah, you save money if you cut Garoppolo. You save money if you cut Garoppolo, but you only save $199,000. Not a lot of money to save, but I think you have to do it at this point if you're the Raiders.
Yeah, because you can draft quarterback, whatever you need to do, but they need a fresh start.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do think the Raiders have stability at a few positions, like receiver, defensive line, and linebacker, but they need help everywhere else. And even with Michael Mayer emerging as a number one tight end, you don't have a backup or third string tight end if you let Hooper and Jesper Horsted walk. So you're going to need depth at tight end. And now Holt, 35 on Toledo, got injured. And, Miami, Ohio's bleeding Toledo 10-0, but, it's like Toledo's defensive tackle, Culpepper, 9 sacks, third in the MAC, ejected for targeting. So that's really, Miami doesn't have to play Toledo's best defensive lineman. So now Quinion Mitchell's going to be tested. He's going to have to step up without Toledo's best defensive lineman. But yeah, the Raiders, we'll get to the Bills and then the Vikings. And then we'll get to the Ravens to wrap this up. So the Bills, yeah, my microphone the table is not being very friendly to my microphone, but Deshaun Holt, 35, their edge rusher, limping off the field. So I don't know if Toledo can come back from this. Their best defensive tackle gets ejected for targeting, and their best edge rusher, Holt, their right end, limping off the field. So 2 big blows to Toledo's defensive line. But if Quinion Mitchell can win this game down 10-0 and rally Toledo, I'm going to have a lot more comfort in taking him in the first round of the draft, because we'll talk about Mitchell in a few weeks, but he's my favorite zone cover corner in the draft. 2 scouts think he's going to run a 4.5 40. The other scout think he's going to run a 4.35. And if he does run a 4.35, he'll be picked in the first round. That's all I'm going to say on Quinion Mitchell right now, Joey. But yeah, because if he actually does run a 4.35 Toledo corner we both like, he'll get picked in the first round if he's that fast. But this is a game that's going to test him, because now you lose 2 of your defensive linemen. How do you respond? This is what I love to see from small school players, mid-major players. So yeah. But the Bills, I'm getting the Bills salary cap numbers here. The Bills have a salary cap of negative $42 million. I'm not sure how they can get out of that. I'm honestly not sure how the Bills can get out of that right now with all the contracts they're taking on. You are stuck with Josh Allen. You do not have a backup quarterback. You have James Cook on a rookie deal. Damian Harris, Latavius Murray, and Ty Johnson are free agents. You still have Nyheim Hines for 1 more year. You could buy out Nyheim Hines. I mean, Harris and Johnson are stealing carries from Hines, and so is Murray. So I would buy out Nyheim Hines. So, yeah, Nyheim Hines, you could save $5 million if you buy out Nyheim Hines. That takes you down to $37 million if you're the Bills. But still, negative $42 million is not a good place to be at if you're Buffalo, Joey. I mean, but the Bills might have the worst cap space scenario in the AFC outside of the Chargers, with being negative $42 million over the cap, because that's a lot of money to be over the cap by if you're the Bills. I mean, that's a lot of money you're not going to have if you're $42 million over the cap. I mean, it's like, and the Bills did have a good thing going. It's not like the Bills. They're 42.
What I've been hearing is that they may be trading Stephon Diggs to clear up a lot of that cap space.
I don't think Allen or Diggs is getting traded, but that's a rumor that's gained a ton of traction. And looking at Diggs, he is 30 years old now. He turns the Bills can buy out Diggs in 2025, but Diggs is one player you could get a first-round pick for if you wanted a higher draft pick. And I just think...
Yeah, and I have been hearing with Diggs that I think you can look this up. His cap hit is like $26 million this year.
It's $27.8 million next season. So it's $27 million in 2024 and 2025, $28 million in 2026, $22 million in 2027. So it's a $27 million cap hit for Diggs. If you can trade Diggs and get a team to take on the entirety of his contract, that would go a long way in alleviating some of the cap pressure. You do have Dawson Knox, who you gave an extension to. You cannot cut him. Mitch Morse, Buffalo Bills center Mitch Morse, enters the final year of his deal next year. He would save $8.5 million. So just by cutting Naheem Hines and Mitch Morse, that takes you down to from $42 million to $29 million just by cutting those two players. You could also cut Deion Dawkins, your left tackle. I don't like the idea of cutting him, but he's in the final year of his contract, and you'd only save $4.8 million. So yeah, if you were saving $5 million or more, I'd consider it. You're only saving $4.8 million if you cut Deion Dawkins at left tackle, and left tackle is just too important of a position to discard. You have Connor McGovern, you have Ryan Bates, you have Osiris Torrance on a rookie deal. I think you move Ryan Bates to center, and you have I think you move Ryan Bates back. I think you move Connor McGovern, the left guard you gave a 3-year deal to from Dallas, to center, and then you have Bates and Osiris Torrance as your guards, and then you move on from Morse, and then you have Brown. Then that alleviates some of the cap space but you gave Ed Oliver and Von Miller huge extensions, and Von Miller was accused of third-degree assaulting pregnant girlfriend, and that is a third-degree felony in the state of Texas. So the Bills cannot get out of this contract, though. They cannot cut Von Miller until 2025. He's already 34. He's 35 next year. In fact, he will be... So, yeah. Von Miller, I think the Bills are pretty much stuck with Von Miller. They could probably put a fifth-year tender on Rosso, but I don't feel like he's done well enough to earn that. Leonard Floyd is going to be a UFA. Jordan Phillips is going to be a UFA. Poona Ford, Epineza, Shaq Lawson are going to be UFAs. Linval Joseph's going to be a UFA. You've got Matt Milano back from an injury. You have Bernard, Dorian Williams. Tre'Davious White, can you get out of White's? Micah Hyde's going to be a UFA. Jordan Poyer's only making $7.5 million next year. He took less money. Teron Johnson's making $12 million. Tre'Davious White's making $16.6 million. Can you get out of either of those contracts if you're the Bills? Okay, you can get out of Tre'Davious White's contract. That would save $6,265,000. So that takes you down from -29 to -23 million. How much would you save by moving on from Teron Johnson? You would save $7,600,000. So Teron Johnson, if you cut your nickel corner, you save more money by cutting him than cutting Tre'Davious White. So that takes you from 29 to 22 million. Cutting White takes you from 22 to 16 or 15 million. And then Poyer, what do you get? If you cut Poyer, you save $5.5 million. So that would take you down to almost 10 million. And so if you cut White, Teron Johnson, Poyer, that puts you at -10 million. And Saron Neal, if you cut Saron Neal, you save $2,880,000. So that would take you down to like -7.2 million. And DeMar Hamlin, I'm just curious if I don't like the idea of cutting DeMar Hamlin after he collapsed, but what's the buyout? Wow, the Bills only have a dead cap of $40,119 in the DeMar Hamlin contract after drafting him in the 6th round. So they would save $1 million by cutting Hamlin. So cutting those players does get your cap space down to -6 million. but it just feels like you'd have to blow up the entire team and do a complete rebuild if you trade Von Miller or Diggs away, because even if you cut every player you can to save cap space, Joey, there's not a contract you can get out of. Oh, Deontay Hardy is in a contract year as well. And you would if you cut Deontay Hardy, you'd save $3,990,000. So that would actually take you down to -4 or -3 million. Oh, and your fullback Reggie Gilliam, if you cut him as well, if you cut Gilliam, I like Gilliam. He's one of the better fullbacks in the league. 1 million. So the Bills would be at -1 or -2 million. Even if they cut every player in a contract year, the Bills are still at -1 or -2 million, Joey. They're still over the cap. Even if they cut every player on the roster in a contract year, they're still -1 or -2 million over the cap. So this is an extremely problematic situation for the Bills to have. I mean, it is. It's like, even if you cut, okay, I forgot about Tommy Doyle, the backup left tackle. Let's see what you could get if you got rid of him. 1 million. So you can get down to about 1 million. If you cut every player in a contract year, you can get down to -1 million. You're still going to need Josh Allen, Von Miller, or Diggs to restructure, though. If you can get those three to restructure, that's going to go a long way in creating cap space. And you know Brandon Beane's a big proponent of creating cap space. So he probably will get those three to restructure, Joey. But if the Bills can't get Diggs or Von Miller to restructure, they're going to have to trade one of them. And with Von Miller being accused of domestic assault on his girlfriend, and with Von Miller at 34 and Diggs at 30, I just think Diggs has more market value at this point than Von Miller does. You know? So that's the thing. So if they trade Diggs or Miller, they're probably going to trade Diggs because they'll probably get a greater return for Diggs as compared to Miller. And you mentioned that earlier, Joey, when we were... So what's your big takeaway from the Bills here? Because I didn't think it was this bad. Bills easily have the worst cap. And if they cut Reed Ferguson, they could get under the cap. So, because Reed Ferguson, their long snapper, has a dead cap of 2 mil. So the Bills cut every player in the contract year, they can get under the cap, but barely. They got to get Allen, Diggs, and Miller to restructure. That's the first order of business. Can you get any of those three to restructure? Because if you can't, you're not going to be able to go after free agents. I'm not even sure you'll be able to draft a team without going over the cap. The Bills are in a pretty bad situation, Joey. You have to cut every player in a contract year to get under the cap. So basically, every player from your running back, your fullback, your long snapper, you have to cut them to get under the cap. And that would barely get you under the salary cap. So you're going to have to essentially get Allen to restructure from $47 million to like 33 or 34 million. And then you're going to have to get Von Miller and Diggs to restructure too. And if any of those three refuses to and if Diggs or Miller refuses to restructure, you have to trade one of them. You just have to. That's just how dire the Bills situation is. I think you're going to have to get Allen or Diggs and Miller to restructure, because I think those three restructured last year. And if they do that again, then I think the Bills will be okay. But if the Bills miss the playoffs, I think those three are going to have objections about restructuring. Now, if you make the playoffs and you lose in the wild card, I think those three would be willing to restructure, but they'd be unhappy about it.
Yeah, I think the Bills are in a situation where they went way too far in when they weren't ready to, and now they're in a salary cap situation that's untenable.
Because they went all in with the intent of getting to Super Bowl 58 or Super Bowl 57. That was the thought process by Brandon Beane by signing all these big free agents after Allen got the Bills the AFC title following Super Bowl 55 on a rookie deal. The year the Chiefs went to Super Bowl 55, Allen got them the AFC title, but that was the Bills' peak. And, I think the thought process was, let's go all in these next 2 years to try to get Allen to a Super Bowl, and it didn't happen, so now you have to go back to the drawing board. And do I think Josh Allen can win a Super Bowl? Yes, but it's going to be around Super Bowl 62. Brian Bayless has the Bills winning Super Bowl 62. I think Super Bowl 62 is the earliest you can win a Super Bowl. 58 is this year, 59 is 2024, 60 is 2025, 60 is 2026, and 61 is 2026. So 58's this year, 59 would be 2024, 60 would be 2025. So yeah, Josh Allen, I think Josh Allen can win Super Bowl 62 if you have a few good drafts in a row. But at that point, you have to pay. He'd be in the final year of his contract, and you'd have to pay him again if he won Super Bowl 62 in 2027. He'd enter the final year of his deal in 2028, and you'd have to pay him again. And who knows how much you'd have to pay him by that point. With a Super Bowl on his resume, you'd probably have to pay him, make him the highest paid QB in the league. So, that's the thing with the Bills. I feel like the Bills just need to go back to the drawing board and rebuild through the draft. Keep Josh Allen and rebuild the rest of your team through the draft until you're under the cap again. Because I think that's your only play at this point. If you miss the playoffs, that's your only play. If you make the playoffs, you might be able to get some guys to restructure. But, if you can't, you're in trouble.
I don't think it's likely. I think the Bills went all in, and I think they went all in too early. And I think they hurt themselves. And now they're in a situation.
I agree. All right, next up is the Vikings. Dobbs threw 4 interceptions against the Bears. There's speculation he's going to get benched for Nick Mullins after the game. Because he had 2 bad games in a row against the Broncos and the Bears now. But he's getting Justin back when they play. When the Vikings play the Raiders in Week 14, Dobbs is getting Justin Jefferson back. And we don't even know if Dobbs is going to be a quarterback. They may turn to Nick Mullins or Jaron Hall, because Jaron Hall had 0 turnovers before he suffered a concussion against the Saints. Concussion against the Falcons, I mean. Jaron Hall had 0 turnovers before the concussion against the Falcons. He was playing well. And Nick Mullins is familiar with this offense. He was the backup to Kirk Cousins prior to this season. So, I could see the Vikings rolling with Mullins and Hall next year. But I'm just kind of curious what the Vikings cap space is for 2024. I am. Like, how much money do the Vikings have to work with? $38 million. Vikings have $38 million.
I like Nick Mullins. He's proven that he can do a pretty nice job with third. Not terrific, but he can hold down the fourth.
Yeah.
But he's not spectacular, so he bounces around, practice squad, backup, whatever. So I don't know why they just didn't roll with him.
Well, he was injured. Nick Mullins was on IR when they traded for Dobbs. So they were stuck with Jaron Hall, a rookie, or Dobbs. And Jaron Hall gets injured against Atlanta. Dobbs is the only quarterback they have. He plays well plays well in the 2 home games, struggles on the road against Denver, and then throws 4 interceptions against the Bears. And the Vikings deserve to lose that game. I was the only person on Draft Utopia who took the Bears last week. Everybody else took the Vikings. I deserve to be right, because if Josh Dobbs is going to throw 4 interceptions and then he just gets lucky in the 4th quarter because the Bears can't score enough points to put the Vikings away, yeah, that is an issue. But hey, you have you have a good amount of cap space for the Minnesota Vikings next year. The Vikings are going to have $38,278,000. So they have just enough money to bring back Cousins, but I think they're going to let Cousins walk. I just do. Oh, Cousins' market value's gone up. Cousins' market value was at $37.8 million before he tore his ACL. It's now at $39.6 million. So Kirk Cousins' market value has actually increased despite the ACL tear. I don't get it. But, what is the market value for Dobbs? Spot Track has a market value for Dobbs. It's $7.3 million. Yeah, that's the market value for Dobbs, $7.3 million. I'd pay Dobbs half of that if he wants to come back on a team-friendly deal for $3 million. Because right now, Nick Mullins is only making $2,275,000. If Dobbs wants to come back for $3 million on a 2 or 3 year deal, I'll pay him that. But if he doesn't, I'm moving on and getting a quarterback in the draft. That's just where I'm at this point with the Vikings, Joey. Because remember, you only have $38 million, and you're going to have Justin Jefferson on the final year of that rookie deal. You're also going to have to pay Justin Jefferson as well. So I'm taking that into account. And what do I have for cap space in 2025? The Vikings have $155 million to spend in 2025. So they have plenty of money to play with for 2025, but they hardly have any money for 2024. So first order of business is going to be extending Justin Jefferson. Even if that gets your cap space down from $155 million to $120 million, making Justin Jefferson the league's highest paid receiver and keeping him has got to be the first order of business if you're the Vikings. Because you have $125 million for 2025 when Jefferson's a UFA, so you do have the money to pay him. And
with the Vikings, I've thought for the last couple of years, they're pretty much on their last foot. Their core was aging. Justin Jefferson was the only viable.
Now you have Addison, who's been well as a rookie. And I wouldn't say he's the only star. TJ Hawkinson's a top 5 tight end this year.
I mean, younger. Yeah,
they didn't get him in the draft, but they got him in the trade with the Lions. So they got the playmakers. They've got Jefferson, Addison, and Hawkinson. They've got the 3 core playmakers. And John Oliver's not a bad backup tight end. So I think the Vikings have stability as far as their weapons go, but continue.
Well, I haven't heard much about what Addison's been doing. I've heard about Jefferson, I've heard about the others.
Addison's had 7 receiving touchdowns on the year, Joey. Jordan Addison has 54 receptions, 686 yards, 7 touchdowns. But he has had 0 receiving touchdowns as the number 1. I mean, because here's the thing. Justin Jefferson got injured against the Chiefs in week 5. Addison went off against the Niners, and he had 82 receiving yards against the Packers. But since Kirk Cousins got injured against Green Bay, Jordan Addison has not had a receiving touchdown the last 4 weeks. So Addison, even though he's been getting the ball, he's been in a bit of a slump since Cousins went down. Since Cousins went down, Addison's gone into a little bit of a cold streak. Still effective, but without Addison, you're expecting a little more. Without Jefferson in the lineup, you're expecting a little bit more from Addison, That's all. You're expecting a little bit more from Addison with Jefferson out of the lineup. And he's gotten good volume, but no touchdowns since Cousins got injured.
Things about him, but over the last few weeks where he would come on one game and then, but that makes sense that since Cousins went down, when he started to come on, then he went right back down because he didn't have that veteran quarterback throwing to him.
Yep.
So, that does make sense.
All right. And Addison still has more touchdowns on the year than Zay Flowers, but Zay Flowers played out of his mind against the Chargers last week. And we'll get to the Ravens after this. But yeah, Hawkinson, Oliver. And the thing with Addison is he showed me the ability to take over a game once against the 49ers, but that was with his quarterback, Cousins. He hasn't shown me he can take over a game regardless of who is back, regardless of whether Cousins is in or out of the lineup. Brian O'Neill's under contract. Darrisaw's under contract. The Vikings traded Ezra Cleveland to the Jaguars and replaced him with Dalton Risner, who's a UFA, so that Vikings are going to have to upgrade at left guard. Garrett Bradbury. Ed Ingram's ability at right guard. I liked Ed Ingram at right guard coming out of LSU, but Ed Ingram's been a liability at right guard outside of the game against the Niners where the Vikings didn't allow any sacks. Ingram's been a liability. He was a liability as a rookie. He's still somewhat of a liability this year. I don't think he's horrible, but at the same time, he's not an asset. And for a second-round pick, this point in year 2, you're hoping to have an asset. So unless Ingram breaks out in year 3, you are going to have to replace him. And the Vikings' backups outside of Risner are UFAs. So left guard is an area of the offensive line you're going to have to add. You're also going to have to add depth on the offensive line. You do have stability at wide receiver and tight end, but Alexander Madison's your starting running back. Cam Akers suffers a season-ending injury. Madison's just not a running back one for me. I like Ty Chandler the most of Minnesota's running backs. He's the best pass blocker of the four. But at the same time, when Madison's healthy, he is the best running back on this team. But that's not saying a lot. But the Vikings do have Cam Akers is an RFA, and the Vikings do have all four running backs back next year. So the Vikings have stability at running back, fullback, receiver, and tight end, but they need a quarterback and they need a left guard and they need some depth on the offensive line. Those are the big issues with the Vikings offense right now. Okay, I mean, that's really the big issue. The Vikings. I mean, you look at the defensive line, Harrison Phillips will be back, Dean Lowry will be back, and Jonathan Bullard will not be back, but Kyrus Tonga's an RFA at nose tackle, and Jacqueline Roy has actually shown the ability to start. So the Vikings are going to have four of their defensive linemen back. They could use another guy or two for depth, but the Vikings are going to have their core starting defensive lineman and Jacqueline Roy, one of the rookies they drafted, back next year. So I don't think they're in as bad of a situation as we anticipated, Joey. Now, Daniel Hunter's a UFA, so is Marcus Davenport, so is DJ Wanham. Vikings got Daniel Hunter and DJ Wanham in the draft. Daniel Hunter was a 2015 third-round pick out of LSU. He is peaking in his contract year at the age of 29. You also have Davenport, and you also have Wanham. I only think the Vikings will have enough money to bring back one of those three edge rushers with $38 million. They're not going to have the money to bring back all of those edges. And I feel like Hunter's the one guy you can least afford to lose because Hunter has shown this year that he can play at a high level against both right tackles and left tackles, Joey. So Hunter's the one of those three. And unbelievable, Spotrac does not have a market value on Daniel Hunter, even though he's in the top 5 for sacks with TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. Even though he's in the top 3 in sacks, Spotrac does not have a market value for Daniel Hunter. They don't. I'm amazed. It's like he's in the top 3 in sacks. He should have a pretty big market value. I do think he'll get overpaid in free agency and regress afterwards, but he's going to get paid quite a big amount of money, I'd think. I mean, it's like Daniel Hunter's making $20 million this year in his contract year. He's probably going to get $21 or $22 million at the bare minimum. I'm just surprised Spotrac doesn't have a market value for him. You know? Like, doesn't that surprise you to a degree, Joey? Is your audio not working? Are you there, Joey? But doesn't that surprise you that Daniel Hunter?
I think so with the Vikings. I think their defense is better than their
It is.
offense in terms of stability. I think I'm not sure whether they'll be able to keep Jefferson. That's my main concern. If Addison is doing better than I had heard, great, awesome for them. But
there's also rumors that Justin Jefferson's willing to take less money to reunite with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow on the Bengals. That's one of the rumors I've heard, is that Justin Jefferson's willing to take less money if he's dealt to a contender like the Bengals or the Bengals. So where he'd be reunited with Burrow and Jamar Chase. And let's just face it, if you put Justin Jefferson on the Bengals, I think they might actually win a Super Bowl. That's the crazy part. But it'd only be a 1 or 2 year thing. It would not be permanent. If you replace T. Higgins with Justin Jefferson, Burrow would have his top 2 receivers from LSU back. And you'd have a legitimate window to win a Super Bowl. But I don't think you could pay Jefferson for more than 1 or 2 years. Because you're in the same situation where you have to pay him and Chase. It's just impossible to pay both of them. You know, like, that's the thing.
That's the beauty of what the Bengals have done. They could sign somebody like Jefferson for 1 or 2 years on a discount and try to get to the Super Bowl or get back to the Super Bowl and win one and not go all in.
Yeah, because you don't have to pay Burrow until 2025. Justin Jefferson's fifth-year tender takes place this year, and then you could pay him in 2025. You could give him a 1 or 2 year extension where he's out in 2027, but you have what the Dolphins have with Hill and Waddle. You'd have that with Jefferson and Chase with Burrow. If you made a trade for him, you probably have to give the Vikings your first-round pick to make that happen, though. The Vikings would probably you'd probably have to trade your 2024 first to the Vikings for Jefferson. You might have to trade another high pick to the Vikings for Jefferson. You might have to trade a first and second. You might have to trade a big package like that to get Jefferson, though. That's the thing. You probably have to trade a first this year, a second in 2025, and a third in 2026 that becomes a conditional second if you win the Super Bowl. So that's the thing. Do you want to give that up for Jefferson? Do you want to give up that big of a return in terms of draft capital for Justin Jefferson? If so, go ahead and make the move. If not, you're probably not going to get. Because that's the thing. The Vikings have $155 million. I think they are going to pay Jefferson, Joey, because the Vikings have $155 million for 2025. They have 100. So if they pay Jefferson, that's not going to affect them until next offseason in 2025. I mean, basically, you got to pay Daniel Hunter, and then you build the rest of your team through the draft. That's really the only thing you can do if you're the Vikings, Joey, because you have $38 million to spend. Whatever Daniel Hunter wants, you pay him for 1 to 3 years, and then you pay him for 1 to 3 years, and then you pay Jefferson. That's really the thought process I have if I'm the Vikings, and then I build the rest of this team through the draft with $38 million, because Daniel Hunter's going to cost $19 to $21 million of that $38 million, and then the rest of the roster will be allocated towards draft picks, Joey. That's really the thought process. I mean, Byron Murphy's back next year. Andrew Booth is back. Caleb Evans is back. Mekhi Blackman is back. Lewis Sine is back. Harrison Smith is back. Metellus is back. Bynum is back. Everybody on the Vikings secondary is under contract. In fact, the Vikings have no UFAs in their secondary until 2025 when Byron Murphy and Cameron Bynum become UFAs. So the Vikings have a lot of stability in the secondary right now. So, you know.
With that being said, I still think the Vikings are about to go into a major rebuild on offense.
I agree. Until they have their quarterback, and until they get some more stability on the offensive line with a better right guard over Ed Ingram, a better left guard if you move on from Dalton Risner, you're going to have to upgrade at both guard spots and add depth at center and offensive tackle. That's the thing with the Vikings. And you need that franchise quarterback. And until you have that franchise quarterback, you're in a rebuild. Even if Justin Jefferson is a top 5 receiver, and even if you find a way to keep him, and even if you have a good core of playmakers, until you have your quarterback, you're in a rebuild.
Yeah, because we've seen it before.
Even if you bring back Hunter and Jefferson, you're still in a rebuild. That's the bottom line.
And even then, I think the Vikings are about ready to start a rebuild on defense. Some of their stars are older, and
they are.
Then they have
you got depth at inside linebacker.
That they just may not have the money for.
Jordan Hicks is a UFA. Troy Dye is a UFA. You have Asamoah and Ivan Pace at middle linebacker, but no depth behind those two next year. So you'd still have Asamoah and Pace as your starters, but you'd have zero depth behind those two at inside linebacker. You need another edge rusher. I mean, Davenport and Wanham are both UFAs at edge rusher. So right now, Patrick Jones out of Pitt, Andre Carter out of Army would be the two guys competing against Daniel Hunter to be the starting edge rusher. And if you don't sign Daniel Hunter, Patrick Jones and Andre Carter are going to be your starting edge rushers. That's just how depleted the Vikings are with multiple edge rushers set to be UFAs. DJ Wanham, Marcus Davenport, James Lynch, Jonathan Bullard, Sheldon Day, all UFAs. And then you look at Daniel Hunter, Jordan Hicks, and Troy Dye as the other UFAs in the front seven. So even though the secondary is going to be back next year, you do have a lot of holes to fill on that front seven. You could bring your starting defensive lineman back, but you're going to lack depth at certain positions in the defensive line. And if you have an injury on the defensive line, then you're screwed because you don't have the depth in place. You don't have the foundation in place. Same could be said with edge rusher and inside linebacker. You know, that's really the big thing with the Vikings. But they do have stability at fullback, running back, tight end, receiver. I don't think it's as bad as people are making it out to be. Ooh, Greg Joseph's a free agent. Greg Joseph's had a career year at kicker for the Vikings. I mean, they don't even have a market value listed for Greg Joseph. Yeah, I would re-sign Greg Joseph. That's a kicker you need to bring back. So Daniel Hunter and Greg Joseph are two players I would re-sign, and then you build the rest of the team in the draft with $38 million. Because you can pay Justin Jefferson, and that'll affect the Vikings cap in 2025, not 2024. So that would be my approach, is extend those three and build the rest of this team through the draft. Because I think that's your best play at this point. I mean, Toledo's still trailing Miami, Ohio by 10. Let's get to the Ravens here. Final team. Final team here with salary cap money is the Ravens. And the Ravens have, I'm looking at the Ravens 2024 salary here. The Ravens have $12,769,000 to spend. So the Ravens, despite all the speculation with the Ravens got to give Eric DeCosta credit. Eric DeCosta has found a way to keep this team under the salary cap. They have 43 of their 53 players under contract next year, and they still have $12 million to spend. That's why Eric DeCosta is one of the best GMs in the league, Joey. Now, the Ravens have Lamar Jackson back, but Huntley and Josh Johnson are both UFAs. I think you can upgrade at quarterback in the draft. You got to get a backup for Lamar Jackson with his injury history. Even though Lamar's been incredible this year, he's been healthy this year, you still got to get a backup for Lamar in the draft. You're going to have to get a starting running back in the draft. I do like Keaton Mitchell, but Gus Edwards and Dobbins are both UFAs. Justice Hill's going to enter the final year of his contract. And then you have Keaton Mitchell, the undrafted player, because after Justice Hill played the entirety of his rookie deal, he took a 2-year extension, a team-friendly extension, paying him $1.5 and $3 million a year. So you'd have Justice Hill and Keaton Mitchell, but you're going to need one more running back in that fold. You have Ricard in a contract year next year. Duvernay's a UFA, as is Odell Beckham. You're going to have to decide whether to fifth-year tender Rashad Bateman or let him walk. The fifth-year tender would affect the Ravens in 2025. But at the same time, Rashad Bateman has not showed me enough to warrant a fifth-year tender. Right now, Zay Flowers is the only receiver I'd be willing to pay a premium to keep on Baltimore. And that's the big thing with the Ravens right now is you probably are going to have to draft another receiver. You're going to have to draft another running back. You're going to have to draft another quarterback. You're going to have to reload and add depth at certain positions. You have tight end stability with Mark Andrews, Charlie Kolar, and Isaiah Likely all under contract until 2026. Tight end is one position the Ravens have stability at, but they're going to need more depth at quarterback with a backup. They're going to need another running back to compete with Hill and Keaton Mitchell for carries, and they're going to need another receiver. I think Zay Flowers is the best wideout on the Ravens right now, Joey. I mean, Duvernay lost the top 3 receiver spot. Odell Beckham has been effective at times, but inconsistent. Rashad Bateman was expected to be this number 1 guy, but just hasn't lived up to the hype. And I like Bateman enough to keep him through year 4, but I don't know if I'd tender him at this point. If you tender him, it does affect the Ravens cap space in 2025. I'll look that up. Do you have the cap space? And do you really want to use that money on Bateman when you can renegotiate Mark Andrews' deal? Because Mark Andrews will be in a contract year in 2025. Do you really want to give Rashad Bateman a 5th-year tender when you can re-sign Mark Andrews if he's healthy next year? That's really the big thing. That's really the big reason why I don't think the Ravens end up tendering. And the Ravens will have $67 million to spend in 2025 and $12 million to spend this year. So I don't think the Ravens will fifth-year tender Rashad Bateman unless he just dominates next year in the final year of his rookie deal. And, he'll dominate. He'll probably dominate. The Ravens won't tender him. He'll probably dominate next year, and then a team will overpay him, and he'll play like crap after that. That's what will happen if the Ravens get to Super Bowl 59. But looking at the Ravens, Ronnie Stanley's back. Morgan Moses is back. Macari is back. Macari and Moses enter contract years. Ronnie Stanley's under contract till 2026. Zeitler's a free agent at right guard. Linderbaum is back at center. You have Ben Cleveland. You can start Ben Cleveland at right guard next year. John Simpson's going to be a UFA at left guard. Valele, so you're going to have offensive tackle stability. And Andrew Voorhees, the player you traded the Browns a draft pick to get. You traded the Browns a 2024 sixth-round pick for Voorhees in the 7th round. Voorhees will be back from his torn ACL next year. If he can be healthy, Andrew Voorhees could be starting at one of the guard spots at left guard or right guard next season, depending on what happens in training camp, Joey. So that's another thing to keep an eye on with the Ravens right now. But I do think the Ravens have stability at offensive tackle. You are going to need to bring in a backup for Linderbaum with Sam Mustipher set to be a UFA. Thoughts on the Ravens' offensive situation before we get to the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, I think that the Ravens are in a decent spot offensively. I think right now Lamar Jackson is playing the best ball he has played since the MVP season. He's had a couple lackluster seasons. This year it looks like he's right back to form. Now, that being said, like you said, the receiver situation is not good. The running back situation I'm not a fan of, mainly because none of them can stay healthy.
I like Keaton Mitchell. He's been able to stay healthy. Keaton Mitchell's been able to stay healthy, but the problem is Gus Edwards, Justice Hill, and Dobbins cannot stay healthy. Keaton Mitchell can, but Keaton Mitchell's undrafted. You don't want to give an undrafted rookie as much responsibility as you've had to when the rest of your running back room can't stay healthy. But I like Keaton Mitchell coming out of East Carolina. He could pass block well. He could do everything well on tape. I do think Keaton Mitchell can be the number one guy. But even if he becomes that and blossoms next year, you're going to have to bring in a Robin to his Batman in the backfield. You just start.
Decent tight end draft, so I would bring it in to upgrade that backup position and to flip those backups because we've seen without Mark Andrews that offense has dropped off a little bit. So I'd bring somebody in to push those guys because you know how big the tight end position is that offense.
Yep. And that's the thing. You're going to have to bring some competition in. You have 2022 third-round pick Isaiah Likely, and you drafted Kolar in the 4th or 5th round of the 2022 draft. But neither guy is basically sees the tight end 2 job with Andrews out of the lineup. Both guys have tight end 1, tight end 2 opportunities, and neither guys really sees that since Andrews got injured. Now, if that changes in the home stretch this season, you don't have to draft a tight end. But if neither one of those tight ends can step up, you're going to have to draft a tight end because it's at that point where, it's year 3. You're expecting to know what you're getting from your tight end 2 if Mark Andrews is injured. You're expecting to know what you're supposed to get from your tight end 3. You're at that point where you expect to know what you're getting from your investment, your draft picks. Defensive free agents, Michael Pierce is a free agent at nose tackle. Broderick Washington's under contract at 34 right end. Madu Buke, the 34 left end, is a UFA. I don't think Owa's going to get a 5th-year tender. And the reason I say that is because Mark Andrews enters a contract year in 2025. And if you only have $67 million for 2025, I would think Mark Andrews is getting priority over any of the Ravens' 2021 draft picks, including their 2 first-rounders, Rashad Bateman and Odafe Owa, who both look like busts right now. So that's why I say Andrews will get priority over both of those guys. Just looking a little bit ahead to 2025. You do lose Michael Pierce at nose tackle, but Travis Jones will be the starting nose tackle. You also have Broderick Washington at 34 right end. And you're going to lose Brent Urban and Madu Buke. You're going to need a 5 technique in the draft. You're also going to need some more depth on the defensive line with the free agents you're set to lose. You do have Roquan coming back. You don't have Patrick Queen coming back. I think Patrick Queen, can you get Patrick Queen for under $10 million a year? No, Patrick Queen is a market value of $16.9 million, and because you chose not to give him a 5th-year tender, you were stuck without him. So, yeah, that's big screw up by the Ravens, and I get it. Patrick Queen really didn't pick things up until Roquan Smith arrived, but since the Ravens got Roquan at the trade deadline, Patrick Queen's been one of the better inside linebackers in the league. So why I'm really surprised the Ravens didn't consider a 5th-year tender on him. So you're going to lose Patrick Queen. You're going to lose Kyle Van Noy. You're going to lose Malik Harrison. But I do think Trenton Simpson, we both like Trenton Simpson coming out of Clemson, Joey. And Trenton Simpson's probably going to be starting next to Roquan after this season. That's probably why the Ravens took him in the draft. Now, they're still going to need depth at inside linebacker. And maybe if there's a linebacker in this draft you love, but, you know, the only inside linebacker outside of Simpson is Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And is Jeremiah Trotter Jr. so good that he's an upgrade over Simpson? That's really the big thing you're going to have to decide if you're the Ravens right now. Because, I mean, you look at this middle linebacker class, there's 10 middle linebackers. I have Jalen Ford in the 2nd round. I don't have Ford as graded as I have Ford. I think Ford does have Pro Bowl potential, but I don't think he's as ceilings as high as Trenton Simpson's is. So I think the only linebacker who may have a higher ceiling than Simpson is his teammate, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And do you want to spend a 1st-round pick on Jeremiah Trotter Jr. when you've got all these issues at corner? You need a corner next to Marlon Humphrey. You got good safeties with Marcus Williams, Kyle Hamilton, and Geno. Well, Geno Stone's a UFA. He will get a starting job elsewhere. But you have Williams and Hamilton. You have Rockison. Rockison and Ronald Darby will be UFAs. Brandon Stevens will be the number 3 safety. He's been solid. Arthur Maulet's going to be a UFA. Jalen Armour-Davis, Demarion Williams. I thought the Ravens were going to have problems at cornerback, Joey, but the thing is the Ravens have actually been pretty steady at corner, even with Marlon Humphrey missing games this year. So, you know, if that continues, I don't know if that's going to continue next year, but if it does, the Ravens will be a prime candidate to make Super Bowl 59, especially if Jalen Armour-Davis and Demarion Williams can continue to develop. Justin Tucker and Jordan Stout are under contract. You do have 2 long snappers set to be UFAs, but one of those long snappers, Nick Moore, is back. Tyler Ott is not. But that's the Ravens situation in a nutshell. And the Ravens are one of these teams where they can use their $12 million to reload in the draft, but they're not going to have a lot of money to go after free agents. That's my big takeaway. With only $12 million, there's not really a player you can cut to get under that cap space, you know? So what are your final thoughts on the Ravens before I get into the PFN simulator?
Yeah, my big thing with the Ravens defense is I've watched them a couple times this year, and I saw how badly they were exposed in the running game due to how little depth they have back there. They have such little depth in the backfield, or not in the backfield, but in the defensive tackle room, that teams, all their losses have come basically because teams have been pounding them up the middle. And at some point, they just wear down. So they've got to get the depth on the defensive line and up the middle, whether it be a middle linebacker or defensive tackle. They've got to shore up that middle so that they don't wear down late in games.
And the good thing for the Ravens is this is an incredibly deep defensive tackle draft, but it does feel like a weaker linebacker draft. So the Ravens are going to be in a spot where if they don't take Jeremiah Trotter Jr. in the 1st round, you're going to have to put faith in Trenton Simpson because you're losing both Malik Harrison and Patrick Queen to free agency. And you're not going to have any depth behind Roquan or Simpson if an injury occurs. So you are going to have to add depth there. And you only have $12 million right now. I don't know if there's anybody that will restructure on Baltimore. If you can get Lamar to restructure, the other stars should be able to restructure. But it all starts with, can you get Lamar to restructure? Can you restructure his deal similarly to Deshaun Watson's? Because right now, Lamar, he's making $32,400,000 in 2024, $43,650,000 in 2025, and then $74,650,000 in 2026 and 2027, Joey. So if you get Lamar to restructure, that money's going to carry over to 2025, 2026, and 2027. So that's the big thing if you get Lamar, because I'm sure Lamar will restructure, but you'd have to take the money he's making this year and convert it over the next 3 years so that he's making more money over that 3-year period if you get Lamar to restructure. But I think he'd be willing to do it if the money rolled over. So that's...
And that's the thing, is that...
because you only have $12 million. You want to create more cap space, you got to get Lamar to restructure. That's it. That's really the only way to create more cap space, $12 million.
The same reason, though, that the Browns were able to roll it over and do that with Watson is that new TV deal is coming in. And once that new TV deal rockets, Lamar's going to have, the Ravens are going to have that ability to restructure, and it's not. So it's the perfect time for him to do it.
Yeah. I'm just surprised a player's making $74 million a year in the NFL. I'm just surprised by that number. It's just an alarmingly high number. It's like Tyreek Hill making $50 million. I'm sorry if I'm going a little off topic, but it's like Lamar making $74 million a year in 2026 and 2027 is the equivalent of Tyreek Hill making $50 million a year at wide receiver.
Well,
I'm not. He deserves it, but like.
I can't stand is when people say fully guaranteed for a quarterback and how those numbers are so high. Because I sit here and look at like, if you got a superstar quarterback, are you going to cut that quarterback? If you have a stable quarterback, are you going to cut him? No. So technically, the money's not guaranteed, but in actuality, you sign your starting quarterback to an extension, it's guaranteed.
Yep.
Unless you're a starting quarterback just flat sucks.
And the Ravens are stuck with Lamar Jackson's contract 2026. The Ravens can buy out Lamar Jackson in 2026, but the next 3 years they're stuck with Lamar's contract, and Lamar's a free agent in 2028. So from these next 5 years, they've got money.
In the NFL right now, that I would say is too unstable to not get their full guarantee. Sorry, Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
When it comes to
and the Giants can cut him if they want to. If the Giants wanted to cut him right now, they could, but I just advise against that because you'd only have $12 million to spend on free agency in the draft, and basically you'd have to have a perfect draft in order to reload. So it just doesn't make sense to cut Daniel Jones unless you're picking high enough to get one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. And as long as the Panthers and Patriots keep losing, you're going to miss out on the top two guys. So there's no guarantee Penix, Jane Daniels, or Bo Nix ends up being an upgrade over Daniel Jones, even though you can argue that those three on a rookie deal is a far better situation to have than Daniel Jones with what you're currently paying him. Nobody's going to disagree with that because it's does. All right, so we'll.
And that is the interesting situation about it. Is that could all three be an upgrade? Yes, but are they going to be an upgrade immediately? Can we say that? No. So, and the Giants draft one of them in round 2.
I'm going to pick for the Bears. Yeah. Joey mentioned the Ravens on the podcast, and he mentioned the Vikings as the two teams he'd like to pick for. So I'm going to be picking for the Bears and Giants. So I will have 3 draft picks in the top 5. And Bills were my preseason Super Bowl picks, so I'll get the Bills, and Joey will have Oran's Raiders. 7 rounds. I'm putting the draft speed on. I should put it on fast, but I'm going to put it on normal. Because we still got to get to some NFL predictions here, but I'm going to put it on normal draft speed. We will not go, or should I just put it on fast? Next week we can go on normal or slow. We'll just put it on fast because we have 6 teams. Atlanta's offering me their first 3 picks plus a first and second next year. I'm not moving down to 19. Jeez, every team is offering me a king's ransom for Caleb Williams. The Cardinals offered me 2, 17, 34, 82, and a first next year. I mean, shit. But I am taking Caleb Williams, even though that...
Which one do I have?
You have the... So looking at the draft order here, I've got... Oh, the Commanders moved ahead of the Giants in the draft order, so I have 1, 4, and 6. Tankathon had the Giants at 5, but I guess the Commanders are at 5 on PFN, but your first pick is the Raiders at 11, and then you have the Vikings at 20, and then you have the Ravens at 31, according to PFN Simulator.
So I had the Vikings, Ravens, and Giants, correct?
You have the Vikings, Ravens, and Raiders.
Raiders, okay.
Yep, so looking at this, I'm going to take Caleb Williams. He's the one quarterback with the higher upside than Justin Fields in the draft, so I'm going to pick him at 1. Cardinals get Marvin Harrison Jr., Patriots get Drake May. I'm going to get Olu Muia Fashanu, get that left tackle for my quarterback. So number 1 and number 2 players on PFN Simulator. The Commanders take Joe Alt as a blindside to... Honestly, I'm not sure what to do. This pick, the Bengals have offered me 15, 46 and a third. The Chargers have offered me 9 and 40 to move down 3 spots. The Jets have offered me 8.74 and a second in 2025. I don't hate the offer of 9 and 40 for 6, but Brock Bowers is still on the board and the Giants have 2 tight ends. So taking Bowers here would not be smart. And I'm going to reject all trades because I know Joey rejects all trades. So Here we go. Here, the Giants, they run a 34 defense. I like Kool-Aid McKinstry. I don't like him enough to take him at 6. Brock Bowers would be a good player, but the Giants already have Daniel Bellinger on a rookie deal, and they have Darren Waller, who's married to WNBA legend Kelsey Plum on the Las Vegas Aces. So I don't think the Giants are in the market for a tight end. Keon Coleman's listed at 8 on the board. I'm going to go with... I'm going to go with an unconventional pick here. I'm going to go with LSU wide receiver Malik Neighbors at 6. I could go with Jerzon Newton and boost the defensive line as well. But honestly, the Giants, they do need a number 1 receiver for whoever their quarterback is. And just looking at the quarterbacks in this draft, my QB3 is J.J. McCarthy. He's not going to be there if I wait to pick a quarterback. I think McCarthy is legitimately better than any quarterback in the draft, but former hockey player too. I mean, Giants do need help everywhere. So, it's one of those situations where you go best player on the board. The Giants, since the Giants do need help everywhere, I'm just going to take J.J. McCarthy at 6. I know it's a reach, Joey, but I don't trust Daniel Jones, so I'm just going to take McCarthy. Because if I don't, you might pick him at 11 with the Raiders. And the frickin' Titans take Brock Bowers at 10. But you are up on the clock at number 11. I know I panicked by taking a quarterback, but I don't trust Daniel Jones. Yeah, and I think McCarthy's better, and I knew you were going to take him at 11 if I didn't, so...
I was looking at how do they improve their offense most? Because their offense is in sorry shape right now. So I'm looking here, and so I have good offensive line.
I mean, the number 1
offensive lineman that's still on my board.
The top two BPAs. After I took J.J. McCarthy, the Buccaneers took Dallas Turner, the Jets took Kool-Aid McKinstry, and the Chargers took J.C. Lath, and the Titans took Brock Bowers.
I'm glad you told me that because Latham was going to be my pick. So.
Well, the top two players on the board are receivers. The third best player is Jerzon Newton out of Illinois, the top defensive tackle in the draft. He's available. Chop Robinson's available, but he's more of a 34 pass rusher at 220 pounds. Cooper DeJean, I'm not a fan of Cooper DeJean. I think he's a little bit too slow. Penn State shut out Iowa 31-0. Cooper DeJean did suffer a season-ending injury. I feel like he was more of a complimentary corner to Riley Moss, and I think the tape shows that. Nate Wiggins is there. Now, Talise Fuyaga, the Oregon State right tackle that Jake Ellenbogen loves, is available. You could get him as a bookend to Colton Miller if you wanted to go that route. Talise Fuaga, the Oregon State tackle, he's available. Latu's available if you want to upgrade at edge rusher. Nate Wiggins is available if you want to upgrade at corner. Terrion Arnold does have a first-round grade on the PFN simulator, but I think Arnold's more of a second-rounder. But the fact that Brugler has him in the first round, the fact that PFN's put him in the first round now, I don't know if that's a testament to Nick Saban and his coaching or because I think he's more of a day two pick right now. I'm not ready to buy into the hype. Now, maybe he has a good game today in the SEC title, but I think your best options are Newton or Fuaga, personally, if I had to decide. But it's your pick. And weighing the options here, you could get Jeremiah Trotter Jr. You could get Jared Verse is available if you want to replace Malcolm Kuntz, but you just drafted Tyree Wilson in the first round last year. So drafting another edge rusher after drafting Tyree Wilson isn't necessarily the best look, but he is there if you want to upgrade. He is there. Jared Verse is there if you want to pick him. So is Jerzon Newton. And so is Fuaga. Those are the three, I think, unless you want to draft another receiver. But the Raiders have stability at receiver, as we mentioned earlier. So what do you want to do here, Joey? I'll pull up the trade offer. I don't think you're going to accept it. It's 24, 48, and a third rounder for 11 in 2025. That's a shitty deal. I would not take that.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give the Raiders probably my top overall player because the players at position of the biggest need aren't there. So I'm going to go, I know, like you, this is a little bit of a reach, but I'm going to go with Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
I mean, they do have Robert Spillane at middle linebacker, who had some big games for the Raiders this year. But if you're not committed to extending him after his contract is up, you can just move on from him and draft Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Because the Saints take Keon Coleman, the Packers take Chop Robinson, Leatu Latu's a Ram, Nate Wiggins is a Bengal. No, this is tough. This is tough because I think you can make a case for Malik Neighbors. I think you can make a case for Jerzon Newton. I think you can make a case for Jared Verse, who I actually have in my top 10. You do have Rosso on his rookie deal for one more season after this year, but he got benched for Leonard Floyd. We don't know what's going to happen with Von Miller yet. I mean, Malik Neighbors does have the best receiving stats of anybody in the country right now. I mean, Malik Neighbors has better numbers than Marvin Harrison Jr. this year. And you pair him next to Diggs. He is the best player on the board. I really do believe that Verse is a top 10 player, though. But the Bills don't have an immediate need at defensive end. They do have Von Miller and Rosso for one more year. But I also feel like it's a deeper receiver class. So, yeah, Malik Neighbors has just been amazing these last few weeks. I'm going to get Malik Neighbors and pair him with Diggs, and hopefully that will ignite this Bills offense, because then you'll have Diggs, you'll have Neighbors, you'll have Khalil Shakir in the slot, you'll have Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid at tight end. Josh Allen will have a ton of weapons at that point. There will be no excuses. Because you can make a case for Neighbors, Newton, O'Dunes, Fuaga at right tackle, or you can make a case for Kitchens or Verse. There's at least 5 players you can make a case for Buffalo to draft, but since Neighbors is the consistent BPA, I'll pick him. That was not an easy decision, though, Joey. And the Falcons took Jerzon Newton at 19 as a replacement to Calais Campbell. So now it's Jerzon Newton and Grady Jarrett in Atlanta. But the Vikings are up. Romo Dunes is still there. Jared Verse is still there. You could pair Verse up. I think Verse is more of a 43 defensive end. Personally, you have stability in the secondary. You have stability at receiver. You could get Romo Dunes as a slot. The two quarterbacks on the board for Minnesota are Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix. I do think Jaden Daniels is the Heisman favorite now, with Bo Nix losing the Pac-12 title.
Well, I'm going to make this easy for you because I'm going to jumpstart this rebuild because we both believe the Vikings are in for a rebuild. I'm going to jumpstart it, and we're just going to go Jaden Daniels. So when Cousins goes, Daniels is just going to walk right in.
Smart. So Jaden Daniels is a Viking. Let's take a look at these deals here. The Colts took Jared Verse at 22. That's a great pick for the Colts. They get him to pair with Kwity Paye and Samson Ekubom. Steelers took Romo Dunes. The Texans took Fuaga as a bookend right tackle. I really like that pick with George Fant moving over to right tackle and Titus Howard moving over to left guard, and with Howard and Kenyon Green suffering season-ending injury. I really like Fuaga on the Texans. But who's Stroud? I guess Stroud would rely on Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Our Mims is a Dolphin. The best player on the board is Travion Henderson, but I think Corum is better. Kingsley Suamadia is there. Ian Cummings mocked Troy Fautanu, the Washington Huskies left tackle, as a guard to the Ravens at 31 in his latest mock draft. Xavier Legette is there. I mean, there's just been a run on receivers in the first round. There's been a massive run on receivers. Marvin Harrison Jr. was the first receiver picked. Keon Coleman, Malik Neighbors were 2 and 3. Romo Duzun was 4th. Adonai Mitchell was 5. Egbuka was 6th receiver off the board. Brian Thomas 7th. Lad McConkey went. So 8 receivers have gotten drafted in the first round, Joey. But Troy Franklin is still there. Xavier Worthy is there. Xavier Legette is still there. If you want another weapon to pair with Zay Flowers. So those 3 are there if you want a weapon. Best player on the board is Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State. He would replace Justin Matabuke as a 34 defensive end on the Ravens, and he'd be a day 1 starter with Broderick Washington and with Travis Jones. He would be a day 1 starter for the Vikings right out of the gate if you took Tyleik Williams. I mean, we talked about Tyleik on the defensive tackle rankings. He's the top player on the board. The number 2 player is Travion Henderson, but I like Corum better personally. But if you think but I just don't think the Ravens will take Henderson after whiffing on Dobbins. I don't think they would make that pick in real life. Kalen King, who's my number 2 corner, is still there if you want to pair him with Marlon Humphrey. And then you have Fautanu as well. And then you have Legette and you have Quinion Mitchell. So you do have some options at corner and receiver. And you have Tyleik Williams if you want a defensive lineman. But you don't have a lot of options.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take Tyleik Williams, Ohio State.
Well, the Patriots traded up for Egbuka after getting Drake May, and the Chiefs took Brian Thomas at 29. So the Chiefs and 49ers reached. How is Howie Roseman going to benefit from this? He reaches for Mubaka of the Clemson safety. So Howie Roseman, a rare moment where John Lynch, Howie Roseman, and Brett Veach all reach in the draft. So let's see what happens. The Jaguars are offering me 58 and 65 for 37. Top player on the board is Leonard Taylor. Leonard Taylor, can he play 5 technique or is he more of a nose tackle? That's the thing I got to look at. Yeah, so let's take a look at Leonard Taylor. Because the Giants need help everywhere. They do. Leonard Taylor is the top player on the board, but is he 6'3", 305? Yeah, he's more of a 5 technique than a nose tackle. So Leonard Taylor III is probably the perfect replacement to Leonard Williams here in the second round. I mean, the Giants need help everywhere. The Jaguars traded up for Donovan Jackson. The Cardinals took Bo Nix to pair with Marvin Harrison Jr. And Bo Nix may not be anything more than the Cowboys traded up for Kalen King, and the Commanders took Travian Henderson. I don't know why TalkShoe's pausing, but I'm going to pull up the simulator here. And I'm reloading TalkShoe, everybody. I'm still here. I'm still here, folks. I'm just reloading. I'm still here. It is connecting me. I don't think I can start the recording yet with TalkShoe paused at the moment, but yeah, I'm going to take Leonard Taylor. That's the best pick for the Giants. I like taking offensive players after taking a quarterback, though. So maybe I won't go that route. Maybe I'll go with Troy Franklin and get my quarterback a number 1 receiver. So yeah, I will, instead of taking Leonard Taylor, I will take Troy Franklin out of Oregon and get my quarterback a number 1 receiver. The Raiders are up at 43. And you have the chance to take Leonard Taylor III here. I did not take Leonard Taylor III because I felt like the Giants, whenever I have a quarterback, I do. You know, like whenever I take a quarterback, I like to take an offensive player to build around the quarterback. So I take J.J. McCarthy and I get Troy Franklin in round 2. And Daniel Jones, I can bench him if he sucks or if he loses out the QB job. And I have Troy Franklin as my number 1 receiver for J.J. McCarthy. Leonard Taylor is there. So is Mason Smith. So is Leggett. And so is Quinion Mitchell, the Toledo corner, if you want to get a... So is Leggett. So is Xavier Worthy's also still available at this point. But the Raiders have stability at receiver. Penix is there. Penix is a better arm than Aiden O'Connell. Michael Penix Jr. is a first rounder for me. They also have Shadur in the simulator, but I think he's going to go back now. Colorado went 4-8. They still have him in the simulator, though. You could pick Shadur.
The thing is, Chris, Penix was on my short list, but what I don't want to do is put the quarterback in a situation, especially a young one, where he's going to get hurt, where he's going to get pounded. So, that being said, I'm going to go with offensive tackle Jordan Morgan, Arizona.
Let's see if he's available. He is 48 on the simulator.
Recording paused.
Really? All right, Jordan Morgan will. Jordan Morgan's your right tackle, and the Packers take Michael Penix 1 pick later. He's now the backup to Jordan Love. Howie Roseman gets Xavier Leggett because the Bengals and Rams decide to pass on receivers. So because if the Bengals don't sign T. Higgins and they let Xavier Leggett fall to the Eagles, they deserve to lose the Super Bowl to Howie Roseman. They just do. Best player on PFN Simulator is Leonard Taylor. I do have a first-round grade on him. I'd like to have Quinion Mitchell, but at the same time, it's like, I just got to go best player on the board if I'm the Bills at this point. You just do. Like, you have a lot of needs. Leonard Taylor would be a good complementary piece to Ed Oliver. I mean, all your other defensive tackles are free agents. I do like Quinion Mitchell too, though. But you have Tre'Davious White. You have Kyer Elam. You have Christian Benford. I think defensive tackle is the more pressing need for the Bills, so I'm going to take Leonard Taylor And the Giants have picked 52 from Seattle. And the Giants, we're going to get, I could take, this is tough because I really do like Xavier Worthy, but we do have a lot of good weapons. We do have Jalen Hyatt. We still have Darius Slayton. We still have Wan'Dale Robinson. Those are good complementary pieces to Troy Franklin. I could get another receiver here, but, you know, the more I study Quinion Mitchell, I mean, Toledo's held Miami, Ohio to 10 points. I think Quinion Mitchell's the best zone corner in the draft. I feel like the Giants run a lot of zone coverage, so I'm going to take Quinion Mitchell because you're on the clock at 53. Yeah, the Vikings are on the clock at 53. I could take Mason Smith here, but I just don't think, well, considering you are, well, this is tough because, like, Cooper Beebe is my top guard. I could pick him. They've got Glowinski. Yeah, Joshua Izudu. What's Joshua Izudu's PFF grade? Because if it's low, I'm going to take Cooper Beebe. I'm just curious, what is the Giants PFF grades on the offensive line? Because Cooper Beebe is my top guard, and I do like Quinion Mitchell too. Because I'm looking at the Giants, like Mason Smith's the top player on the board, the LSU defensive tackle, but I'd rather have Quinion Mitchell, Joey. I think Quinion Mitchell's more consistent than Mason Smith, and you seem to be in agreement with me on that. But Mason Smith is the best player on PFN's board. I know the Giants need defensive line help, but I'm not sure I would take Mason Smith here. Dexter Lawrence is the number 1 nose tackle in the league. You do have Ashawn Robinson in a contract year, 84 out of 127. I'm up, and then you're on deck. I'm up at 52. I have not turned in my pick yet. I'm at 52. I'm debating between a few players. Quinion Mitchell and Barrett Carter's still there as well if I want a depth at linebacker. I'm leaning towards Quinion Mitchell, but Cooper Beebe is there. The reason I went on PF Pro Football Focus is I want to see what the grade is for Joshua Izudu, the left guard in the Giants. So he's 80 out of 84 tackles, even though he's the left guard. Yeah, that's my starting left guard. So my starting left guard is a bottom 5 left tackle. Yeah, as much as I would love, well, you know what? Graham Barton and Cooper Beebe are both there. So you know what? You're probably going to take a guard with your next pick since the Vikings do need a left guard with Dalton Risner set to be a UFA. I'm going to take, I don't know why, but let's see what Adoree Jackson's PFF is. It's 115 out of 120. Yeah, Adoree Jackson's as good as gone. Quinion Mitchell with first-round pick Deonte Banks gives the Giants a good 1-2 at corner. I think we can get a guard in the 3rd round. We won't get the top guard, but what picks do I have for the Giants here? I have 52, 60. Oh, I have 68 and 102. So even if I offered you 68 and 102, I just don't think that's worth it to move up for a guard. And the Giants need help everywhere. So, like, I'm just going to take Quinion Mitchell and stick to my board here. Go ahead. You're up with the Vikings. It's your pick now. Maybe that was the wrong move, but, you know, the Giants need a number 2 corner to mid.
Two guys. One was Tuamaloau from Ohio State, the edge, and the other one is a guy.
Tuamaloau is gone. The Texans took Tuamaloau at 48.
Oh, then that just makes my thought process easier then.
Who's the other guy?
The other guy was one of the top centers, but somebody who I think could transition to guard very easily, and that's Georgia, Cedric Van Pran.
Cedric Van Pran got picked by the Saints. He's off the board as well. And the Saints paid Eric McCoy big money. They gave Eric McCoy like a 5-year extension. So why the hell are the Saints picking him? They don't need a center. They also have Cesar Ruiz, the right guard that played center at Michigan and won in the Remington. They don't need a center.
That's why you didn't listen to me when I said he could transition seamlessly to guard.
I mean, I guess the Saints could play him as a center. I mean, the Saints benched their first-round pick, Trevor Penning. So now Andres Pete's the left tackle, and James Hurst, the backup, is the left guard. So they do need a... I don't trust Pete at left tackle, and I do like Pete as the left guard, but I don't trust him at left tackle. So I guess the Saints think Van Pran can play left guard. I don't know. But the Vikings are up 53.
I think he can.
But the two guys you wanted are off the board.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Don't you love that?
I mean, KJ Osborne's a UFA. You could take Xavier Worthy. That would give you a 3-receiver set of Jefferson, Addison, and Worthy for your rookie quarterback. I mean, I mean, the value-wise, it makes sense. But at the same time, there's better slot receivers you can get later in the draft. If you don't want Worthy right now, you can get a slot receiver to replace Osborne later in the draft. Logistically, it makes more sense to get a receiver later. But if you get Worthy, you're going to have a high-octane offense. With those 3 weapons, with your tight ends.
Who's the top 5?
Top 5, number 1 is Mason Smith. Number 2 is Shedeur Sanders. You took Jane Daniels. Number 3 is Barrett Carter. You do have 2 inside linebackers. You have the Oklahoma linebacker, Brian Asamoah, and you also have Ivan Pace Jr., the undrafted linebacker who's great. The Browns took him off their board because he didn't do well in coverage despite getting sacks at Cincinnati, but he's been a success despite going undrafted. Tyler Newman, the Minnesota safety, is there. Those are the top 4. I think Worthy's probably the best fit, but you also have Cooper Beebe available, and you also have Graham Barton available. The top two guards from our guard rankings are both available for the Vikings at 53 with Van Pran off the board. I'm checking to see if Zach Frazier is there. He is. So you have Frazier as well. You could take Frazier, Van Pran. Well, Van Pran's off the board. You can take Frazier, Barton, or Beebe at this spot at pick 53. I mean, what do you want to do here? I'm just curious because you do have a lot of options. You could go with.
I said.
You wanted Tui Maloa.
Just to give me that.
You wanted Tui Maloa and Van Pran, but they both got picked. But they didn't get picked by Howie Roseman. They got picked by the Texans and Saints right after Howie Roseman took Leggett. So Howie Roseman didn't screw you out of a player you wanted. So that's the good news. But the top 2 guys you wanted are both gone.
Yeah, so just give me BB. Right? Keep the quarterback upright.
All right, Cooper Beebe's your new left guard. You do need a right guard, though, as well. Well, you can roll with Ed Ingram, but, it's not ideal. Xavier, well, the Ravens are up. The best player on the board is Shedeur Sanders, but Shedur's going back to school. He would be a nice backup to Lamar, but you don't take a backup quarterback here with all the needs you have, I don't think. Xavier Worthy's there. He'd be a nice complimentary receiver to Zay Flowers down the road. If Rashad Bateman can't pull his shit together, you could start him out as a slot. Jatavian Sanders is there if you want to bring in tight end competition for Likely and Kolar. Braylon Trice is there at pass rusher. Jalen Ford is there. Do you think Ford is a higher upside than Trenton Simpson, who we both liked a year ago? These are big questions because this is a big second-round pick.
Is Xavier Worthy still there?
Yeah, he is.
I'll take Worthy in that spot.
Yeah, Worthy's really good value. And Howie Roseman takes Jalen Ford out of Texas with that second-round pick. With Nakobe Dean's injury history, Zach Cunningham in a contract year, that is Howie Roseman's official pick. And the Giants' number 1 player on the board is Shedeur Sanders. I mean, number 2 player besides Shedeur Sanders is Rod Moore, the Michigan safety. But the Giants just need help everywhere. I mean, they do. Right now, our top left guard is Joshua Izudu. I do think we can upgrade over Izudu if we address the offensive line. But at the same time, we do have some defensive problems. We do lose Xavier McKinney. I think Rod Moore out of Michigan is a bargain in the 3rd round. He had the interception against Ohio State. So I'm going to replace Xavier McKinney with Rod Moore because the Giants, they just need help everywhere, Joey, you know? And the Bears, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Bears yet. I gave the Bears Caleb Williams and Fashanu. The Jaguars took Jatavian Sanders with that 3rd round pick. I'm going to take another, I don't know if I want to do this, but I'm going to take another, well, no, there's 2 receivers I really like. I like Roman Wilson. I also like Malachi Corley. Malachi Corley is a really good receiving option. I want to compare Corley to Roman Wilson because Roman Wilson's only had 1 good season. If Corley's had multiple good seasons at Western Kentucky, I might play devil's advocate and pick him. Because if Corley's had multiple 1,000-yard seasons, he might be worth the pick here. Yeah, Malachi Corley had 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns last year. He has 75 receptions, 958 yards, 11 touchdowns this season. And he's had a touchdown in each of his last 5 games to end the year. After getting 3 touchdowns against Louisiana Tech, had no touchdowns against Jacksonville State, but he's had 5 consecutive touchdowns on the year. I just feel like Corley's the more consistent player, but I feel like he's more of a slot receiver, and the Bears need a true number 2. Roman Wilson's also a slot. I mean, he's listed at 5'10", 188 on PFN. He's listed at 6 foot. But that's the thing. Corley has 19 career touchdowns, 11 came this year. I do think he's Michigan's best receiver. But you look at Corley's just been more consistent. So I am tempted to pick Corley. I wish I knew the age of Malachi Corley because Corley, Michigan's receiver is 22 years old. Birthday for Malachi. Oh, Corley's 21. March 21st, 2000. So Corley is younger than Wilson. So, okay. I did not know that. But that's a big detail. And it's a detail the mainstream media has ignored. I mean, it's not like I don't like Roman Wilson. I think Roman Wilson's a good receiver. I have 2nd-round grades on both receivers. But I didn't know Corley was a full year younger than Wilson. That's a big detail that kind of got overlooked. So, like, you know, now that we know that, it's like, all right, what can we get here? Because I'm leaning Corley, the Western Kentucky receiver, but we already have Trey Tucker. We already have, Roman Wilson, 5'10", 188. Corley is listed at 5'11", 200. Corley, the most unique playmaker he's been nicknamed the yard after catch god. Used as a slot receiver. He's comparable. Thomas Coburn compared him to Steve Smith. A lot of people in the draft community are comparing him to Deebo Samuel. So yeah, I might go through the receiver rankings and move Corley ahead of Wilson because Corley's a full year younger. And he has 2 seasons with 11 receiving touchdowns. Wilson only has 1. And that consistency should matter. If Corley... Oh, I had Corley ahead of Wilson the entire time. So, yes, we are picking Malachi Corley. But I had to double-check my information here before I made the commitment to Corley, Joey. So, Malachi Corley is my pick. He's going to be my number 2 receiver, Joey. But I had to double-check my information. And apologize for taking too long. I just had to double check what I wanted to do. The Raiders are up at pick 75. The Raiders are your team. Good thing I didn't make a selection. Okay. The Raiders, You have Morgan and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. You could take Shadur Sanders and make Orrin happy, but I think Shadur's going back. Michael Hall Jr. is still there if you want to pick him. McKinley Jackson's still there if you want to pick him. You drafted Jeremiah Trotter Jr. and Jordan Morgan. You do need a quarterback. Shadur Sanders is there. Cameron Ward's going to enter the transfer portal in real life. Michael Pratt and Spencer Rattler are the top 2 quarterbacks available. They're both going to be in the Reese's Senior Bowl. But I feel like Michael Pratt is a slightly better version of Aiden O'Connell. Nothing spectacular. And I'm just not sure how Rattler's going to do in terms of processing information between the ears. He might be a downgrade over O'Connell. So at this point, you're just in a tough spot with the Raiders. I think you're just going to roll with Aiden O'Connell unless there's a really good value pick that drops to you. Michael Hall Jr. is there. Chris Abrams-Drain is there if you want a cornerback because you did move on from Marcus Peters, and Mick Robertson's also a free agent. So right now your top 3 corners are your top 3 corners are Nate Hobbs, Brandon Facey-Son, who's injured. Hobbs and Facey-Son can't stay healthy. And Jacorian Bennett, I like him as a backup nickel corner. I don't think he's a top 2 corner. You could get Chris Abrams-Drain here. You could also get DJ James, the Auburn corner, who gave up the touchdown against Alabama last Saturday. If you want him, Tavondre Sweat is also on the board. If you want Sweat, I mean, I think Sweat is way too low on PFN's rankings. And the fact that he can come in on offense is a bonus. So Tavondre Sweat's there, as is McKinley Jackson. You could take Tyler. You got Morgan as your right tackle to Colton Miller. You could upgrade the interior offensive line. Let me see what else is available at guard and center. Tate Ratledge is the top guard on the board, but Brendan Coleman and Zach Sinner are there. Top center available is Zach Frazier, who would be an upgrade over Andre James, and you could play him at right guard. So we're going to re-record this on TalkShoe. TalkShoe paused. I forgot to reload on TalkShoe, Joey, but Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia that you like, is there. So Zach Frazier's there. Michael Hall Jr. is there. Roman Wilson is there. You could take Chris Jenkins out of Michigan. Kalen Bullock's fast, but he misses a lot of tackles for a safety. Max Melton out of Rutgers is there. So looking at your options, what stands out at this point in the draft, Joey?
Recording started.
What really stands out to me right now is that there's not really a quarterback option that I am.
You could take Shadur, but I think he's going back. You could take Shadur, but I think he's going back.
I don't think he's coming out.
That's why you're not going to pick him, because you want the draft to be somewhat realistic. If the computer takes him, fine.
I do not think he's coming out.
The computer takes him, fine, but it's like... And basically, Cam Ward's in the portal. Wes Langley said we need to put like a transfer portal up because we have NFL, NHL, MLB transactions, but we don't have a transfer portal rankings article. So Wes was like, we need to put that up. Cam Ward's in the transfer portal. Jordan Travis suffered a season-ending injury at Florida State. So really, Michael Pratt and Rattler, the 2 quarterbacks that accepted Senior Bowl invites, are your top options. Rattler has a better arm than Pratt. Rattler's a better arm than Aiden O'Connell, but I'm not sure he's a better decision-maker between the ears. And while Michael Pratt is a higher upside than Aiden O'Connell, you can definitively argue that that's a slight upgrade and a reach in the 3rd round. Now, if he's there in the 4th round, you'll probably pick him. But in the 3rd round, I just feel like you're a little bit uncomfortable with Pratt, given that he missed a few games earlier in the season due to injuries.
I'm uncomfortable with all the remaining quarterbacks at this juncture.
Even Michael Pratt? I mean, Pratt is a good option. He's an upgrade over Aiden O'Connell, but he's not a sexy pick, not a high upside pick at this point.
Mm-hmm. No. And so my thought is keep building for your next drafted quarterback, your next highly drafted quarterback.
So you're looking at the Drew Aller.
Jimmy G for one more year, do it.
And 2025, you have Drew Aller, you have Jalen Milroe. Because I think Jalen Milroe could be a first-round pick in 2025 if he comes back to Alabama. But he's got to come back. If he declares this year, it's not going to be.
So I'm going to continue to build for the next quarterback to come in, and I'm going to go with Zach Frazier, West Virginia center.
Good pick. Steelers draft Caden Bullock, who has a history of missing tackles. The Browns took Jalen Polk out of Washington. They took Graham Barton out of Duke with their pick. Roman Wilson goes to Atlanta. Okay, so good. Tyler Guyton goes to the Ravens. Are up. The Eagles traded their third-round pick away, so the Eagles don't have a third-round pick. But that's good. So Howie Roseman's not going to get a quality talent this late in the draft. Ruke Horo, who we had a second-round grade on, is there. That's the top player on the board. So is McKinley Jackson. McKinley Jackson's more of a nose tackle, but you have Travis Jones at nose tackle. I guess you could rotate the two if you wanted to, but I feel like you could play Broderick Washington and Travis Jones at nose tackle. I feel like the Ravens have a far greater need at 5 technique than nose tackle. And Ruke Horo, 6'4", 290, he's an ideal 5 technique this late in the third round. And you already took Tyleik Williams. So right now you have Tyleik Williams, Broderick Washington, and Travis Jones as your starters. If you take Horo here, you can move Washington to nose tackle, and him and Travis Jones will rotate snaps. But if you're not sold on Horo, you could also add inside linebacker depth with North Carolina's Cedric Gray. He would be a depth. You'd compete with Trenton Simpson, and whoever loses that job would be the backup. Cole Bishop, the Utah safety, is available. Max Melton, the Rutgers corner, is available. Braylon Allen, the Wisconsin running back, is available. I am a big fan of Braylon Allen. I do like him in pass protection. He's listed at 95 on PFN. Audric Estimi's available, as is Cade Stover. Torrey Horton's available. So there are some options with the Ravens, but you already drafted Worthy, so I don't think you want another receiver here. And you took your first pick, you took Tyleik Williams. So you went 5 technique and wide receiver with your first 2 selections. You could get a second 5 technique and move Broderick Washington back inside to nose tackle where he'd rotate with Travis Jones if you took Horo. Horo is the best player on PFN Simulator. But Jonathan Brooks is there. McKinley Jackson's there. Brooks had the season-ending injury for Texas. I think he'll go back. He already announced he's going back, but PFN hasn't updated the simulator yet. So, DJ James is there. Cole Bishop is there. Cole Bishop, one of the better safeties in this draft. Horton. Will Shepard is there. Jackson Powers Johnson is there. TJ Tampa. The Yale tackle is there. But the Ravens have stability at tackle. Blake Corum is there. I know Blake Corum's ranked 115 on the simulator. He's my top running back as well as yours. But because of the age, because of the huge amount of carries in college, a lot of people just don't think he's going to pan out in the NFL. And because he's 5'8". So, but yeah, Corum is available if you want him to be your new running back. Blake Corum, that's probably going to be your pick. Might be my next pick too. I mean, the Bears have picked 100. The Giants have 102. So yeah, Corum. I would take Corum. That's probably your best option for the Ravens. But there's a lot of options if you want to go a different route. You can go Horo. Corum's still there. Cole Bishop, Cedric Gray. After weighing your options, do you have a direction you want to go in with the Ravens at 94?
I'm going to go in an interesting direction. And it's all based on what I'm thinking that the Ravens may be going for here offensively. I'm going to go with a guy that reminds me a little bit of a young Kareem Hunt. I'll go with running back, UCLA, Carson Steele.
Interesting pick because he's at Ball State, had 1,000 yards at Ball State, and then he goes over to UCLA. The Bears, well, can I look at, because I did get offered 124 and 125 for pick 100. But, the Bears, Bears still do need some help at certain positions. I'm going to take Cole Bishop, safety Utah, because the Bears do need a safety. We're going to have to buy out Eddie Jackson's contract. So, you know what? I am going to take Cole Bishop, but the 49ers did offer me 124 and 125 for 100 and a 6th round pick. I'm debating this. Let's see who's available in the 125 range before I decide whether or not to accept this, because I'm looking. Michael Pratt is available in that range. Donovan Edwards is available in that range. Junior Colson's available in that range. Jordan Birch, Kyrie Jackson, a player I like. Kyrie Jackson's my top press cover corner in the entire draft. I'm doing a film cut on Cam Hart. I like what I see from him. Zach Zinner's there at 143 as well. He would be a right guard upgrade over Nate Davis down the road. Short term, you'd have to sit him out, but long term, he could be an upgrade. But I'm going to probably, I don't think a safety as good as Cole Bishop's going to be there at 124. I'm looking, after Cole Bishop, you have Jaden Hicks, Hudson Clark, Thomas Harper, Jack Howell if he declares. Jack Howell could go back to Colorado State for his senior year. So, I'm going to take Cole Bishop. I think he's a one player left in the draft that's a day one starter at safety. So, I'm going to take him. And he's going to be a Bear. Strutzman's available. So, now the Giants, we got McCarthy, Franklin, Mitchell, Rod Moore. I'm going to take Corum as my running back here. He's going to be my Saquon Barkley replacement this late in the draft. I know I need offensive line help, but Corum's just a fantastic pick value-wise on day 3. So I had to take him to replace Barkley. And I do need to fix my offensive line or at least add depth, but Corum's a player I had to have. McKinley Jackson's there in round 4. Max Melton is there for the Raiders. You're up. Torrey Horton went to the Jets. Braylon Allen went to the Titans. So the Titans officially move on from Derrick Henry and now have they have the Tulane running back. The Tulane running back in last year's draft and Braylon Allen. Tajay Spears and Braylon Allen. But the Raiders, they have Morgan, they have Zach Frazier, they have Jeremiah Trotter. You could take Michael Pratt here if you want to get a quarterback, but Will Shepard's still on the board. And they have Michael Pratt at 124. This is pick 107. I mean, you could take Pratt here if you wanted to gamble on Pratt. But you also have Aiden O'Connell and Garoppolo if you don't cut him. Now, if you cut Garoppolo to save $199,000. But I think Pratt is a good option here. But I mean, look, there's not a lot of premium value picks at this point in the 4th round. Mekhi Wingo is there. I know you're not a big fan of him. Johnny Wilson's there, but you already have stability at receiver. Max Melton, the Rutgers corner, is there. He played well against Ohio State because that was a 1-score game. Ohio State only led Rutgers by 1 score before Melton left the game injured. Max Melton's a good replacement to Marcus Peters. And with Amik Robertson gone, right now, Brandon Facyson, Nate Hobbs, and Ja'Cory Bennett are your top 3 corners. Facyson's dealing with an injury, and Nate Hobbs he was healthy as a rookie, but he's dealt with injuries each of the last 2 years. I mean, Max Melton is 92 on PFN's board. Estimi's a good option if you want an upgrade at running back. So really, I'm looking at Estimi, Max Melton, and Michael Pratt. Unless there's another guy you got your eye on that you don't. Ooh, the other edge rusher is now injured. Because, so Toledo has lost both edge rushers and their defensive tackle due to a targeting penalty in the MAC title game. And Quinion Mitchell's still balling out. That's why I took him in the second round. But yeah, it's like Tyson Anderson, Samuel Womack. Tyson Anderson, I think, was a 2022 draft pick, but he may have been 2021, but I feel like he was 2022. You do have a trade offer. It's 116 and 149, but you give up 107 and 212. So you move back, and I'm guessing you're going to reject that and stay put. But if you took that deal, you'd have 116, 139, and 149 if you want to move back. I know you rarely take trades, but you're getting 116 and 149 for 107 and 212. You'd have 116, 139, 149, 190, and 199. Yes, 195 for the Raiders, yes.
I'll take Pratt. I'm far more comfortable with him in round 4 than I am in round 3.
Yep.
Michael Pratt, quarterback.
Yeah, Bills do need a backup to Josh Allen. I know the Bills do need a defensive tackle. McKinley Jackson's there. Could get him. They could get Cedric Gray. There's a lot of good value picks. The only quarterback that I like as a backup to Josh Allen, well, okay, Jordan Travis and Spencer Rattler are both there. I think the Bills would rather have Travis as a backup to Rattler, given that Rattler's not the best at processing information between the ears. Cedric Gray, I do like Gray as a depth linebacker for Buffalo, but Buffalo's going to have more depth at linebacker. They're going to have Bernard, Dorian Williams, and they're going to have Matt Milano back next year. I'm not sure the Bills are in the market for a linebacker. You know what? We'll go McKinley Jackson. He can rotate. He can be a rotational defensive tackle in this defense. I mean, we already drafted a defensive tackle. Yeah, we took Malik Neighbors and Leonard Taylor. Bills don't have a third-round pick. So we'll go McKinley Jackson. He is the best player on the board. And now we have 3 defensive tackles thanks to the draft. The Packers trade up for Cedric Gray. And the Vikings are up at 117. Best player on the board is Audric Estime, the Notre Dame running back. I'm pretty high on Estime. But the Vikings have stability at running back. They have all 4 running backs back next year. You don't really need a running back. Will Shepard would be a good slot receiver if you wanted to go that route. The Vikings draft has been Jaden Daniels and Cooper Beebe. Jonah Ellis, the edge rusher from Utah, son of Luther Ellis, is available. If you want to get an edge rusher, he's there. Deontay Lawson, the 34 middle linebacker on Alabama, is there if you want depth. So is Mondon, the Georgia middle linebacker. Darius Robinson's there. Junior Colson's there if you want an outside linebacker, but I think he's more of a 43 outside linebacker. Kyrie Jackson, the corner I like, best press cover corner I saw in the entire draft, is there. Peyton Wilson's there, but I think he's more of an inside linebacker. Zach Zinner, the Michigan right guard, is there, but he's listed at 143 on PFN's board. Is there anything you like at this point, given it's the 4th round and you're the Vikings?
I'm actually going to take a guy that I've been watching for a couple years, and I do like, and he doesn't have a lot of traction on. And that guy is Michigan running back Donovan Edwards.
Let's see if Edwards is there. Edwards is a nice number 2 running back. West thinks he could be the Joe Mixon in this draft due to the lack of carries, but Edwards is available. The Broncos take Spencer Rattler as a backup to Russell Wilson. That's actually kind of a hilarious scenario. You also have pick 122 in the 4th round, so you're up again with Minnesota. The Colts took Estamine right after you took Edwards. Jordan Birch went to the Texans. Darius Robbins is Steeler, and the Broncos just took Spencer Rattler. So Texas is leading Oklahoma 42-14. It's not even a close game. It's a blowout. The Toledo-Miami, Ohio game has been more competitive. South Dakota State leads Mercer by 10. But, the thing that makes this MAC championship so competitive is Toledo's lost 3 of their 4 defensive linemen. They lost their 2 edge rushers due to injury, and their defensive tackle who led the team with 9 sacks got ejected. So now Quinion Mitchell's in a situation where he's got to step up and be the man with a second-team defensive line. And if he can do that, that shows me he might warrant a first-round pick. But Vikings are up here. You're up again. Jonah Ellis is there.
I'm going to take a guy that I think is way too low on this board.
Him.
A guy I've liked for a few years. A little bit do everything guy. Linebacker, LSU, Omar Speights.
Omar Speights, he was Oregon's middle linebacker. Omar Speights, I do have him on the board. I think I have a 5th or 6th round grade on him. But I do like him. He's a captain at Oregon State, captain at LSU. He is in my middle linebacker rankings. He moved up to 148. So I guess I have him in the 5th round. But I don't blame you for... It's a player you like. I got to respect the thought process. Okay, the Ravens at 127 are up. You've taken a D tackle, a wide receiver, and a running back. Okay, the one position on the offensive line you do need to reload is left guard. The problem is the top 3 guards on the board are all... the best left guard available is Joshua Gray, the Oregon State left tackle. Javian Cohen is another good left guard. Zach Zinner, Brandon Coleman, Christian Mahogany are all right guards. The Ravens do need a left guard. I guess they need a right guard as well because Zeitler's a UFA as well. So both Zeitler and John Simpson are free agents at guard. So the Ravens lose multiple guards. You haven't drafted a guard yet. So if you want Coleman or Zach Zinner, they're both available here. And the only reason I'm suggesting you pick a guard is because you lost your starting guard and your backup guard.
Is Tate Ratledge still there on the
board? I don't think so. I don't see him on the board, but I'm just curious who picked him. Tate Ratledge. So Tate Ratledge, I guess he got picked in the 3rd round because I don't see him. Yeah, the Cardinals took him at 82. That's kind of a surprise, but the Arizona Cardinals took Tate Ratledge at pick 82. A lot earlier than I expected him to go. And Quinion Mitchell just broke up a pass on 2nd and 9. And that's big.
What about Zach Zinter?
He's available. I have a 3rd round grade on Zinter, but yeah, because Zeitler and John Simpson are both UFAs at guard for the Ravens. So they need multiple guards, not just one. And at this point, you got to pick a guard. So Zinner's a good option at 127. So you'd have the Georgia guard, Ben Cleveland, and you'd have Zach Zinner and Voorhees. So those would be your 3 guards for next year at the moment. Now, that's not a terrible guard room to have, but it's not a spectacular guard room. And if the guys you drafted don't develop next year, it is going to be a bad guard room. But right now, that is a good pick because right now you have Andrew Voorhees, you have Ben Cleveland from the 2021 draft who hasn't played yet. Those are your 2 starting guards. Zinner would be an upgrade over Cleveland, but you'd have to start Cleveland if Voorhees isn't medically cleared. But Zinner is available if that's who you want. Zach Zinner, Michigan. He's there. Is that your pick? Because the Bears are on deck. I might take a guard as well. I'm looking at my options. Yeah. So I'm going to take somebody else. I'm going to take another weapon for the Bears. Yeah. I'm going to take another receiver at 128 with the Bears once you lock in your pick, Joey. So is Zach Zinner your pick? Is Zach's in or your?
Denver is my pick.
Okay. Bears are up at 128. There is one player still on my board with a Pro Bowl grade that I have available. Will Shepard, wide receiver, Vanderbilt. I have a Pro Bowl grade on Will Shepard, so if I draft Shepard, I don't have to play Tyler Scott or Velus Jones Jr. And I think both of those guys are nothing more than backup receivers. I know Tyler Scott has started some games in the slot this year because Equanimeous St. Brown has struggled to hold that receiver job. So has Velus Jones Jr. But I think Will Shepard has Pro Bowl upside. I don't feel that way about Velus Jones Jr. So I'm going to draft another weapon. I know it sounds stupid, Joey, but I'm going to draft another weapon for Caleb Williams. So I have Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, Malachi Corley, and Will Shepard as my 3 starting receivers with Cole Met at tight end. So I'm going to draft Will Shepard. That might be a stupid pick, Joey, but I think Will Shepard is Pro Bowl upside for a receiver. And if you're the Bears and you can get 2 receivers with Pro Bowl upside and Corley and Shepard, I think you have to pull the trigger there if you're the Bears. I think you have to, because if you miss on one of them, you probably will hit on the other one. And that's the thing. So, yeah. I mean, the Browns took Jamari Thrash and Wingo. Cardinals took Cam Hart. I am working on a Cam Hart film cut for the YouTube channel. What centers and guards? Drake Nugent has not given up a sack yet. The Giants have John Michael Schmidt at center, though. Right now, our left guard is Joshua Izudu, and our right guard is Mark Lewinsky. Just looking at what options are available. Deontay Lawson, I haven't seen his film. Jaheim Bell, Jaden Hicks, Junior Colson, more of a 43 guy. You know what? We're going to go with Kyrie Jackson. Kyrie Jackson's my favorite press corner in the entire draft. So we're going to pick him at 133 here. And I probably should have picked Kyrie Jackson with the Bears, but the Bears, I'm just trying to get talent and an identity. Kyrie Jackson's my favorite press cover corner, so I am going to pick him. And now that Kyrie Jackson's off the board, I really have no idea what to do with the Bears. I do have a trade offer. 149 and 180 from Seattle for 134. I'm going to reject this because intuition says I should not trade with John Schneider. John Schneider's like Howie Roseman. You do not trade picks with a smart GM. It's just that's not a good decision to make. And I'm going to take Brandon Coleman. Brandon Coleman, the TCU guard, has accepted his Senior Bowl invite. I'm not as high on Brandon Coleman as the consensus, but I think Brandon Coleman could be an upgrade over Tevin Jenkins or Nate Davis down the road. Obviously, he's a project. Obviously, he's going to need a year or two of development, but he's one of those guys who could end up being an upgrade over Jenkins or Nate Davis if an injury recurs. So I'm going to take Brandon Coleman. And yeah, I know my defense still kind of sucks, but I'm trying to build that identity and that staple for Caleb Williams. You know, we can always move Braxton Jones into left guard, and then we can draft Colt. Then we can have basically Tevin Jenkins and Nate Davis can compete for the right guard job. Whoever loses that job, because I'm thinking we'll move Braxton Jones to left guard, and then we'll have Fashanu at left tackle, and then Tevin Jenkins will be the backup left guard. Brandon Coleman will be the backup right guard to Nate Davis. Still don't have a center, but we do have more depth at guard. But I don't know if I can have another pick for the Bears. I used all the Bears draft picks, so I guess we're going to have to move Tevin Jenkins to center, Joey. I guess that's going to be the plan. We'll move Tevin Jenkins to center. We'll move Braxton Jones to left guard. We'll keep Nate Davis at right guard, and Brandon Coleman will be a backup interior lineman at all 3 positions, left guard, center, and right guard. I guess that's the plan because I've used all the Bears picks. So you're up, though, Joey. At 139, you are on the clock with the Raiders. You got Jordan Morgan. You got Jeremiah Trotter Jr. You got Zach Frazier. You got Michael Pratt. You do need a right guard, but I took Coleman. So, I mean, really, Mahogany's there. The Boston College guard is there. So is Layden Robinson out of Texas A&M and Joshua Gray out of Oregon State. So those guys are there if you want a guard. But the Raiders no longer have Alex Bars at guard. Peyton Wilson, the NC State linebacker you liked, is there. Mahogany is there. Jermaine Burton is there. Drake Nugent is there. You could move Drake Nugent hasn't given up a sack. You could move Zach Frazier over to right guard and start Nugent at center. You could do that theoretically. You'd have two really good interior linemen for your quarterback in pass protection. Jack Howell is also there. Dallin Hooker, the Colorado State tight end, is one of my favorites. He's still there as well. Dwayne Carter, the Duke defensive tackle, is also there. Jason Marshall's there in round 5 if you want to gamble on him. Is your Stackhouse is still available? How the hell? Why is he at 173? I'm sorry, that's too low for him. I mean, I'm guessing the pick is going to be Stackhouse now, since you haven't drafted a defensive player since Trotter in the first round. But what do you want to do here? There's a lot of options you can go with, and you've got a lot of picks for the Raiders.
What I want to do in this one, I want to continue to build for the quarterback. So I'm going to add another weapon to the arsenal. And in this situation, I'm going Arizona wide receiver Jacob Cowing, a big-time star receiver.
Yeah, I've drafted him 1 or 2 times. I think this is the second time you've drafted him, but he's a good player. Oh, the Bills are up at 141.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bills are 141.
You there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm here, Joey.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
all right. So 141, the Bills. I'm gonna take. Yeah, next week for the final edition of Midseason report cards, I'm thinking we'll use the same time limit rules that the GMs have in real life. 10 minutes, 7 minutes, 5 minutes, because there's only 2 teams next week. But yeah, the Bills are on the clock here. And I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm thinking Drake Nugent, Michigan, because, Drake Nugent, we can cut Mitch Morse to save cap space. Drake Nugent's a viable replacement. I really don't see a sexy must-have pick at this point. I do like Jaheim Bell at tight end, but the Bills I do think Jaheim Bell can develop into a starter, but the Bills have Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid. I don't think they're going to draft a tight end. I like Blake Fisher. I think Blake Fisher could be an upgrade over Spencer Brown if you don't want to pay Spencer Brown. But I also feel like the Bills might let Spencer Brown play out his rookie deal. I want to see what tackles are still available. Yeah, there's still a few good tackles available. Wes told me that Drake Nugent hasn't given up a sack all season. It's hard to find that steady hand at center. So I'm going to go Drake Nugent, Michigan here and take Wes's advice by picking him in the 5th round. And I also am still up on the board. I do like Blake Fisher. Do I have any other picks I can trade away? Because I'm debating between, I have 173 and 177. So as much as I'd like to get another tackle for, we're going to get Jordan Travis. Jordan Travis is the only good quarterback on the board, and I need a backup to Allen, so I'm going to take Jordan Travis despite his medicals. And you're up at 152 now, Joey. So I mean, this Toledo game against Miami, Ohio has been very competitive. It's been one of the more competitive games. Pick 152. You were up with the Vikings. Best player on the board is Luke Leitchie, Iowa. Peyton Wilson's also available. The North Carolina State middle linebacker if you want some linebacker depth. But you took Omar Spites with your last pick. You haven't addressed the defensive line yet. You said that was an area you wanted to improve. Tyler Davis, the Clemson defensive tackle, is there if you want some 34 defensive line depth. Dwayne Carter is also there. Yeah, Tyler Davis, Clemson. He's still on the board at 152. All right. The Vikings have pick 157. You've addressed the defensive line and linebacker. You got your left guard and Cooper Beebe. You could try to bring in depth for Ed Ingram, but like you still need a slot receiver too, because KJ Osborne's a free agent. You don't have any. Jermaine Burton is there. I don't know who else is there at receiver. Moose Muhammad III is there. I know you like him. I know you've picked him. Brendan Rice is there. He's accepted his invite to the Senior Bowl. I think he's a little bit low at 184 personally. But yeah, you could get a slot receiver at this point in the draft.
I'll take Muhammad. I like Muhammad.
All right. Because KJ Osborne's a UFA, I figure. And the Ravens, 159. The Ravens are 159. The Ravens are up. Luke Leachy, the Iowa tight end, is there if you want to bring in competition at tight end. You could also get Joshua Farmer, Jordan Jefferson, Jack Howell, Dwayne Carter, Dallin Hooker. Nazir Stackhouse is there if you want another nose tackle. Bunch of options, Joey. So take your time. The reason I'm looking up the week 4...
I'm going to go with the tight end I really like, and that's Jalen Conyers, Arizona State.
Well, next week there's only 2 teams, the Cardinals and the Commanders. That's it. Then we're done with midseason report cards for the year. So those 2, is there a guy who stands out to you? Would you rather have the Cardinals or the Commanders next Saturday? I'm looking to see if the Arizona State tight end Jalen Connors is there, 227. He's your pick. The Vikings kick off round 6. Vikings have the first pick in round 6, Joey. So you could take. There's a number of options you could address. You've got your slot receiver. You got your 5th defensive lineman for depth. Basically, at this point, you can go. You have 2 picks, 161 and 211. So you got 2 picks left. Nobody's willing to trade up. So honestly, I'm not sure what you want to do here. You could get Stackhouse. He would complement Tonga as a nose tackle for depth. You got your depth at 5 technique. You could get another receiver. You got Mike Saintsville, the Michigan corners there. He had a good game. West said he did well against Ohio State. Justine Davis is there if you want another edge rusher. You haven't drafted an edge rusher yet, Joey. I mean, you look at the Vikings, they do lose Daniel Hunter, Marcus Davenport, and DJ Wanham to free agency. They lose all 3 of those guys. You haven't picked an edge rusher yet. Justine Davis is the top edge rusher on the board. Double-digit sacks at Wake Forest for the 2nd year in a row. You could pick Justine Davis, Joey. He's a good value pick this late. Justine Davis.
Let's go with Davis. He wasn't on my board, but
Ash.
he's on yours, so let's go that way.
Well, Ashton Gelati, the Louisville edge, is also there, but it depends on which of those 2 you prefer. Both of those guys double-digit sacks this year. Do you prefer Davis or because both are in my defensive end rankings, but the weigh-ins for neither player are listed. Gelati is ranked higher in the simulator, but Justine Davis preseason sounds like you prefer Davis of those 2.
Yeah.
All right. The Giants at 164. I could take Marshawn Lloyd. I'd rather not, though. I'm going to take a player I really like if he's there. They do have Ladarius Henderson in the 7th round of simulator, but that's not the player I have in mind. Is the Princeton tackle still available? I'm guessing the Princeton tackle got picked. But the Princeton offensive tackle is a player I'm a fan of. I don't see him in the rankings, though. I don't know if they took him out of the rankings, out of the simulator, like trimming the board, or if he's entering the transfer portal. I'm going through this. I don't see him. That's weird because he's good enough to get drafted. Maybe he already got picked. If that's the case, I'll probably just take the best player on my board. I could take Robert Scott Jr. I'd rather not, though. I mean, the Giants have 164. This is my last pick. I doubled up at corner. I took Franklin at receiver. I got Corum. I haven't drafted a defensive lineman yet to replace Leonard Williams. Joshua Farmer, no weighing on him. Jordan Jefferson, he's a backup defensive tackle at LSU. Dwayne Carter did accept an invite to the Senior Bowl, but I'm not sure what his weigh-in is at this point. That's the thing. I do like Carter, but I'm not sure if he's a fit for a 34 defense. I haven't seen enough tape on him yet. I'm looking here. I'm going to go with one of the middle linebackers that I have in next week's power rankings to wrap this up. I'm going to go with Ben Bywater, middle linebacker, BYU. He will be a depth player to Okereke and Micah McFadden, with Isaiah Simmons set to be a free agent. I know it's a reach, but I really don't see anybody else on the board that I like. I mean, Marshawn Lloyd's the best player available on this board, but I'm not high on Marshawn Lloyd. I haven't seen him pass block. I'm looking to see what else is available. Whittington, Taj Brooks, Jace McMillan. I mean, really not a lot of intriguing options. And look, Marshawn Lloyd is draftable, and the Giants are losing both their starter and backup, and the Giants need help everywhere. So if Marshawn Lloyd's the best player on the board, screw it. I'll take him at this point. But I feel like his role is going to be minimal. But hey, we'll take him. At this point, we'll just take the best player on the board. The Bills, Bills have, I'm going to take, I do like Farmer. I do like Jefferson, but Nazir Stackhouse, I'm going to take a fourth defensive tackle. I know this is unconventional as hell, but the Bills' only defensive tackle under contract next year is Ed Oliver. So I'm going to take another defensive tackle and just keep reloading at the position. I do have 177. The Bengals take Jason Marshall. So I do have 177. Obviously, I need to draft either a safety or a corner. Micah Hyde's a free agent. I do have DeMar Hamlin and Jordan Poyer at safety, though. I'm happy with those two. I feel like we got to get another corner. With Tre'Davious White's injury history, I feel like Bills have got to get another corner for depth. I have not drafted a corner. Let's see what our top corners are. You know what? We got Mike Sainstrel, Michigan. I'm just going to listen to Wes and take the Michigan corner for Buffalo because I think that's probably the best pick this late in the draft for the Bills. Mike Sainristil, cornerback, Michigan, gives me a cornerback for depth. The Bills have 188. Are you kidding me? So I've got another pick. I thought I was out of picks because it's like the list is, I've got 188 and 208. So I didn't need to reach a corner. But hey, I guess it's good that I addressed that position. The Bills have not drafted an edge rusher, so we have Rosso and Von Miller, but we don't have anybody else. Is the Colorado State edge rusher still on the board? Yes, Mohamed Kamara. I'm a big Mohamed Kamara fan, so I'm going to take him, even though he's 266 on PFN's simulator. And Ashton Gillott, 10 sacks at Louisville, is still available if you want another edge rusher late in the draft with the Raiders. He's the 110 sack guy still there. Dallin Holker is there if you want tight end depth. Dallin Holker did an interview on a podcast this week, captain of Colorado State's offense. I think Dallin Holker's going to get drafted. I know I didn't put him in my tight end rankings initially, but he sounded good on the podcast he went on. I think Dallin Holker's going to get picked on day 3. And he looked good in Colorado State's film against Colorado on Rumble. So, like, Dallin Holker, senior tight end in Colorado State, might be worth a flyer here at 190. He's the he's the starting tight end in Colorado State, and he'd be a backup tight end to Mayer. Remember, Joey, the Raiders don't have any tight ends outside of Michael Mayer back next year. Dallin Holker interviewed well on a podcast. Holker looked good against Colorado. He did. And you're back up on the clock at 195. Ashton Gillott, 10 sacks is available. Get a 10 sack guy in round 7. That doesn't happen every day. Ravens up at 200. Ben Bywater, the BYU middle linebacker I considered drafting, is still there in round 7. He's listed at 196 on PFN. You can get him for depth at middle linebacker behind Simpson and Roquan Smith this late in the draft if you want depth. I'll look at what edge rushers are there because you don't really have any edge rusher depth. Oh, Jack Sawyer's there. He's good for a 34 defense in round 7. Who's available? 208. Yeah, I mean, these options aren't great. I'm not a fan of Joe Quavian Marks. I'm not a fan of what's available to me. I'm not sure what the hell I'm going to do here at this point. I could get a tackle for depth. I don't trust, but I've got the other 2 tackles under contract. I already got a Howard Cross is still there in round 7. I should take him, but I've already taken 3 defensive tackles. It's like it really wouldn't be responsible for me to take him here. Did I get a backup quarterback to Josh Allen? I got Jordan Travis, but I've got Sam Hartman graded higher. So you know what? Hartman and Travis are going to compete for the backup gig, and whoever loses that can get demoted to practice squad. Yeah, I know taking 2 quarterbacks with the Bills is irresponsible when they have Josh Allen, but I didn't think Hartman was still available, so that's why that's the thought process. So you can say it's stupid to take 2 backup quarterbacks when I have Josh Allen, but hey, I had a second on Hartman and a third on Travis, and if Jordan Travis isn't 100%, he's not medically cleared to play, I'm going to need a backup to Allen. So now I don't have to get a free agent. So that's the thought process. And yeah, Vikings are on the clock here. Howard Cross is their Notre Dame defensive tackle. You drafted Tyler Davis, but I think Howard Cross is more of a nose tackle to talk behind Tom because he's a good player. I mean, the Raiders are up at 212. Is there anybody you on your radar that you like? Or
Give me a top player on the board.
Top player is Joquavius Marks, Mississippi State running back. The Ravens are up at 216. Nope, the Browns are up at 216. My bad. The Eagles do have 223 though. The second to last pick before the Mr. Irrelevant pick. The Ravens only have 1 quarterback under contract, Lamar Jackson. Top QBs available are Brady Cook, Missouri. He's probably going back. Kyle McCord, Ohio State. He's going back. KJ Jefferson is going back. Joe Milton is going to be in the draft. Ugalele transfer portal. Riley Leonard transfer portal. Austin Reed, Western Kentucky. He might be in the draft. You could take Tua's little brother as a backup, Taulia Tagovailoa. He could stay in the state of Maryland and be the backup to Lamar Jackson. That sounds enticing. I know. Are you going to go that route, though, Joey? Taulia Tagovailoa. I know you've drafted him a couple of times.
Give me a top player.
Just the top player? Top player is Taj Washington, USC. That's not a bad pick. So Tyleik Williams, Worthy, Carson Steele, Zach Zinner, Connors, Sawyer, Taj Washington. Bills got Malik Neighbors, Leonard Taylor, McKinley Jackson, Drake Nugent, Jordan Travis, Nazir Stackhouse, Sane Strill, Kamara, Sam Hartman, Caleb Williams, Fashanu, Corley, Bishop, Shepard, Coleman. Didn't really address the secondary, but if we pay Jalen Jones, I think the Bears are going to be fine. As long as we pay Jalen Jones. If we don't, we're stuck with Tyreek Stevenson, Terrell Smith, and Kyler Gordon. But I think the Bears are okay at corner. I really like what the Bears have done at corner in the last 2 drafts. So I think the Bears are going to be all right at corner. Pratt, Zach Frazier, Jordan Morgan, Trotter Jr., and then Cowling, Holker, Jalot, Marks, Vikings, Donovan Edwards, Moose Muhammad, and then the Giants draft, J.J. McCarthy. All right, that, I think we're on the, just bookmarking the titles here. Next week will be the final, next week will be the final edition of Midseason Report Cards. You'll get one of 2 teams, Cardinals or Commanders. I'll get the other. All right, and we got predictions to make, Joey. All right. Joey's phone's about to die. I just got the text. I'm going to make the predictions, though. What? All right, so I'm going to just read through everybody's NFL predictions here. I think Joey's phone died, so I'm just going to read through everybody's predictions here, and we're going to call it a day. I'm sorry, but that's what we're going to do. We're at the 5-hour mark of the podcast. The iPad's at 28%. That's on me. I forgot to type Draft Utopia. But yeah, I'm just going to go through the picks quickly here and end the show because my phone's about to die. My iPad's about to die. And I'm pretty certain Joey's phone died. If Joey is not near a charger, there is nothing I can do. I just saw the text message here. So looking at the Chargers-Patriots game, this game was nearly a lock. Everybody took the Cowboys. Tracy Porter has a ton of upsets in Week 13. Some Senior Bowl invites, Byron Murphy, Christian Jones, Jordan Morgan, Spencer Rattler, Tavondre Sweat. But yeah, looking at this, see what's going on here. Patriots and Chargers. Everybody took the Chargers outside of Tracy Porter. Tracy Porter played spoiler and prevented a lot of locks on the site this week. But we don't know who the Patriots are starting at quarterback. It sounds like Bailey Zappi will get the start. Malik Cunningham, Will Greer are all ahead of Mac Jones on the depth chart. It just sounds like the Patriots are done with Mac Jones. And it's 27-13 Chargers. But yeah, my phone's about to die. I think Joey's yeah, so looking at this, yeah. What's going on? Patriots, Chargers. I like the Chargers 27-13. Everybody outside of Tracy has the Patriots winning. Saints, Lions and Saints. Lisa's been dominating the pick'em standings this year. Andrew Kermish moved into second place on Draft Utopia. Brian Bayless is in third place. I am tied with I'm in sole possession of fourth, and then we have Jason and Wes in fifth. Joey and Tracy are tied for 7th. Tanya's 9th. Oren's 10th. Jesse's 11th. I am in a hurry at this point because I do want to watch some of the championship games, and I think Joey's phone died. So I'm just going to, Lions 24, Saints 16. The Saints, they have a ton of injuries right now. Brian Bayless and Jesse are picking the Saints, though. Everybody else has the Lions. Falcons and Jets. I've got the Jets losing to Atlanta. I mean, I just do not trust Tim Boyle. 2013 Falcons, everybody except Tracy's got the Jets in this one. Loyola Marymount and West Virginia are still scoreless in the college soccer tournament. So that game is still scoreless. I think that's at halftime. I'm going to check NCAA.com for a second here. Yeah, they're showing volleyball scores here. I want soccer updates. Loyola Marymount. So ScoreStream has not updated the actual score of the soccer game here, but it is 2-1 West Virginia in the 49th minute. And West Virginia, Luke McCormick got a goal, and Sergio Ors Navarro has a goal. Marcus Calderia has not scored yet. He's only played 40 minutes, and he has only played 40 minutes in this game, but he took 2 shots. He's tied with 2 teammates for the lead in shots here. But yeah, Loyola Marymount, West Virginia, that game's in the 50th minute. Mountaineers lead. Mountaineers 40 minutes away from punching the first ticket to the Final Four. Cardinals and Steelers. Cardinals and Steelers. I have got the Steelers winning this one. I do need to edit the grammar in this article, but hey. I mean, Steelers 27, Cardinals 13. Bantle and Brian Bayless both have the Cardinals winning in an upset. Colts and Titans. Joey took the Colts here. 20-19 Titans win. Jalen Duncan looked good at left tackle. And it's a 6-5 split decision down the middle. First time on the season, a majority of our staff has the Titans winning. It's the very first game all season where the majority of our staff has the Titans beating their opponent. Dolphins and Commanders. Dolphins is our second lock of the week, and really it's not even close. I've got the Dolphins winning 23-13. This is a game where Miami could drop 42 to 70 points now that Washington traded both edge rushers away. Dolphins and Texans. I consider Denver. I'm sticking with the Texans because Laramie Tunsil and Tank Dell are playing. But the Texans have a lot of depth at tight end, even without Dalton Schultz, Tegan Quattoriano, Brevin Jordan. They've got guys at tight end that can play. I like the Texans 28-20. Majority of our staff does have the Texans winning 7-4. Panthers and Buccaneers. West took the Panthers. The Buccaneers do have some injuries. Levante David is out. So is Devin White. So is Servacha Dennis. So the Buccaneers do not have 3 of the Buccaneers' top 3 linebackers are out. Jamel Dean is out. West is taking the Panthers in an upset. The rest of our staff likes the Buccaneers. Browns and Rams. We did it. Joey went entire podcast without mentioning the Browns. Hooray! The 24-13 Rams. I've got the Rams winning by 11. Wes, Brian, Tracy, and Joey have the Browns winning. The 49ers and Eagles. I like the Niners here. Oh, I like the Eagles here over the Niners. I'm taking the Eagles to beat the Niners in an upset at home. And I've got the Eagles winning 21-20. I mean, six of our staff members of the Niners winning, and they are the favorite. Chiefs and Packers. I mean, I like the Packers to cover the spread. Let me say why. The Packers, Brad Allen's officiating this game. The Chiefs have only won 3 games officiated by Brad Allen in the last 10 years, dating back to 2014. And you look at what's happening with this game. I mean, Brad Allen does not like the Chiefs. The last game the Chiefs won officiated by Brad Allen was against the Raiders in 2021. The last game the Chiefs won on a neutral site officiated by Brad Allen was against the Chargers in Mexico. And the last game the Chiefs won on the road officiated by Brad Allen was against the against the Buffalo Bills in 2014 when Alex Smith defeated E.J. Manuel in the pre-Patrick Mahomes era. That was during Travis Kelce's sophomore season. Because remember, Kelce fell to the 3rd round because he was I think Kelce was either going to miss his rookie season or he missed most of his senior season. But either way, this was before Kelce broke out and became a star. I like the Chiefs in this one, 34-31. I have this game going to overtime. It is my highest scoring game of the week. Tracy has the Packers winning. Everybody else has the Chiefs winning, and then the Bengals and Jaguars. I've got the Bengals winning. Oh, I'm kidding. I've got the Jaguars winning. 27-10, Jacksonville wins. Jaguars are our 3rd lock of the week. Next week, midseason report cards for Cardinals and Falcons. We have college soccer news. College soccer games. We'll be breaking down college soccer. We'll be breaking down the MLS list of the top 44 teams. And yeah, so looking at this, right now, we're looking at the College Cup. We're looking at the Women's College Cup, the Men's College Cup, and Women's College Cup. We'll have updates on those next week. Top 10 middle linebacker rankings. We'll have updates on that. And we'll also have updates on the NFL. We'll have midseason report cards for 2 teams and then predictions. It'll be a much shorter show. With Joey and I only picking for 2 teams, it'll be a much shorter show. Believe me when I say that. So I'll be picking for Arizona or Washington. That is to be determined. But that's pretty much going to do it for this podcast, guys. I'm Chris Ransom. My co-host, Joseph Potter, his phone died. So I'm signing off from TalkShoe and Restream. Thank you for listening. Enjoy Conference Championship Week.